And I didn't check. I hope we're streaming. Jerry, if not, let's get going. But we want to call this meeting to order. We want to thank joining us today Utah Highway Patrol Trooper Walker and Security Davon Booth, and remind individuals who are with us to, in case of emergency, to use the 2 west boardroom doors to enter the hallway, then use the north or south doors to exit the building. Okay, let's do a roll call, and we'll begin with Member Bogus is here. Perfect. Member Bollinger? Here. Member Booth is on his way. Member Brinton? Here. Member Davis? Here. Member Earl? Member Green? Is she online with us? Not yet. We'll keep an eye out. Member Hall? Here. Member Kelly? Here. Member Carey? Here. Member Lear? Member Longacre? Member Reel? And Member Wood? Yes. Okay, let's begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. We've asked Member Hall to lead us in that. Thank you. Moving forward, we will jump right into our board member message, and this month we are pleased to hear from Member Brinton.
Put my microphone on. Okay, well, good morning, everybody. I just want to be short and sweet kind of this morning, as it's November and we're coming up on Thanksgiving. I just want to express gratitude first for all of you. It's been an honor to serve with you this year and get to know you. And I feel from all of you your love for children, and that you're here because we want the best education possible in the state of Utah. And so I'm so grateful for all that I'm learning from each one of you with the different perspectives. I think it's at the heart of our American experiment that we all have different things that we're passionate about, that we're focused on, that we see things differently, but we're all here because we care about children and we care about having the best education we can. And I'm so grateful for that. And I'm really honored to work with all of you on this board. So thank you for your service. And I'm excited about the direction that we're taking and our new superintendent. And I just want to wish a happy birthday to America as we're coming up on the 250th birthday of our country. I think what a miracle for the whole world the United States has been. And so I have a gift for you all. It's this 5,000-Year Leap book that is based on the 28 principles of the Constitution. I got to teach this book with my 8th grader when I taught a leadership class at American Leadership Academy in Spanish Fork. And it was so, I learned so much diving into this book, and think our founding fathers viewed things differently. They all had different backgrounds and different passions as well, and things that they were stronger on, but they all believed in the core principles that are outlined in this book that paved the foundation for our country and our founding documents. And so Christina actually has an Audible version if anybody wants to have access to that. She was just saying she has studied this book as well. And I think our best things are to look back in the past for going forward in the future. So I'm grateful for that. And I would just say I looked at a few of the quotes from our founding fathers. So George Washington, I did a little AI search to see what would he say for us today to go forward if we're going to keep America going. And he would have a mandate to guard against the spirit of party, which kindles the animosity of one part against another. Thought that's good advice for today. John Adams, moral virtues. Our Constitution was made only for a moral and a religious people. How can we have self-government? It helps make people understand integrity and virtue. It's like the bedrock of public service. So, and then James Madison, compromise and process. Our inspired document is a gift from men who worked through many differences to find the aggregate interests of the community. So I just hope that we can look to each other and to our Constitution to keep this going. And I want to just give a shout out to some of the great groups around the country or our state who are doing that, like the Hope of America in Utah County that inspires fifth graders, and they do this great program. And Liberty Village is a group down in southern Utah, and you all got invitations to their gala next week, I believe. And so I just wanted to show a little video. They're actually building a founding village with like 13 buildings, I believe. So I just wanted to show a little intro to them. If you can attend that gala, I would encourage you to go. I'm excited to have this opportunity. And they also run the Give Me Liberty program in Washington County schools for fifth graders. So.
What is Liberty Village? Imagine a place where history comes alive, where the stories of our nation's founding are experienced firsthand. Welcome to Liberty Village, a destination that will combine entertaining and educational experiences dedicated to bringing American history to life.
Liberty Village was inspired by the desire to help create better American citizens from our nation's youth.
Located in southern Utah, Liberty Village will offer visitors an immersive experience into the story of our nation's founding.
There are 21 iconic buildings that we've chosen to recreate to scale from American history, including St. John's Church and Monticello, Independence Hall, and other iconic buildings, not because the buildings are important, but because of what happened in those buildings. That's what's important. At Liberty Village, they could learn and be immersed with conversations with those from the past. We'll have historical interpreters, actors and actresses who stay in character as some of the great noble leaders of America's history that the youth can engage with and ask questions of.
This experience is designed to foster a lasting connection to the principles of freedom and liberty. Liberty Village will inspire a deeper understanding and appreciation of the United States founding documents and core principles of liberty.
We want youth to fall in love with America all over again. We want them to understand the importance of people, the men and women who helped forge this nation. And we want to ignite within them a spark that would cause them to believe that they too could do great things to help this nation thrive and survive.
As we approach America's 250th birthday, we seek your support to realize the full potential of Liberty Village and celebrate this landmark date in history. Your contribution will directly impact the construction of this legacy project and help us honor our beloved nation.
So to close, I would just say, like, my hope and prayer would be that we preserve what we've been given and that we keep this grand experiment of America going by instilling patriotism and proper history and sound academics in our youth. And that will ensure that we keep going and remain strong. So that would be my prayer for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. Let's move forward then to our next agenda item. This is agenda item 1.3, our education highlight. Let's come back to that. Okay, let's move on to employee recognition.
Good morning. And do we have John Palmer? There he is behind the podium. Come on up. Wait, he what? Oh, he's on Zoom. Okay, great. Can he see? Okay. I just can't see that he sees, but he's on there. John, are you there? Good morning. So I am pleased to share some words about John Palmer, our Employee of the Month. He works in finance, actually, but he was nominated by School Land Trust because of some work that they did collaboratively, and you'll hear why. Actually, let me read some of the nomination because it's just extraordinary what John, and it exemplifies what we try to do as we work cross-discipline in the agency. Within the School Land Trust program, we have seen firsthand how John's dedication strengthens the vital connection between finance and student success. Finance is the cornerstone that allows schools to provide resources and opportunities for academic achievement across Utah. When reporting is incorrect or inaccessible, it directly impacts the ability of LEAs to focus on what matters most, supporting students. John has been instrumental in streamlining these processes as they intersect with UPEFs and providing support for the departments who manage financial programs. His work has helped us to ensure transparency and reliable data for 110 plus million distribution from a nearly $4 billion fund. Beyond the school land trust program, John is also working to strengthen the transition to USIMS, and he has approached this complex task with exceptional organization, thoughtfulness, kindness, and collaboration. His efforts laying a robust foundation supports colleagues across USBE and positively impacts schools. He consistently goes above and beyond to support other departments' work, demonstrating a forward-thinking mindset that prioritizes what makes sense for the agency and ultimately education communities of Utah as a whole. And that, to me, is just exactly what we try to do here in the agency, and John is a model of that for others. Sometimes it's hard to see the linkages between what we do and how it impacts students and schools. And this is just a great example of how every single person doing all the things that we do, even as seemingly remote as finance, makes a huge difference in what happens right all the way down to that classroom level for each student. So what truly sets John apart is not just his financial and technical expertise, but the ethical and thoughtful way he approaches decision making. His commitment to doing what is right, even when it means more work for him, rather than simply adhering to an established routine, makes him invaluable. And John's contributions embody the very best of public service, and he is highly deserving of recognition as Employee of the Month. Aren't those just amazing words, especially on the heels of what Member Brenton said? And there isn't any highest honor than to serve, and I am just so proud of what John exemplifies and represents, and I'm so glad he's here at USBE. Thank you, John, for your work. You get all kinds of goodies and prizes and parking spots and water bottles and all the things, probably stickers too, I don't know. But thank you, John, for your work, and thank you for the opportunity to spotlight employee here at USBE.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Yeah, good work. Okay. Kelsey, we ready? Okay. Over to Kelsey for our education highlight.
Thank you, Chair. Kelsey James, Board Communications Coordinator. Our education highlight is a little different than normal. Usually we have some slides to show you, and I have some people coming up to present at the front of the room. This month we are joined by 3 very special students who are joining us via Zoom, and I will introduce them in a moment. For those of you who aren't aware, recently our agency released a press release naming the 4 students from Utah that were chosen as 2025 Presidential Scholars. These students are Blake Hollinger from Corner Canyon High School, Jacob Jenkins from Tooele High School, Meliani Tukuafu, hopefully I said that right, you can correct me if I was wrong, Pleasant Grove High School, and Denver Whaley from Juan Diego Catholic High School. And Blake, Meliani, and Denver are here on Zoom with us today. So I want to welcome them and just give you a brief overview of the Presidential Scholars Program so that you understand kind of what these students are being honored for, and then give each of them a moment to speak and share their thoughts. So the Presidential Scholars Program was established by the U.S. Department of Education back in 1964. It was expanded in the 1970s and then later in 2015 to allow for some extra pathways. So originally, and most of the students who are named as Presidential Scholars do so through broad academic achievement, specifically high test scores in either the SAT or the ACT. Those test scores are reviewed by a panel with the Department of Ed, and then the top 20 male and female scoring individuals from each state are invited to apply. So this is also something specific to the Presidential Scholars. You can't just nominate yourself or put your name forward. You have to be invited by the Department of Education to apply and then get chosen. The expansions in 1979 and 2015 were to allow for two different pathways. So one is students who demonstrate exceptional talent in the visual, creative, and performing arts. And in 2015, the pathway was extended for students who demonstrate ability and accomplishment in career and technical education fields, which we all know Utah is a leading state for CTE, so we love to see that. So like I said, we have Blake, Meliani, and Denver with us today, and I just want to give a huge shout out to these students. They were seniors last year, so they have graduated. They are living their post-secondary lives. I know Denver's joining us from New York. Blake had to get special permission to miss part of his class. He is in a joint program at Harvard and Berkeley School of Music. He's doing all the things. Meliani, I was able to join us, and we're just so thankful for that. So I see Meliani's face on my screen nice and big. So we're going to start with her. I just want to turn the time over to each of these students for 1 to 2 minutes to share kind of what this means to them and, some of the impact it's had.
Thank you. Yeah, the Presidential Scholar has been just a wonderful experience, and I'm just super honored to be able to be part of this. I worked real hard in high school and I did a lot of things, but it really meant a lot to have this experience and to be able to work with all the people that I did. And I think Presidential Scholar just showed me that if anyone is willing to work hard for something, you can make it happen. And I had really good mentors and teachers that were just very big blessings for me as I worked through this process. In the application, they asked me to highlight a teacher that has impacted me. And I picked my 9th grade honors English teacher because I don't know, struggled with English. I didn't enjoy it until that class, and I ended up becoming the English Sterling Scholar. And so just this application process was really cool because it allowed me to see my growth, and coming from that initial point of not really knowing where I wanted to be, and this growth throughout my high school process of how hard I worked and all the things that I did, and the teachers and the people that helped me. And I feel like it also kind of helped me prepare for college, which is where I'm at now. Just in that, like, I was doing a lot of, pushing myself and trying new things. And so I took a lot of AP and concurrent enrollment and honors classes, and it kind of helped prepare me for the transition into college. And going into it just like with that confidence of knowing like I'd worked so hard, and I don't know, this process kind of just helped prepare me confidence and academically wise for this experience. And so I'm just really grateful for all the things I've learned and all the ways that I've grown. And I'm very grateful to the Presidential Scholar, the committee, and all the people that go into making this work, and for the people that have been part of my journey.
Thank you so much, Meliani. We, like I said, appreciate you so much being here. Blake, why don't we hear from you next? Let's see you on my screen as well.
Okay. Hi, thank you so much for inviting us. Yeah, I totally agree. It's a huge confidence boost, and it like I had no idea that that would be something coming my way. So, when that email shows up in your inbox, you're just like, your mind is blown. But I think the main thing is when you work really hard in high school, like you make a lot of sacrifices, especially in terms of time. Like you don't have as much time to spend with friends, you don't have much time to relax, all this stuff. And there are so many moments where you feel like, is this worth it? Like, is it even worth it to spend all this time working on these assignments, doing AP classes, all this stuff, when sometimes it seems like your friends are enjoying more than you are, like are getting more out of the high school experience and everything. And it's just a trade-off. Like there are, there are so many things to consider that constantly you're doubting yourself. And so when you get something like this, you kind of reinforce like, okay, I was doing the right thing for me. And I was putting in work that's actually giving something back to me. Like you you see that in whatever whatever you get out of your friends, whatever you get out of your teachers, all of that. But to have some physical award like this presidential scholar thing, you do get that huge boost of confidence of like, you can kind of take a little bit of weight off your shoulders and know like, okay, I didn't waste the time. I did kind of the right thing for what I wanted to do. And like you said, it just gives you such an appreciation for all your teachers, all the people who were there along the way. And it just really reinforces that high school is not an experience that you have alone. It's not isolating. It's all of these factors that kind of play into your growth. So yeah, that's kind of everything.
Thank you so much, Blake. And I just want to say I had the opportunity to talk to Blake's mother on the phone, and she is just so proud of him. Just like would love to share all of his accomplishments and all the things he's doing. They were just up there for family weekend and just could not be, oh, I hit my mic, could not be more excited for Blake and all that he's doing. Um, Denver, why don't we end with you? Beautiful.
Okay, hi, I'm Denver. I'm a ceramic artist, and I'm really excited to be here, and I want to thank you guys for having me. I'm very grateful to be speaking to you guys. First, I want to thank my ceramics teacher, Brandon Barrett. He's also a Presidential Scholar Distinguished Teacher. And then my parents for supporting me throughout this really long and crazy journey. Without them, I wouldn't be here, obviously. My path to becoming a Presidential Scholar, like, it wasn't easy. It took a lot of nights and lots of research. I built a portfolio, and for that portfolio, I drove out into the middle of nowhere along the Great Salt Lake to visit a factory called US Magnesium. And I got to speak with a few chemists there who talked to me about their lithium mining work that they were doing. And this inspired the shapes and glazes and ideas behind each piece in my portfolio. For example, my main piece, Mag Tower, is a teapot that's modeled after one of the buildings that I photographed there. Being named Presidential Scholar is a really incredible honor to me, and I assure you I don't take this accomplishment lightly. I'm beyond grateful for this recognition and the chance to bring attention to the air pollution in Salt Lake Valley. This recognition has shown me what I'm capable of with hard work and dedication, like everybody else mentioned. It also made me realize like how deep my passion for ceramics truly is. I'm currently in my first semester at Alfred University, and I've started Clay Futures, which is an organization dedicated to making ceramics accessible for all students. Beyond that, I'm working to get pieces into the Museum of Modern Art in New York City before I graduate. My goal as an artist is to use my work to raise awareness about our impact on the environment and encourage the community to take action. Being named a Presidential Scholar has helped me realize that I'm capable of achieving greatness, and has inspired me to keep dedicating myself to this amazing craft. All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you, Denver. And Denver has won other awards specifically for her ceramics work. And if you look her up online, you can find her website, which has some of her work on there, which is very fun to look at. Thank you so much again, you three, for taking time out of your day to join us. I know you have very busy schedules. You keep doing all the things that you're doing. I just want to open it up for a couple minutes to board members for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Board Member Kelly.
Yeah, I'm gonna just briefly talk to each one of you, but Meliani, I graduated from Pleasant Grove High myself, so we're Viking grads, the two of us. So right on, congratulations. I won't tell you the year. It was a long time ago. But Coach Henry, that teaches marketing classes there, went to school with me at Pleasant Grove High School. And Denver, I got to mention to you that I have a daughter that is living in New York City. And so look her up and hang with a fellow Utah girl out there in New York City. But we've been talking about that Merrill race out there, and I know it's been a little bit crazy. So hang in there. But and Blake, I just wanted to mention that as you were talking, the other two were on our screen, and when you mentioned other kids playing while you guys are working, they were both shaking their heads yes. And it's hard work that doesn't go unnoticed, and congratulations to all three of you. It's great.
Thank you. Any other comments? Back to you, Member Longacre.
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations to all three of them, especially Blake. I've got a daughter at Corner Canyon right now. Go Chargers. You guys did put in a lot of work, and just wish you guys the best. And I know all of your parents, moms included, are super proud of you. So keep it up. Great job.
Thank you. Back to you, Kelsey.
Thank you so much, board members and students. Like I said, I'm just super grateful that y'all could take some time out of your busy schedules to join us this morning on a Thursday when you have class and, your roommates are trying to sleep and everything. So, we really appreciate it. And I just want to, give one final round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, students. Enjoy the rest of your day. Let's move on to agenda item 2. This is public comment. Let me just read a statement before we begin here. The public may sign up to share public comments at publiccomment@schools.utah.gov. The public may send written public comments to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes per person. A comment can express support or dissent for regulatory action. Individuals should not use public comment to complain about personnel issues or attack or defame an individual. Speakers making a highly detailed or complex comment should also consider providing a written outline of their words to the board. Please remember that children may hear your comments. Be thoughtful and professional. Keep your comments appropriate for a general audience. If you have material with explicit language or content, submit such material in writing to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. With that, we have online, I believe, Sarah Erb. We've got you going first. So, Sarah, are you with us?
I am here, but I might need to.
You are broken up.
Could I go maybe second or third?
You broke up. We can get you back in line. We'll come back to you. That's what I'm hearing.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's move then to Renee Pinkney. Renee?
Right. Can you hear me now? Okay, great. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chairs, members of the board, and Superintendent Hart. I'm Renee Pinkney, a social studies teacher serving as the UEA president, and I miss kids. That was so heartwarming, so thank you for that. As we enter this season of Thanksgiving, I want to take a moment to express my deep gratitude for your ongoing commitment to Utah students, families, and communities, and to public education and protecting the promise of public education. Your service on the board, I know, represents a lot of time and listening and working to collaborate on behalf of Utah's children, and that is incredibly important. The decisions you make shape our classrooms. You support educators and you strengthen the communities that depend on our public schools as centers of learning and connection. On behalf of UEA and as a teacher myself, I want to say thank you for your dedication, for the care you bring to your work, and for standing with those who believe that every child in Utah deserves a high-quality public education that helps them thrive, just like the three we just heard from, and reach their full potential. Please know that your efforts are noticed and appreciated. Thank you, and have a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Sarah, back to you. Are you ready?
Can I be heard?
You can be, yes. Go ahead. You've got 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Okay. So my name is Sarah Erb. I live in Salt Lake City and I live in Board Member Reals District. My child's LEA is a public charter school and is located in Board Member Woods District. I understand that Board Member Wood was able to visit my child's school recently, which I'm excited to have her kind of see a glimpse of what everyday life is like in my child's school, alongside representatives of the State Charter School Board. I personally love taking the opportunity to participate in the public meeting process for our public education system in Utah. And today I'm here representing my child, my minor child, who is a beneficiary of the Blind and Visually Impaired State Institutional Trust, for which the Board of Education is the trustee. So if you didn't know, wonderful board members, prior to you being elected to this position, that you would also be a trustee or a portion of a trustee body. Thank you for taking this mantle on. It means a lot to us in the blind community to have people who are thoughtful at the helm and intentional about using these funds. Recently, the School for the Blind has requested and has discussed moving $1.2 million of enrichment funds over to cover some salaries of USBE employees. I would like to state that I'm against that change. And historically, for precedence shows that in the past we've only allowed for those funds that stipends be paid for those who are helping out to carry out these enrichment funds. During this September 4th, 2025 USDB board meeting, Associate Superintendent Patton reported the following: the School for the Blind will never be saying we have this much money that we have to spend. That will never be what we're doing. We will first look at what is the need based on survey input from stakeholders, and then we develop the programs with the funding to support the need. So right now, we don't have the capacity as far as extra personnel or time and energy and all of that
Thank
to
you, Sarah.
utilize the amount of funds. I would ask that we reach out to the stakeholders to how to use those funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, for your awareness, we had a video submission from Krista Anderson, who teaches math, and that video will be emailed out to you for a public comment as well. So keep an eye out in your emails for that. So thank you to those who have participated in public comment. With that, let's move to agenda item 3. If we have the executive director of UHSAA, Rob, come on up to the table, please. This is Utah High School Activities Association, UHSAA. This is their annual report. So we invite Rob, and who do we have with us? Brennan? Perfect. Thank you. And Rob, when you're ready, go ahead and hit that button with the little person symbol on it. There you go. It's red means it's hot, so you're good.
All right, thank you, Chair Hymas. Appreciate that. We are excited to be here today for our annual report and to give you a little bit more background of who we are and the handouts that we submitted earlier to you. I just want to first say thank you. Thank you for your service. I thought that first public comment was the nicest thing I've ever heard in public comment. And I hear a lot of public comments. And I told her that when she walked back by. So that's very nice. We feel the same. We as an activities association have had experience with many of your board members serving on our board of trustees. And of course, Carol certainly or currently does that as well. But we really feel like we need and can have a working relationship with you, our board of trustees, and you as a state board. We feel like we are, as an association, the athletic and activities arm of what you do. We are all education-based. The why is the same. These students that we saw today, that's why we all do what we do, and we feel strongly about that. I know there are several new faces since the last time we came, so Brennan and I thought it might be appropriate, if from permission from Chair Hymas, if we could just take a minute each and give a little bit about who we are and our background.
That would be great, please.
I've read all of your bios online, and I was very impressed on how much experience in activities and athletics many, if not all of you have, either as a parent, a former coach, an administrator, and to me, that was very, very impressive. And I know Carol has told me other things too about some of you as board members who are deeply passionate about high school sports and about activities. And I think that is a win-win for all of us. And I just wanted to state that publicly. My journey began 33 years ago as an English teacher and a basketball coach and an athletic administrator at Mountain View High School in Orem. And I was there for 8 years and applied for the assistant director position at the Utah High School Activities Association in 2001. I was there for 8 years as an assistant director and then applied for the executive director position in 2009. So in all, this is my 33rd year in education, my 17th year as executive director, and my 26th year in the Utah High School Activities Association office. I'm a parent, I'm a grandparent. I've had students go to Lehigh High School before Skyridge was built, and then my two youngest went to Skyridge High School. We've always lived in Utah County since 2001, and now we're happy empty nesters. So that's me in a nutshell.
Good morning, my name's Brennan Jackson, and I started my 35-year career in a little town called Milford, Utah, where I was the head football coach and head track coach there, and then had a 21-year stint in a town called Manti, where I was the football coach, became the principal of Manti High School and the assistant superintendent of the South Sanpete School District. My life took a change, brought me back to my alma mater in Kanab, where I became the principal of Kanab High School. And I've always had these roles that I've played in my life that have always surrounded what's best for youth. And I didn't understand or really know how deeply the extracurricular activities had affected me as a child. And my father, who served in World War II, who recently passed away, always said, there's two things that you can control in life, and that's your attitude and effort. And that was kind of our family motto. I was raised with 6 brothers, so some of the best wrestling matches I had was at the dinner table. And I was the 4th, the middle child, so I have a unique perspective of things like that. But never did I understand the importance and the power of resiliency that I experienced as a student athlete who also was a lead in the musical in the South Pacific and all those fun things. My parents wanted me to be a well-rounded student athlete. And but when I moved back, my wife of 31 years passed away in Kanab from cancer. I found myself an empty nester and a widower all on the same day. And it was the resiliency of what I experienced as a high school student in extracurricular activities that gave me the strength to move forward. And with my 5 children, our motto as I raise my children is you can do hard things, and I didn't really understand what that meant. But in that moment, losing my wife, I was able to practice what I had preached as an educator, as a teacher, and as a coach. Which my life journey then brought me to the Utah High School Activities Association, where I met a lady that lost her husband to cancer, and we live in the little town of Genola. And my wife and I have 8 children together and 30 grandchildren together. And so they're all in Kane County. I have a son in Texas having that experience, in Utah County in the Nebo School District. And so that's kind of my life journey, having a broad experience as a teacher, coach, into the administration. I appreciate what all of you do. And Carol, when I was the principal of Manti High School and the assistant superintendent, she was on my speed dial. And so her and Lindsay were on speed dial. So a lot of great relationships that I have with many of you. So thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks again. Sybil, thank you so very much, has handed out a fact sheet that we had put together just for anyone that wants to understand a little bit more about the UHSAA. I believe Terry Davis may have handed this out at a previous meeting. Terry Davis serves as Superintendent Hart's designee on our executive committee, and so she was going to provide that as well. So if she has, I apologize for a second time, but that's just information that you can have concerning us. I also want to say that our website is very valuable in information. It's uhsaa.org. We invite any of you to go to our website and to refer to that. We're a small office staff. I, as executive director, have 5 assistant directors. Each of those 5 assistant directors are directors over different sports, and that information is also found on our website. They're also directors of the activities that we sanction at the UHSAA and have multiple other responsibilities as well as assistant directors. The Utah High School Activities Association has 160 member schools. 124 are district schools, 21 charter schools, and 15 private schools in its association membership. There are nearly 114,000 student participants in high school activity programs across the state. The organization sanctions 138 state championships in 25 sports and the activities of music, speech and debate, theater, and for the first time this year, we've sanctioned esports throughout 6 different classifications. The UHSA also, in partnership with Special Olympics Utah, conducts student recognition and student opportunities in unified sports in basketball, soccer, swimming, and track and field. The UHSAA is governed by a 15-member board of trustees made up of 6 elected local school board members representing each of the 6 classifications, 3 district superintendents, 3 district principals, a charter school representative, a private school representative, and a state board of education representative. The association is committed to stressing educational and cultural values, improving the participation experience in activities, promoting life skills and lessons involved in competitive activities, fostering sportsmanship and mutual respect, and assisting those who oversee high school sports and activities in UHSAA member high schools. The Utah High School Activities Association, along with all 50 states, is a member of the National Federation of State High School Associations, or NFHS, which writes playing rules for sports across the nation at the high school levels. Members of our association have the opportunity to serve on those rules committees. The NFHS also conducts national meetings, which we are bringing that national meeting for the summer conference for the NFHS to Salt Lake City in June this year. We're really excited. Salt Lake City has not hosted an NFHS summer meeting since 1978 in the old Hotel Utah. So that was a long time ago. They also have, find out where I am here. The NFHS also sanctions events nationally and interstate. They offer online publications and services for high school coaches and referees, and serves as a national source for interscholastic coach and referee training. The governing body and policy-making body of the UHSAA is the Board of Trustees. Superintendent Luke Rasmussen from the Ogden School District serves as the chair of the UHSAA Board of Trustees. The Board of Trustees has responsibility for the administration of the assets and actions of the association. The association is governed by a constitution and bylaws, and member schools agree to be subject to those documents. The UHSAA is its member schools. While the staff facilitates and performs many administrative functions, it is the member schools, acting directly and through the Board of Trustees, that determine the direction and policies of the association. Proposed amendments to the Constitution and bylaws may be submitted by any governing board of a member school or any member of the Board of Trustees. The UHSA Executive Committee is made up of one individual from each of the 22 regions statewide and is organized for the purpose of assisting and administering the policies and directives of the Board of Trustees, including the function of enforcing the rules and regulations of the association. Each UHSAA member high school is assigned to a classification and to a region within that classification. Each member school is represented on the Region Board of Managers. This group supervises and administers activities under the jurisdiction of the association held in its region in conformance with the Constitution, bylaws, rules, regulations, and policies of the association. We have submitted to you a written report in 4 different areas: the association's annual audit, the association's annual budget, the schedule of UHSA events for the 2025-2026 school year, and changes to the association's bylaws since our last report in 2024. The annual audit and the annual budget were both approved by the UHSA Board of Trustees in a meeting held on August 21st of this year. The Utah High School Activities Association advocates for interest of high school activities at local, state, and national levels, influencing policies that protect and promote student participation opportunities. Our commitment is to the values of education-based activities. High school activities must remain with education as the guiding principle, helping students learn life lessons and become responsible adults and productive citizens. I'm going to stop right there and leave time for questions. If you want to go ahead and see if there are any of those, and Brent and I, either one of us, can answer some of those questions.
Thank you. Before we're going to see some questions. Does this conclude your report as well, or do you have additional? Are we just pausing?
No, this concludes the
Okay.
report, and I wanted to leave time for questions.
Thank you.
But also, I recognize that you have handouts as well, and that's part of the report.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, I've got Member Davis first, and then Member Kelly.
Thank you. Yeah, I just appreciate you and your staff. And whenever I've had a question or concern, you have been, quick to respond and to assist. And I just appreciate all that you do. As a parent of a high school athlete, I also want to thank you for the, countless hours you put in to make this happen for kids. Can you talk to us a little bit about the governance structure? Are we similar to other states? Are there just a variety of governance models? Is most every state governed in the same? It's kind of a self-policing kind of a governance model, it sounds like, but is that the status quo?
Brendan, you want to start, and then I can interject? Okay, I'll start, and then he can interject. That's fine. So I would say that 90% of the state associations, and every state has an association, including Washington, D.C., so there's 51 state associations across the nation, and they all belong to this NFHS, or the National Federation. Most of those state associations are set up similar to ours, with a board of trustees, which is the policy-making body. We extended a little bit further in Utah, where we have an executive committee that I just mentioned who helps the staff on the day-to-day. They also approve things such as dates of state tournaments, the formats of state tournaments, the venues for state tournaments. And so they really are there to assist us, and they represent every region in our association. And then on top of that, we have another level, which is the Region Board of Managers, which now allows every school to have a representative. And that's really the grassroots of where proposed amendments may come from when we want to look at a constitution and bylaw change or a policy change, is in those Region Board of Manager discussions. And so we feel like, even more than maybe some other states, we have different levels that lead up to our Board of Trustees. And those other levels are more of a recommending or filter body that then provides recommendations to our Board of Trustees.
Interesting. Chair, may I follow up quickly? Thank you. That's helpful. It sounds like the 10%, 5 states maybe or something. What is their governance structure if they're not exactly how the rest are?
Good question. And I can't speak to it exactly, but on the eastern coast of the United States, they run a lot of their activities and athletics through their Secondary School Principals Association, and they govern that as well, in addition to what they do with the curriculum stuff.
Oh, so kind of like our UASSP or whatever they are.
Correct. Yes.
So all under associations, though, not under necessarily board direction or things like that.
Correct.
Interesting.
And
Thank
we
you.
have, and just as a follow-up, we have met with UASSP leadership and representatives, and we are looking at ways to improve our relationship with them too, so that they're more involved. But remember that on all of our committees, there are principals that are members of their association.
Helpful. Thank you.
Member Kelly.
One of my most prized possessions is I've got the UHSAA Silver Lifetime Coaches Membership. So 20 years of coaching, you got to before you can get one of those. And proud to say that I got one of those. So
congratulations.
Yeah, and I make sure that I don't lose that thing. But if I do, I know I can get it replaced. But
yes, you can.
I love high school sports. I love the value of high school sports, what it does. How you answer this question may depend on my next comment. But what do board members need to do to get a sideline pass?
We can work on that. We provide one to Carol, and we can extend that to all of you.
I mean,
I know some of you are parents, though, so you got to be good to the referees if you're down there that close.
All right. Fair enough.
Because when I wear my parent hat, I'm not always the best sport, unfortunately.
Well, my youngest graduated from high school, so I'm safe for a bit until the grandkids get in there, all right?
Yes, that goes for all of you. Anytime you're going to one of our events, please reach out, and we'll make sure that we can to get that. And we could also provide an annual pass to this board too as well, which I think would be very significant for some of you.
Appreciate that. Yeah. I mentioned I publicly a few weeks ago publicly criticized the Utah High School Activities Association and concerning your tennis state tournament. And Rob, you reached out to me as a result of that comment. You invited me to come up and meet with your staff, and we had a great discussion, and I appreciate that effort that you made to reach out to me. But I also just wanted to take this opportunity to publicly, in a public forum, apologize to your staff and let you guys know that I do support your organization, your efforts. And I think that we are on the same team when it comes to looking out for kids and trying to do what's best for kids. So I appreciate that opportunity to meet with your staff and have the opportunity to provide some feedback.
Thank you, and we welcomed it as well. And that goes for everyone. I know some of you have reached out to me lately. Feel free to reach out to me, call me. If I can't help you, I'll get you to one of my assistant directors who can. And if you'd like to come meet with our staff, we want to be open, transparent. We want to be part of the team. So thank you.
Thank you. Member Lear.
Thank you. Thanks, Rob, for that report. I just wanted to, I have two things that I Wanted to especially say today about the UHSAA. First of all, I've been involved with UHSAA since a long time, well, a long time. Let me put it that way. I was going to go clear back, but now being on the Board of Trustees or a part of the Board of Trustees, I've seen even a different side of UHSAA, and two things especially impressed me. One, that the leadership of UHSAA is committed to scholar athletes, scholar athletic programs. And I think that partly speaks to their background. Every one of you, as I understand it, and I'm thinking maybe one's not, but much of your leadership team has deep roots in public education like the two of you do. And it's one of the reasons that in my experience in talking to other attorneys around the country who also work with their athletic associations, it's one of the reasons ours is particularly strong and our public school athletic association and activities are particularly strong because we do emotionally invest in public education, not just athletics. So that's one thing I very much appreciate, and I've not seen that up close and personal until I've been on the board and met recently with many of their leaders. The second thing is that UHSAA, and I think this doesn't come out in the media very accurately, runs a tight ship. I was so impressed with your budget review. I'm bored, but it's because I don't do money very well. But I was very impressed with the financial discussion we had in the last board meeting, where every single line item was discussed and explained. And then we spent a half an hour with their insurance provider. I mean, have we ever talked to risk management about our insurance responsibilities as a board? And this association spent at least a half an hour to 45 minutes with our insurance provider, understanding why the rates are what they are, how they could be how they could be different. And I was really impressed at the level of engagement with that aspect of UHSAA. So I have to also say, my children were high school athletes. One of them went on to college athletics, I think because of the strength of the program he was in. My grandchildren are now involved in high school athletics in 2 different states. And I know what a character builder it is. We see the data, but some of us, many of us know that personally, how participation in sports makes them stronger students, better people, better team players. And to have a dedication to something is really important. So thanks again. Thanks for the opportunity I've had to serve with you and learn about you. And thank you for the work you do in Utah.
Thank you.
Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Cuff, thank you for the presentation today. It was very informative.
You're
and
welcome.
I know that I sent you an email with several questions. To your benefit, I had the opportunity of speaking with Superintendent Rasmussen earlier, and he addressed many of those. So I won't have as many today, but I just have 2 areas that I want to cover in the audit report.
Okay.
And one is, you mentioned 2 pending legal actions, and I know that this report coincided with your fiscal year that ended in June. And so could you just give this board an update on where each of these legal matters are? Because in both summaries, there are dates that were mentioned in the future that are now in the past. And so I just wanted to know, could you just update the board on where these matters stand?
Okay, thank you. The association and 2 school districts, Granite and Jordan, are no longer involved in litigation regarding the student athlete participation in gender designated sports. You may have seen that in the news where that lawsuit has now been withdrawn. So that litigation is now over as we knew it before. Both the districts and us, all 3 groups were represented at the time by the Office of the Utah Attorney General. So even though it did incur some cost to us, it wasn't an extravagant amount because if you remember in the legislative session, that Governor Cox had indemnified the association as well as the districts. And so the Office of the Attorney General's office was representing us. The second item, we're still involved in litigation regarding student visa eligibility. On January 2nd of this year, the District Court for the District of Utah granted a preliminary injunction. As a result of that decision, F1 students, those who have F1 visas, are now subject to the same requirements as both domestic students and international students who have a visa other than a J1 visa. So really our J1 students are really the only ones that have a little bit different treatment. But our F1 students are now, as a result of that litigation, are treated the same as our domestic students. The UHSA filed an appeal with United States Courts of Appeal for the 10th Circuit on June 7th, and that hearing will take place later this month. So that's where we're at with that litigation. So we're down to one. Unfortunately, we're not exempt from litigation, and I wish we were, but when you have passion in sports and every decision we make on a daily basis and our board makes on a daily basis, similar to what you do, there's always another passionate side. And it's always the wrong answer to some.
Yep, thank you. And Chair, I have another question. Thank you. And Mr. Cupp, the other question I have is, and I think I can speak for myself, the contribution of sports in terms of character development and those durable skills that are so important, have always been important, but now seem to have a renewed urgency about developing those. The role that these extracurricular activities play is without question. What I would like to ask, though, is, and I think we have another matter coming before our Law and Licensing Committee tomorrow. There's like another charter school requesting a waiver of the 4-day instructional week. And we've either set a record or we are close to setting a record on the number of schools that are seeking a waiver of the historical 5-day instructional week. When these waiver requests are received, one of the top reasons that are cited is alignment with the sports calendar. So if one school does it, and the neighboring school almost feels compelled, too strong, but they feel like we need to be aligned, so we have to move to the 4-day week. And I know that we've had at least one entire district this year request a waiver of the rule, and perhaps two. So my question would be, through the chair, has UHSAA, and we've done a study session here where our AAG did some fantastic research and presented that, but does does your organization, have you done any research in that area? Are you looking at that and the impact that those changes are making or may make? Chair, thank you.
I'll take that question. Thank you for that question. One of the unique things that I've had the opportunity to be a part of is when I was a teacher coach in Milford. We were one of the first schools, high schools, that went on a 4-day week back in 1990. And it was a trial run there that kind of took off in our rural settings because of the amount of travel that student athletes, and that's what we like to call them, not athletes, but our student athletes, so student first, the amount of travel that we were finding in some of our rural areas. And so I think if you look at, and I don't know, but I would assume that it's your smaller school districts that are probably looking at a 4-day week in moving away from our traditional 5-day because of travel, medical opportunities. We pushed all of those to a Friday with our students when at Milford High School, and the community really bought into that. Where we have such great travel distances for some of our rural areas in Utah, the local LEAs are looking at not only financially, but the amount of time students are out of class. They typically extend their day when you go on a 4-day week so that you get the same amount of instructional time that's required. And to fulfill those requirements, and then regions that those schools are a part of then set the dates and times for their extracurricular activities. And so as a region, they can move more of those on a Thursday night where they don't have school on that Friday, and use Thursday night, Fridays, and Saturdays for their extracurricular activities. So our association doesn't really do a research on how local LEAs are setting that up. We do encourage the regions, and when they do their region schedules, to really look at the time out of class and look at travel. Some schools, when I was in Manti, we had a region games in San Juan, and that was a 5-hour trip. And so we would go down on a Friday, play in San Juan, spend the night, play Grand on our way back through. And so to minimize travel and time out of class, we really left that up to the districts and regions to set those schedules to minimize out of class time.
Chair, follow up. Just to summarize, then it sounds like UHSAA does not have any research into the impact that moving to this 4-day school week may have. And I'm not saying there are no benefits, but I just want to know, is there any research that your organization has or does? And it sounds like no.
We do not do any research on, because we're not sure which schools or districts are going to push to go to a 4-day. And there's so many intricacies on travel, availability to the public services in our rural communities. And so there's a lot of variables that we have not done any kind of research on it.
No. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Member Brinton.
Thank you, Chair. I am just wondering, thank you for responding and for helping. I love the idea of a pass to be able to attend more of our high school events and just go visit schools in the district and show up at games and support would be wonderfully welcome.
We will make that happen.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you for your work. As a mom too of boys, I know how much it enriches the whole experience. And I've talked to superintendents and principals who kind of get frustrated that all the complaints that they get are about sports or dance or cheer, and not parents coming in storming the door for a better education often. And they wish there was more parity there. But I do know, coming from Texas where it was no pass, no play, are there things that we can do? I really appreciate when a coach or a sports team requires more of the student athletes and says, in Washington County, you can't play in a game if you're absent or tardy in classes that day. I love that. And maybe having a higher grade point recommendation, that if you're failing and that's below a C average, you don't get to play. I think it helps the student athletes want to rise and aspire for more. And I just, anyway, and I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that.
So, thank you for that question. It's interesting because in the state of Utah, from the UHSAA standpoint, we do have a minimum standard of a 2.0, okay, and which would be a C average, and okay, no more than 1 F. And one of the things that the reason that it's set at that, districts and schools can increase that level based on their student population. Okay. One of the and the demographics, so socioeconomics is really important. And if you look at the socioeconomics, say here in the valley here, your east side versus your west side, if districts increase that, we want to extend as many opportunities to our student athletes that even in some of those areas of our state where you have many students that are at risk, one of the things that are going to save them is being involved with extracurricular activities. So we want to set the bar that is a challenge, but also does not take the opportunity away from a student who's greatest opportunity in that day is to come to school. That's the most positive thing they have in their entire life, is the time that they spend in the school with that coach. And so districts are encouraged to look at their demographics, their socioeconomics, and if they need to increase that standard, then they can do so. And we have schools that do that, that set a higher standard, and it's based kind of on their student population and what's happening with their students.
Okay. Are you seeing a different, Chair, I'm just wondering if you're seeing a difference with NIL paying college athletes. Is that trickling down and affecting high school sports and parents? And do we need some kind of training for parent behavior on the sidelines again? I don't know.
Well, everything that happens in college will eventually trickle down to high school, unfortunately. High school sports are still the most amateur thing out there, obviously with the turn of what's happened in college. Our NIL rule in high school is that a student could benefit from name, likeness, and image, but they cannot wear the school uniform, they cannot use school equipment, they cannot give their position on the team, so to speak. So if a student A wanted to do a commercial as who they are without any of those distractions or whatever we want to call them, or additions, then they can do that, but they cannot use it representing their school.
I didn't realize high schoolers could benefit from that.
Yeah, we have some in our individual sports who have benefited in swimming, for example, cross country, track. We have not seen it hit the teams yet, but we're monitoring that closely. I know state legislators are monitoring that closely too. If you remember, in the state legislature did do some NIL with college level, and eventually it may have to happen for high school as well.
Okay.
Thank you. We are getting close. We've got 3 more minutes on the agenda, then we want to get you guys back to work to doing good things. But Vice Chair Wood has one final question, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, just a quick question on your budget. I noticed that for a handful of your activities, your revenues came in less from one year to the next, but I see about a 9% increase in your budget. And how do you anticipate increasing that much when you saw declines in your revenues? And also I noticed that there was a music cost you, but again, there's no budget for music. So just a couple of details.
No, those are really good questions. So as you can see from our budget, that there are really 4 areas, right? There's 2 areas of expenses and there's 2 areas of revenue. The hardest thing to predict is our activities revenue, just because a lot of times what that is ticket sales at our state tournaments. So that's the revenue that comes in when parents and others attend the event and pay for it. So it's only postseason. All regular season money stays with the schools. So we don't govern any of the money for the regular seasons. It's only postseason events. So all of this is only postseason. So when we have, you can see that there are 5 areas that don't bring in any revenue because parents and students are not charged to attend those events. And those are our activities and golf. But they still have expenses. So some of our activities that bring in more than what their activity costs help subsidize, just like in a school, for the other activities that don't bring in revenue. And so that's where you'll see that. So it's a best guess. The factors are, when we look at activities revenue, is who the matchups are, the 2 schools, because some schools have a bigger following than others and they're just going to have bigger crowds. But the most important is the weather. And some may say, well, how does the weather affect indoor events? Well, getting to and from the venue, the weather affects that as well. And because we have broadcasting rights of streaming and live TV, a lot of times our activities revenue will go down and our corporate sponsor revenue will go up, because that's where our streaming and our live TV revenue comes in, because people are more willing to stay home and watch it than come to the event. So it tries to be an offset. So our board looks at the budget as one big pot, one overall. We try to cancel out the revenue and the expenses each year. We try to carry over a 0. Any excess will go into what we call as our UHSA reserve. And if we have a downfall, we'll pull from our reserve. Our Board of Trustees, many years before I got to the UHSA, put a charge on establishing a reserve. And thank goodness we had that during COVID, because we were able to continue to have events and state tournaments for students, but we had to restrict at the time spectators, and our activities revenue was very low during the COVID time, and we had to pull from our revenue. I hope that answered your question, or our reserve, I should say, not our revenue.
Thank you. Thank you, board members, for your questions. Rob, Brennan, thank you for being here and your report. And thank you for being open to any additional questions as we call or have concerns, not only to us, but the public in general as well. Just thank you for all that you do.
What we'll do is, Sybil, if you'll get me a list of all addresses of the board members, then we'll get those complimentary passes to our events out to you as a state board.
Thank you so much, and we will be on our best behavior.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, 14 of us will be on our best behavior. There. Okay. Thank you. Let's move on to agenda item 4. This is an information item on the federal waivers, and we have, it looks like we have Scott Jones, Max Lang, and Brittany Broadhead are going to be helping us out with that. Scott, please. Oh, okay. Well, I thought it was too. Okay. Well, good, good, good. Yeah, I thought it was, and then these, okay. Okay. Elise, please.
Sure. So this item is coming to you as a result of a request from you all, and our staff have gone through all of the different federal requirements that we have as a board and as a state, and have identified in the spreadsheet that was sent to you various apologies, areas where there is already some flexibility that we could tap into as an agency and that we could use without having to get a waiver. And then also other areas where a waiver may be possible and where we could pursue that possibility. We are happy to help with that process, but we're going to let you look at that spreadsheet that was sent out earlier and is in your backup items, and come to us with specific requests with a 3 board member request to put something on the agenda.
Yeah, thank you, Elise. So, board members, yeah, this is in your packet. Please, as we have discussed this, it was a request to bring this forward, and then if there is movement, yeah, let's go through the process, put it on there, and we'll get it before the board on the agenda. I will tell you, I had a brief conversation with staff member Representative Owens, kind of curious about the same thing. Well, what is it, you know, with the letter that we sent, what is it that you would like to see? And so this is our opportunity here to say, this is where we'd like to see. Is that correct? Okay. Okay. Questions, Member Earl?
Yes, if I'm understanding the process, it would be if we were interested in a waiver, we would get 2 other board members, we would make a recommendation for something to come forward. Is that the process, right? And then that would go into, you know, whatever it is. If it's around assessments, then you might be in standard assessment, or if it were a financial piece, right? Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
And then from there, we would develop the waiver and then move it. Okay. Okay. I have some items, but not today. But
okay.
Yeah. Thank
Perfect.
you.
Member Carey.
So I understand the process, but the matter's already before the full board. So now we're saying if we want something that's already before the full board to be heard in particular, we have to send it back to committee in order to get back to the full board?
So, well, I can answer, I'll answer according to me, and then if you know something better or different, sorry. But the matter is from how I understand it, the matter is the requests, or not the requests, but here's what's been brought. You guys asked for a list, here's what's been brought, and then go through that process of, okay, well, I want this or that, instead of just having it done like quickly. So I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if, right, go ahead. Paul.
Thank you, Chair. So is it going back to subcommittee, or once you have 3 board members, it just comes back to the full board where this matter is already resting?
That's it. Yeah. I don't know if this is a standing agenda item. If this would be, because this is a federal, I know we have our legislative requests, if that makes sense, Molly. If we have our legislative request, which is a standing, I don't know if the federal one, that's where we're kind of different here.
So by providing the list, we concluded this item. It doesn't stay in front of the board. The issue is that these waivers are so complex that if it came straight to the board, we could take hours on each one. So to put it in through a committee gets that preliminary work done. I mean, the ones that have gone forward can take months. I know different states, Indiana, Iowa, have really been involved in this process for a long time. They're so complex that if we put it in front of the full board without putting it in front of the committee, it could take our entire meeting. So the concern is that board member Earl, I'm sure, has a couple different ones. Some will be appropriate for finance, some would be appropriate for standards. So it's just parsing out the work. Of course, you can do whatever you want with your agenda. I'm not saying it can't. I'm just saying that knowing how complex they are, putting them in front of the full board will significantly affect your agenda.
So it sounds like what we're saying is we recognize the role of the standing committees, and that those standing committees do serve a process to vet, bring information forward, and that we want to make sure that's not short-circuited. And so that's why these matters will start in a standing committee if you get 3 board members. Thank you.
Thank you. I wish you would have led with that instead of the question. Yeah. Yeah, no, you got it. Remember, Earl.
And I guess I reviewed it, I viewed it as a report out, more like if you ask for a report of something. And I actually really appreciated it because there were things on there that I was like, oh, yeah, we have flexibility here, right? Or others that I was like, when I read it, I was like, oh, okay, I don't think, right, we wouldn't be able to get flexibility for that. So it was good for me to go through, and as I kind of evaluated it, like I said, I've got some I pulled out and a couple of individuals I'm working with to try to see if I can narrow that down to a really good, waiver. So.
Member Bogus.
Thank you. I just think for the public, we need to show them exactly where to find this list because they're not finding it. I know I found it, but
Okay, so yeah, Scott, please help us get there. Help the public.
There's a link in the agenda memo that if you click on that link, and the public should be able to do the same as well. Or we had loaded it, so maybe it disconnected or broke or something.
so
I don't
I'm
know.
not certain they couldn't get it, but that they did not see it.
Where to
And
find
I
it.
know we have a live
Okay.
stream showing the screen, and I just think it would help them to see it.
Yeah, if you just want to pull the memo up, there you should see the link in there.
There it is.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Okay. Kelsey, go ahead.
To Vice Chair Bollinger's point, so you do say, I do have it highlighted in the agenda memo on the screen right now where that link to the spreadsheet is, but it does look like the permissions, oh, I didn't mean to do that, but the permissions on there is that anyone in the Utah State Board of Education group can view it. So if staff could create maybe like a separate copy that's for the public, that's view only and everything, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that to everybody's attention. So thank you, board members. We look forward to the future work in this area. Let's move on to agenda item 5. This is our general consent calendar. So if we have items to be pulled from the consent calendar, then now is the time to do so. Or any motions.
511, 515, 54.
Member Bogus.
5. Sorry, I was red. I apologize. I thought you weren't going to say anything. Okay, please accept my apologies. All right, I would like to pull 511, 515, 54, and 55. Would you like me to say dot or point?
Let me repeat so I make sure I have them. 5.1.1,
Mm-hmm.
5.1.5,
Yes, sir.
5.4,
Yes.
and 5.5. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any other board members? Okay,
May I make a motion?
please.
Then
go
I
ahead.
move that we approve the rest of the consent calendar.
The motion is to approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Do we have a second? We have a second. Seeing no discussion, but everything went down. Seeing no discussion, let's go ahead and vote. Member Green,
Member Green is a yes.
thank you. And we've got Member Brenton on that, so thank you. That passes unanimously. For the items that were pulled, let's begin with the first one, 5.1.1. Member Bogus, as you pulled that, I'm going to open the floor for you to speak on that, or if we're ready to move on, but Member Bogus.
I just think my question is, what exactly does this do? Because I've read the documents and I don't see the purpose in it. So maybe somebody can help me get more enlightened, please.
Sure. Let's just pause for a second. Scott, please.
Sir, we can't see which, so 5.5 is which contracts, or
Thank you. That's a great question. So this is
Yeah.
5.1, and this is the first contract. This is the state cooperative contract purchase. The description, Lightcast software renewal.
okay. Yeah. Yeah. Come on up. Or well. So we have staff coming up, if that's okay with the chairs. Over.
Yes, please. Let's press a little speaking. There you go.
Yeah.
Yep, you're
Got
good.
it. Okay, Wendy Morton, Career and Technical Education Coordinator. And the purchase for Lightcast software is actually access to data analytics around career outlook, employment outlook, skills that are needed in our Utah economy. There's a lot of very specific information that's there that we can use to research our pathways. The software is used so they are licenses that will be used internally, but also will be made available to our region planning for career and technical education throughout the state. That's the intent.
Thank you. Member Longacre.
Thank you for pulling these contracts. I like to talk about them, and thanks for chatting on the phone. And I also question this, but when you listed off all of the districts that use this, that was valid for me to say, okay, we probably do need this. And maybe you can discuss how many districts really do use that for all of us here.
Sure. So right now in throughout the state, we have each of our LEAs are grouped into what we call planning regions. They plan together with their post-secondary partners. Many of the post-secondary institutions have already had access to this, but not our secondary partners. The secondary folks would be all of our LEAs because they've asked for access. So we have some that have asked for access individually, but some that are going to share it within their region for planning. So essentially it would touch all of our LEAs at the secondary level that have programs grades 9 through 12.
Member Carey, and then Vice Chair Wood.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm familiar with Lightcast. We use it regularly in my place of employment. And my question would be, doesn't the Department of Workforce Services also provide this data in terms of high demand jobs where needs are? So I'm wondering, what data are you seeing on Lightcast in terms of employment and these CTE related jobs that the Department of Workforce Services isn't meeting those needs?
Right. So the intent is not to use this software on its own. We also use the Department of Workforce Services data. In Lightcast, one of the pieces that is included is also some outcomes and some information tied to degrees and programs that students are going into, as well as specific skills that aren't really found on the Department of Workforce Services data that we receive. So some of the very specific hands-on type of skills that are used in a job there's a lot more description within Lightcast that we've been able to identify, and it works in conjunction with the Department of Workforce Services data.
Follow up.
So I'm still not certain what additional data would be provided outside of data that the education space already owns or has access to. I understand this will be more convenient because it's packaged together nicely, but I guess my question is, what specific data is on Lightcast that our districts don't currently have access to? Thank you, Chair.
So I think part of it is actually the access being all centralized. That's the feature that comes within Lightcast, and just the ease of putting the different data points together. So really, as a tool, saves a lot of time for them, as well as allows them to look at it together, if that makes sense, without having to do a lot of pulling from multiple sources and viewing those and doing the analytics without the tool.
Vice Chair Wood.
As we move forward into the next phase of the first credential implementation, will this help our LEAs and those regionals to look for those high impact jobs that may tie into some credential that our high school students could have? Will this be helpful to them at all, or is it a separate?
Yes, it would correlate with that work.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Wood.
I move that the board adopt or approve the SHI International Lightcast software renewal contract.
The motion is that the board approve the SHI International Lightcast software renewal. We have a second from Member Booth. Would you like to speak to that, Vice Chair Wood?
I just know that having served all summer on the first credential, that any support that our LEAs can get as they move forward on this. It's been I've been on a subcommittee specifically looking what LEA needs are, and if this is one area that can help them, we need to give what they can to be successful.
Okay, seeing no other lights, the motion is to approve the SHI International contract. And let's go ahead and vote.
Member Booth.
4. Member Green?
Member Green is a no.
Thank you. Looks like that passes 12 in favor, 3 opposed. Those opposed being Member Green, Member Carey, and Member Bogus. Once again, Member Bogus, I'm going to turn to you as you pulled the next agenda or next item from consent 5.1.5. Would you like to comment on that? You don't have to. I just want to give you the proper time here. Go ahead.
No, I'm happy to let other people ask. I would like to vote no on this, and if other people have questions, I'm happy to discuss my reasoning, but yeah, I'm not in favor.
Okay. I don't see, Member Earl.
Yeah, just seeking some clarifications. This was, if I understand this right, this is a continuation of a piloting or money that was allocated a couple of years ago for the work-based learning. Am I understanding this right? And this is just an expansion of that? I just want to.
I believe that you are correct. Talia, do you want to
I
respond?
just want to make sure it's what I think it is, right?
Yeah. No, she happened to be in the back, queued up,
I
ready
know,
to go.
we're lucky.
Yeah.
Thank you for that question, Talia Longhurst, Director of Career and Technical Education. Yes, that's exactly what this is. A few years ago, the board prioritized some discretionary money to help us kick this off and do a pilot program. This is an extension of that and an expansion of that. You're correct. It now will serve all secondary students in the state of Utah.
Okay, and how many, I'm just curious, our original use of this was how many schools were impacted by that, roughly? I mean,
I'm going to put out a guess at around maybe 15. And so now we're moving to all.
okay, which is maybe, what would you say?
Well, all secondary schools. So
Right, but, right, that's 100%. What was the previous, maybe 20%?
maybe 20.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no other lights, there's no motion before us. Is there a motion to be made? Vice Chair Bollinger.
I would like to make a motion that the board approve item 5.1.5.
The motion is to approve agenda item 5.1.5 or the 5th contract. Is there a second? We have a second. Would you like to speak to that? No? You don't have to. I'm not going to force anybody to speak. I don't want to speak either, if that makes any difference, but here we are. So board members, seeing no lights, let's go ahead and vote. Member Green?
Member Green is a no.
Thank you. And that passes 12 in favor, 3 opposed. Those opposed being Member Carey, Member Green, and Member Bogus. Our next item that was pulled was agenda item 5.4. Member Bogus.
Yeah, sorry, I need to pull it up, Chair. Well, if I have the ability to pull it up. Yeah, so I just have a couple questions for staff, if that's okay. Would you like me to ask them and then determine staff?
Yeah, let's
Or get the
go ahead
staff and then ask the question?
Let's ask the question, see if it can be answered here or if we need to pull somebody.
So as I look at the agenda memo, this is some outside organization, and I've read all the documents, but basically we're asking for matching funds. It's someone else asking the board for money. Is that what I'm? Well, and I understand.
I'm getting the answer. The short answer is no.
So then why does it say it's asking that the board provide the required 25% in-kind match?
We're gonna get. I think we're gonna have a staff member. We're just figuring out which one.
And I understand what in kind means, but I also understand that when we're doing one thing, we can't do another thing.
Sure. Okay. Please.
Kim Loveland, Director of Child Nutrition Programs. So with this particular grant, and this is similar to other grants that we've been doing with Farm to School, so we do an in-kind contribution. Right now we have a part-time FTE that works with our Farm to School programs, and she coordinates with the specialist at the Utah Department of Food and Ag on that. So it's similar to what we've been doing as far as the past few years, is an in-kind contribution. So part of her payroll goes towards that, and then we also dedicate funds as part of our CMP budget to support some of that. But they, Department of Ag can't apply for this grant without us. And this funding is also supporting the specialist over at Department of Ag.
Nobody else thinks that sounds super weird.
Do you have a question or?
Well,
go ahead, follow.
I don't know. I have lots of comments. I think it's weird that our staff is doing the work of another agency. Is that how I'm hearing that correctly? They want our staff to do the work so that they can get the money?
They also have a full-time FTE that's working on this as well. It's a shared role, and in order for us to apply for the grant, the Board of Ed needs to be part of the grant, a partner on the grant.
Okay.
We'll move on. You can process, think, whatever you want to do. I've got you can. I just got a cue here. Yeah, Member Lear. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that this is what I think it is, because I remember a more extensive discussion a year ago or two, and at the time I remember thinking, how could we not support something that supports local farmers? And isn't that true? Doesn't it? It supports our local farmers, and it also contributes to good nutrition for children. Is that accurate? And so for this amount of money, we accomplish both those things, and that does not trouble me. And I just wanted to make sure this is the same one that we belabored a year ago. That was, to me, it just seems obvious that of course we would want to support the nutrition opportunities that children have in schools. So that's the direct relationship to school. And then it also has the benefit of supporting local businesses and farms. So yes, I just wanted to clarify that. Thanks for that opportunity.
Thank you. I've got Member Earl, then Vice Chair Bollinger, and then back to Member Bogus. Member Earl.
Yeah, I think I heard the question working on this with a question mark. This, from what I understand, is providing nutritional purchasing from local farmers, or specifically fruits, vegetables, that kind of a thing, and then making sure there's some kind of a connection or accessibility for schools to get that. I know I've talked with Representative Chevier a few times over the last year, and she too has engaged with the federal government on a lot of things, and this is one of those, is getting healthier foods into our schools. To me, this, if it were about equal pay or something like that, it's not about that. It's about trying to access the resources that are available in Utah that are nutritional resources that can easily be provided for schools. At least that's the way I understand it, and that is something I am thinking would be a great thing to have, and versus processed foods as our mainstay.
Okay, I believe that answered Vice Chair Bollinger's question. So back to Member Bogus.
I think my final question is, considering the requirements of this grant, do any of these providers or the schools have to change how they operate or interface with anything at all? Do they have to buy new equipment? Do they have to whatever in order to participate in this?
That's a great question. Thank you. We are building this off of the success that we had with the local Food for School grant, and that was focused on getting more local beef and bison into the schools. And because of the overwhelming positive response on that, we are expanding this into the fruit sector. And so it will focus on cherries, peaches, and apples. And we've already had some success with apples already. And so, again, we're focusing on fresh on this particular item here. So we don't anticipate a whole lot of changes that the schools would need to have as far as storage and things like that. Obviously, cherries have and peaches have a shorter shelf life than your apples, but again, the purpose of this is to see what works, and as a pilot of this, to expand it throughout the state.
Okay, so may I?
Follow.
So, with respect, definitely, that didn't really answer my question. My question is, do these vendors have to change what they're doing in practice in order to participate in this grant program? Do they have to have a certain software for their finances? Do they have to change what they're harvesting in? Do they have to use a certain chemical or no chemicals when they do insecticides or pesticides or whatever that might be? Are there regulations that change how they function in order to participate, in this program?
Not that I'm aware of. They're already selling commercially. And so that would just be building into the school sector, and we would be helping with the procurement process, which has been a big help to the schools when we help with that.
All right, thank you.
Does that help?
Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. So I read this and reread it because I love the premise, but we talk because I thought it was about great. We're going to get this money and we can buy local peaches or apples with it. But then as I'm reading it, I never see where that actually happens. And under project purpose, it lists 5 purposes for this grant. And clocking in at number 5 is not even buy local food, promote local food purchasing. So when do we actually hit the objective of buying local fruit for our schools? And it says right here, what will the funding be used for? The funding will be used to support schools in meeting the Buy American thresholds. Fantastic. But then it says the grant project will focus on. So its focus is connecting school food service programs with Utah fruit growers. I don't understand, is that the part where we're actually buying the fruit? Because it doesn't say that. It says that we're making these connections, and I would think that should be done locally, right? Isn't that best left in the hands of local districts connecting with their local farmers instead of saying, hey, we got to send this all up to the state, and then the state's going to put 4 other priorities according to the project purpose, 4 other priorities before? Remember, not purchasing local food, but promoting local food purchasing. So how much of this money is actually going to be used for purchasing, dollars to local farmers to get their fresh produce or fruits into our schools? Do we know that? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Kim, please.
Yep. So we do have some money set aside separately from this to help with local food purchases. For this school year, we have $260,000 that we will be using, that schools can request that funding for. For this particular grant, it's building that supply chain and that methodology that we've got, so that we have a supply chain and processes in place, connections in place, so that we can do that contract work between the schools and those producers, and really get a good solid system in place that will work within those 13 regions that we've mentioned in the grant application. Again, this is still in draft mode. We have not applied for the grant yet. We're waiting for the board's approval on that. So if there are things that you guys would like to see as part of that grant proposal, we're open to that as well.
And may I? You said something interesting. You said you haven't applied for the grant because you're waiting for this board's approval prior to doing so. Why wouldn't you just go out and apply for the grant? Why wait for this board's approval?
My understanding is if anything over $100,000, we have to bring to the board.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is, here on the bottom of this page, it says recruit fruit growers across Utah to assess their capacities to supply schools and support their inclusion in state contracts. That's the supply chain part. And my question there is when we say the capacity to supply schools, under this grant, would a farmer have to be able to supply peaches to all schools in Utah in order to qualify for funds? Is it enough for that local peach grower in northern Utah just to be able to supply the school up the street or the district? What is the parameters of that? I want to make sure this is going to local farmers, small farms, rather than big agri. So could you help address that?
Yeah, and we had some success with that with the local farm to school grant too with the beef. We worked with small producers in the state and assessed their capacity and then established that supply chain. So we would model that for this particular grant too, because again, we do want to support that small local farmer, see what their capacity is, see what we can do to get that in schools. But it is focusing on those local small farms. Long term, we would like to have that food hub built so that people can contribute to that and then we can distribute it that way too. But
That's
yeah.
fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Member Reel.
Thank you, Chair. I fully support this, and I'm hoping that we can get the grant. I know that the legislature has prioritized helping improve our child nutrition and school lunch debt that we have accrued, and I think this is a fantastic way to support local Utah farmers. So, thank you.
Thank you. We just a reminder, we do not have a motion on the floor. We were just talking about a pulled item. Seeing no additional lights, is there a motion to be?
My hand is raised.
It is? Okay, Member Green, please.
Sorry, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'll turn my camera on here. Yeah, I had questions about this the last time that we discussed this. I think just a couple questions is how much has been spent so far on purchasing actual food? Do we have any receipts thus far? And how much has been spent on promotions? So there are two different line items. I think kind of Member Carey was addressing that. The other thing that I'm wondering is when can we have access to the contracts that will be required from sourcing from these farmers? And if I may expand on that question real quick, one thing that we see within the building realm is that certain things can be carved out in industry. So for example, plumbing, when you contract with the state, they can require specific measurements in order to approve certain parts. In doing so, it creates the demand for that item to go down, which means the price goes up because they have to fall into a very specific design specifications, and it makes what we see that industry become bloated and very expensive versus that competitive marketplace that can exist outside of government contracts. If we are choosing to tip into the realm of food, we need to see those contracts. And I think Member Bogus was bringing that up and trying to touch light on that. There will be requirements for these farmers to meet specifications, capacity, health code, pesticides. There's a whole list. I would like to see that. We need to understand what that looks like. Again, and I'm just going to reinforce, we know that building schools is very, very expensive. We know that when you contract with government to build anything, those pieces are developed and they become very, very expensive. My experience is that this will also eventually hit the food realm, which makes me very hesitant to move forward until we see that information and we can talk about it, not just theorize. I want it in writing. When can we see that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Member Green, that was a lot here. Can you?
It was. This is a lot.
Yeah.
It's a big subject.
So your questions then, Can you lay those out for us?
I think I would, yes. I did want to know what's been spent on purchasing so far, how much has been spent in comparison to what has been spent on promotion. And I would like to know when we will see the actual contracts and specifications required from farmers that would be partnering through this government program.
Okay. And I don't know if we have those answers offhand. Kim, I'm looking at you. If you can rattle
If
those
we
off, or
don't,
if
I
you
would like
need,
to make a motion.
that's fine. So Kim, any thoughts on that?
Well, as far as amounts spent, like we haven't spent anything on this grant yet, right? Because we haven't been approved for that. But
Sure.
with the local farm to school, we spent 2.5 million on beef. Last year, we also had the $250,000 in state funds that we spent or gave schools for local. So, that continues. As far as promotions, I'd have to look that up. And as contracts, we would ball that off of the local farm to school contracts as well to make sure that we have some good prices for our schools, but then are also facilitating, the needs of the producers as well, and kind of working with that. But we'd be happy to share those drafts and those contracts with you guys. It's not a problem.
Okay. Member Green, I'm
you.
going to go back to you. You said you potentially have a motion.
Yeah, I would like to move that we wait to vote on this until we have been provided the contracts that are presented to those that are seeking to partner. So we have and I'll make that
So
motion.
the
So
motion-
bring that back when we have the contracts that these farmers are required to sign. And I'll speak to it in a minute if I get a second.
The motion is to not sign this contract at the current time until contracts with farmers are presented to the board. Is that correct?
Yeah, to table this until we have the contracts. And we have time to review the contracts
Do we
that
have
will be required.
Okay, do we have a second? We have a second. Back to you, Member Green.
My argument here is that we're maybe putting the cart before the horse. I think in order to be fully informed with something, that we need to look at all the parts. This is a long-term action. It has long-term consequences, good or bad, and I obviously, the broader overview, I think it's good. But when it comes to contracting our food sources with government entities and doing so before we even understand what that requirement is, I think is negligent, and we just need to give it due process.
Okay.
It'll be very helpful.
Sure. Point of order, Member Bogus.
Yeah. With respect to Member Green, her motion is out of order because nothing is on the table. No motion has been made. There's nothing pending.
There's no motion, but there's nothing on the floor, and she's requesting. Yeah, there's no vote to postpone, but Member Green's motion was to hold off on signing this contract, and I know that she later on is like postpone, but obviously you can't postpone something that's not there. But if I'm understanding correctly, she's in referencing this contract. She's made a motion to hold off until we have more information. So with that, Member Green, is that correct?
I'm trying to figure that out as well. I think just generally speaking, if we are being asked to approve this, and so I was waiting and maybe I'm just presenting that wrong. What I'm asking is that we just need more information. We're approving something we don't know what it is.
Well, and I think to Member Bogus's point, we're not approving anything. There's nothing on the floor to approve.
Okay. I am open for some guidance then.
Well, guidance, I don't know how to help you. I know. I yeah, Scott, please.
So perhaps I can help. So what is in front of the board right now is a grant application. It's not a contract, but because it's over $100,000, we bring grant applications to you because that's your threshold that was established by the board. And Kim can correct me if I'm wrong, Chair, but this, if the board approves this, you're just approving us to apply for the grant. But then it doesn't mean the grant will get awarded or, but if it does, then I think it might help to remind the board and Board Member Green what exactly the money will go towards. Could Kim do that right now, if that's okay? Because I think that's the context we're looking for here. But
so for clarity, we're not spending money. We're not spending USBE money. We're applying for the grant, and if the grant is awarded, then that money will go to. And I think we've asked that question.
Okay, well,
where
right,
where does this money go?
Yeah.
Right. I think that's been answered already. So
Okay.
Kim, if you don't mind, we won't have you repeat that. But that's. Thank you for bringing us back to the. It's under. I guess it's not under contracts, right? And to your point, Scott, it's agenda item 5.4. It's not under contract. So this is the staff saying, "Hey, we're interested in this grant. This is money that we could obtain that won't cost us anything, but that could be helpful to our programs." That's what I'm understanding, Kim? We would be a partner. Yes. Yes. Okay. With that, Member Green. Member Green, check your text messages. How's that? Okay. I'm going to move then to, is it a point of order? I've got lots of questions, or people with questions. I mean,
If it's not the appropriate way that this was done, I'm okay to withdraw, and I apologize.
is there any opposition? It's been seconded. Is there any opposition to this? I think as we learn more, I think Member Bogus is correct. It's probably not in order. So let's move forward. I've got Member Lear, Vice Chair Wood, then Member Kelly. It's been noted that she was before you, Carol, but you already have the mic.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to make the motion and then speak to it if I can. I would move that the board approve the Child Nutrition Program staff to partner with the Utah Department of Agriculture and Food by committing $125,000 in-kind match for the FY26 Patrick Leahy Farm to School grant.
The motion has just been stated. It's on the board. Do we have a second? We have a second. Back to you, Member Lear.
I think somebody said something about carts and horses a minute ago. I think first we have to apply for this grant, and before the CNP staff can apply for the grant, that staff needs the board's approval. I would absolutely support this, and then I think that would begin the process of developing contracts with those suppliers that LEAs, as I understand it, may or may not use. There may be some statewide application, there may be local application. Application not in a paper sense, but more in terms of an opportunity for using these products. So I think what we're looking for is the very beginning of this process to try to get the grant that will then support the apples, that will then feed the kids, that will improve their nutrition. And I think giving us the opportunity to see if we can get the grant is the most important thing first.
Vice Chair Wood.
Yeah. So just to clarify, if we were to mimic this with our grant or our beef grant that we have, every contract that we have done with farmers or ranchers who are doing this beef has come to our board. We have seen every contract that will go forward. Until the grant is applied for and approved, there will be no contracts because there will be nothing to do for us to see. Is that accurate?
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay, Member Kelly.
Do we have could you provide us with dates of deadlines? When is the application due? When is the grant application due? Because I know right now there's potentially a motion or a proposed motion that would table this for another time, but if there's deadlines, application deadlines and things like that, that may impact that. Are there deadlines of when an application needs to be submitted?
Kim, do you have a response to that, or?
Yeah. The application is due December 4th, which is next board meeting day.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Member Bogus?
Yeah, I would move to postpone this until the December board meeting.
We just found out that
No, we can't apply for the grant. We can
There
approve it
is
early in the
a-
day and then you can.
There is
submit
a
it later.
motion to, there's a motion on the floor. We have a potential substitute motion to postpone. Is there to postpone to the December 4th board meeting? Is that correct, Member Bogus?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, speak to that, Member Bogus.
So I would disagree respectfully that there are down chain events that those documents are ready to go. They're not just ethereal. They don't just manufacture them in case. They're there in chain. If this, then this, and this is the document that makes that happen. And if we don't have access to that, and my biggest concern is the regulatory things that when you are in farm and ranch industry and you have to change your entire the way you engage with your animals, the way you engage in your operation to get a contract from the government, it's not right. And it's everything from how they're fed and how they're finished to the number of vaccines they get. And not always are these things, I mean, we keep saying the best food for our students, but a lot of the government regulations in this area are not good for our students. And so I think we need to look at what those things are before we get any further down this road. Thank you.
Member Carey, to this motion to postpone? Okay. Seeing no other lights, let's move forward with the motion, the substitute motion to postpone. Let's go ahead and vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. Okay, that motion fails. 12 against, 3 in favor. Those in favor being Member Carey, Member Green, and Member Bogus. Back to the original motion, which is, I believe, that the board approved child nutrition program staff to partner with the Utah Department of Agriculture on food by committing $125,000 in-kind match for the FY 2026 Patrick Leahy Farm to School grant. Member Carey.
So I'm going to vote in favor of the motion, but with reservation. And it was said earlier in this meeting that, you know, this is free money. And I don't look at it that way. We need to commit as a board, and what we're really voting on is not just to apply for the grant, but it's my understanding that by applying for the grant, we're also required to cough up $125,000 in-kind match. So to the extent that anyone at this table believes we're just getting free money, that's wrong. We have to commit, I believe it's 2 staff members, that a portion of their time will now be dedicated to the oversight and monitoring of these funds and the processing of these funds and the maintenance of this program. So I also have concerns that I still don't know how much of this money is actually going to go to buy peaches and apples, or whether it's just enriching an existing bureaucracy around farmers. And that would be tragic. So I'm going to support this, but I'm also going to be working with uh, Kimberly and Michelle in between now and the next board meeting to get a better understanding of how many of our ranchers have benefited from that program. Because I've heard how much money we've spent. I still don't know how many ranchers actually benefited from the money that we spent on that program. And to the extent it's a great number, that's fantastic. But I just have concerns because if that number was mentioned, I apologize. I don't remember that number being shared when we talked about the beef aspect of this program. But I don't know how many of those benefit, and I don't know how many of those were true, family ranches versus big ag. But so I'm going to support moving this forward because to the extent it will help our small farmers get fresh fruit to our schools, that's a good thing. But just because that's a promise doesn't mean that that's going to be the reality. So thank you, Chair.
Member Hall.
It sounds like if we were to postpone this, we still wouldn't be able to see what the fruit contracts look like until we apply for the grant and it's approved. But after talking to Kim, and it sounds like the beef program was similar, that she said they could get the documents from that beef program, the contracts, as soon as tomorrow for us to take a look at. So if that's something that we'd be interested as a board in seeing those contracts to kind of see how those are laid out, because it sounds like the fruit contract would be similar, they could get that information as soon as tomorrow for us to be able to look at.
Thank you.
Yes.
Member Booth.
So my question is, aren't those two individuals that Board Member Carey mentioned that are working, that will be working on this, aren't they working on that anyway? They may be looking for cherries and peaches out of Washington or whatever, but they're going to find the food somewhere to feed our kids. I think that this is just a focus of their efforts to make that happen locally rather than someplace else where we can bring it in from California or Mexico or whatever it is. And I think this is just a great opportunity to not only benefit from the work that they will do, focusing on local providers, but also to be able to have cooperation from the Department of Agriculture and their people that will be working hand in hand with them, and we get their services in cooperation with our two women who are working on it in order to make it happen more efficiently or more effectively and get the food that we're looking for to the kids in our individual schools. That's what I'm seeing. So I don't understand what I'm missing. It's not free money, but it is a cooperative effort, and we're benefiting from the staff in the Department of Agriculture who are working together with our staff members to make this happen as efficiently and as quickly as possible. I might be missing. I'm just asking, is that right?
Is that right? Who are you asking?
Whoever knows, I have no idea. Matt, if you have,
I could say yes for the sake of time, but if that's the answer you want to hear, and if you don't, I'll say no for the sake of time. But yeah, okay. Member Carey, go ahead.
If I may, because Member Booth brings up a perspective I didn't think about, which is, are we really talking about the same staffers? We're just reapportioning their time. Is that, I believe that was the essence of Board Member Booth's question. And if it was, I would like to know the answer to that because I assumed it would be in addition to. But if it is really just a reallocation of time, I mean, they say there's no free money, but maybe it is free. No, but thank you, Chair.
Kim, please. Yeah, thank you.
So we have a farm to school specialist right now in child nutrition programs that works directly with Utah Department of Food and Ag. And then they also have a specialist. So we've got those two individuals. And then with reports and things like that, like I take a little bit of time, and some other people take some time, but it's not a new position. It would be existing positions and just aligning that work to continue And then the UDAF specialist position, we have that funded with a current grant, and that ends in September of 26. So this would also help extend that position over at UDAF.
Follow-up, Member Carey.
Thank you. So, the time that you spend on this program, I believe it's up to 25% of your time, whatever the grant requirement is. Are you required to log that time uniquely when you submit your hours? Or how are we, if you're supposed to put 25% of your time into this program, are you estimating, or are we actually saying at the end of the week, I work this many hours on this particular program? How are we tracking that?
With grants that we are using to pay for FTE time, we do track that, yes. That's part of the grant management process.
Okay, so this time would be clocked specifically for the management of this program?
Correct.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Member Green's been waiting, and then I've got Vice Chair Wood.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify just a couple questions. It was mentioned that we've done $2.5 million in beef and another 250,000 given to local farmers. Is that given to local or sales of local farmers, say for apples? Could you help me clarify that, please?
Kim.
Yes, so we have set aside, last year we set aside $250,000, and then schools requested that funding from us, and they provided documentation of how much local food produce that they purchased, and then we sent that money back to the schools.
When they apply for that and they contract with so when a school decides to apply for that grant to purchase from local farmers, those local farmers have, in essence, signed a contract to be a distributor. Is that correct?
Depending on how much is being purchased at the schools, right, they have their own procurement processes and thresholds that they have to follow. So some of that might be small purchases, some of it might be on RFP. Most likely those were on a small purchase basis right now, just because of the volume it would take to supply a whole school district.
So did they have to sign paperwork in order to sell their produce to a school?
Again, depending on what the procurement thresholds were at each LEA, there would have been quotes and there would have been some procurement documentation in place, depending on what type of procurement that they had to do in order to acquire those products.
Do you know, do you have record of that?
We could provide that to you based off our last year's documentation.
I'm only asking these questions again just to get a better idea of what is required for these farmers to work with this government entity.
Yeah, I would
So when
suggest I would suggest that, as Member Carey mentioned as well, you know, he mentioned that he's leaning towards voting for this, and that he will continue to follow up afterwards. I would suggest that you kind of maybe work with him on that and get those answers as well. I'm not sure if we're going to get all of that information right now, but I know you have some additional questions. Is that
I
fair
do.
to say?
I'm just trying to line up. We're just being told that there's not contracts, but yet there's contracts for any procurements, RFPs, or small purchases. So I'm just looking maybe for more of a solid answer,
Sure.
especially if I'm going to vote for something that requires those things in the next step.
And yeah, again, I believe that's what Member
That's all I
Carey is.
have, and I appreciate your time.
Okay, perfect. Okay, Vice Chair Wood.
Thank you.
So, as I recall, sometime last year, and maybe you can remind me of the date, we recognized the state's farm to school participants in this very meeting. We were told that The grant had roughly provided 1.9 million to purchase local food. The program had set up statewide contract for 6 local producers of beef and bison to reduce administrative burdens for local education agencies that we had allocated to 135 school districts, charter schools, and private schools for local beef and bison, and that reimbursements would continue through April of 2025. And apparently, board members praised the educational components of Farm to School. The program connected students to local farms, engages classroom learning aligned to core standards, and offered culinary trainings, and that there were 13 regional movement building hubs to make this happen. Has any of this changed? Would any of this change with this current grant application?
Again, we're building off of that prior grant that we did. We did finish out those distributions from that local food grant. So yeah, we're just building off of that and just going into the new sector of fruit growers.
Member Carey?
To the extent it was suggested that because we approved something in the past, we are not allowed to evaluate it and assess whether or not it's working or the value is there, I just don't believe there's any merit to that argument. I think that we are asking the right questions, which is, was what we approved effective? And with the chair's permission, I would like to ask staff, do we know how many ranchers actually benefited from the money that was spent? I think Board Member Green, was it 2.5 million, 2 million? I don't know the number that she referenced. 6 ranchers? And how much money was spent?
I wrote down 2.5 million.
So if I understand correctly, 6 ranchers benefited from 2.5 million, and I'll ask this rhetorically, but were those ranchers even in Utah? And how many of those were affiliated with the same, ranch? And I think those are exactly the questions that we need to look at when we say, what are the costs and what are the benefits? I think we could have done more for the ranchers if we just took the money and bought the beef. Thank you, Chair.
The motion before the board is that the board approve child nutrition program staff to partner with the Utah Department of Agriculture and Food by committing $125,000 in-kind match for the FY 2026 Patrick Leahy Farm to School grant. Let's vote. Member Green?
Member Green is a no.
Thank you. That passes 13 in favor, 2 opposed, those opposed being Member Green and Member Bogus. We have one more item that was pulled from consent. 5.5 was pulled. Do you want to speak
I have
on
one
that?
question
Sure.
about this. I want to know where is the training coming from? Publicly, I just want to make certain that this training is not coming from a third entity and that we are subjecting our teachers to a constitutional secession. So somebody else drives the training inside our schools instead of the Board of Education.
Do we have a response for that? Leah?
Leah Voorhees, Deputy Superintendent of Student Achievement. Chair, may I ask Board Member Bogus, you're talking about the para-educator behavior support training? Is that the question?
Yes, I believe so. I did not pull this one up because I thought I had it all in my head, but I believe
Gotcha.
so.
Okay. So this training will be provided by USBE staff once it has been developed using the resources that you just approved several months ago in Art 277609. And it's for para-educators, not teachers.
Yeah, I appreciate that clarification. Thank you. I have just one small follow-up. And that training will come to the board for approval?
It certainly could. That wasn't the original plan.
Okay, those are my two questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make a motion that the board accept the Intermountain Community Care Foundation grant award of $1,578,000 to implement the paraeducator behavior support training project.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Do you want to speak to that?
Yes, please. Thank you. We know that behaviors have increased in classrooms. It's one of, and like this background says, it's one of the number one concerns of our teachers. And this is our highest risk population with paraeducators and special ed students. We just redid our LRBI manual, and we also know that highly trained professionals working with our students are going to make the biggest impact on student behavior and improving that student behavior. And so this is something that I think is a great opportunity to have the funding to do that, because we do know that special education funding has been challenging. Students that have high needs cost a lot of dollars, and the WPU does not cover the cost of that. So to have this additional support to support our paraeducators, which then in turn supports our teachers, and most importantly supports the improvement of student behaviors, is something that I think that we should get behind as an agency. Thank you.
Member Carey.
Yeah, I would speak in opposition to the motion. I actually had some questions, but the way I read this is, it says that the recommended action is for us to accept a grant award of 1.5 million. We just heard from Director Loveland twice that the reason she's bringing that grant application before this board is because she's required to, because the ask is in excess of $100,000. Well, the grant award that we're seeking to accept now is 1.5 million. But my question is, when did we ever authorize moving forward on the grant? So she's here saying, before I can apply for this grant, I need the board's permission. Well, here, it seems like the grant was already applied for. And that strikes me as, if that's what happened, that strikes me as backwards. The other question I have is, earlier today when we were talking about the ESSA matter, that's a matter currently before the full board, and we were told, well, those matters need to go back to subcommittee to get back to the full board. When I look at this matter, I don't, in the background that was provided, I don't see any indication that this matter was vetted through a standing committee. And so my questions would be, did this matter start in a standing committee, or is it just magically before the board? And if it's the latter, who are the 3 board members that said, we want it before the full board and skip the subcommittee process? And my other question is, regarding the grant, when did this board vote to authorize pursuing a grant for $1.5 million?
Scott, you have a response?
I do. Would whoever's driving pull up internal policy 03-01, the board's policies? It's not the board's policy, I mean, it's the USBE policies. So Kim Loveland was spot on. She described it very well. So for your review is 0301, which is the grants management policy. The difference is that the grant is a federal grant. So it has different oversight, right? We have to follow particular procedures for a grant. Please go to the paragraph on private grant policies, or I'm sorry, private grant policy. It's both. It's an and or. Either, that's the difference. The difference is this is the policy. This Kim Loveland followed the policy to the T, and we're doing that with IHC right now. So any questions or concerns, and hopefully this helps.
Chair, if I may.
Follow up.
Yeah, as it was indicated that this is a hybrid. And so, yes, it's partially private, but to the extent that there's federal oversight on these funds, I would argue that the provisions that are just captured in Roman numeral 4 may not in its totality reflect the obligations. But even a bigger issue at this point is I still don't know who the 3 board members were to put this matter before this body at this time. I don't know whether this matter was heard in subcommittee where all these questions could have been vetted. And I looked in backup and I didn't see it. And to the extent it was there and I missed it, please let me know. I did not actually see the grant. I didn't see what we agreed to do or not do. So if that was in there and any board members at this table saw it, please let me know. But I didn't see that in backup. And I understand maybe it's one of those, well, we're not going to accept the money unless the board approves the grant, and then we'll get the information and we'll get it to the body. Again, I can't remember an example where that was the process that this body followed. I certainly can't remember any occasion where this body approved anything without the underlying documentation. Where's the signed paperwork? Because that's going to really tell us what our obligation is, and it's going to tell us how these monies are going to be spent. Otherwise, all I know about that is this. I have a background piece of paper saying, well, this is what we're going to be required to do. Well, those terms are typically specified or laid out in the grant. So to the extent that exists, I would ask that it be produced. To the extent I missed it, I'd be happy to take a look at it now.
Okay, I've got Scott with a response, then I've got member or Vice Chair Wood, member Longacre, member Reel, and member Davis. So Scott, did you want to?
Yes, so just for the public and the good of the board, this is not a grant that would be subject to federal oversight. If you further go into the policy there, this was established in 2018, so we can certainly relook at it or do that. I'm the grants compliance officer, and so is Sarah Harward, and so the process was followed to the T. Now, if we could go to the backups on the agenda item, I think everything that was raised is in the backups, the whole description of the grant. What we're doing is we're following our policy and our processes to ensure that you as the board, or that before we enter into the agreement with a private company, that we have your permission in accordance with the policy. The aspect of why it didn't go through committee is because we haven't had to do that in the past. There's nothing that this policy, so maybe it's a supersedes or, I don't know. We're open to, that aspect of a process, but we feel we're following the process, that there's data or information in the backups that should answer board members' questions. If it doesn't, we can certainly address those. But we would not sign an agreement in accordance with our policies and procedures. Does that help? Or
Yeah, let's keep going. Sure.
The grants compliance officer, Deputy Jones, indicated that the grant application is in backup. If we could call that up, because I wasn't able to find it. So I'm looking for the grant application that was approved apparently by IHC already. So if that document's in backup, I don't know who's driving, but if we could call that up. And again, I apologize if it's there. I really spent time looking for it. Again, I'm not looking for the summary of what is or may not be in the grant application. I'm looking for the grant application because that will tell us whether there is federal oversight or not. It will tell us what our obligations are. But all I have right now is this summary, this one piece of paper for a $1.5 million grant. But again, I'm not saying that this is true or not true. I'm just saying I don't have any documentation surrounding it. And then to bypass a subcommittee without providing that documentation makes it even more difficult to move forward for me, because as Director Loveland said, and not only her, but the ESSA funding, right? We were told, well, if you want it before the full board, just get 3 board members and bring it back. Okay, well, if we need to do that, let's do it. But this one just bypasses that process with no documentation and ends up before this body. So can we see the grant? I thought that's what was shared by the deputy superintendent, that we have that document. Can we just bring it up on the board so we can see it? And I'll profusely apologize for the misallocation of time, but I couldn't find it. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
No, so we're looking at it right now. There is a technical issue, or that it was allegedly or supposedly loaded, but we have it right here. I'm not sure why the link or the backup is not working. So, but Dr. Voorhees can pull it up and show you, or Kelsey has it. Okay, so I think we just have but yeah, I do understand Board Member Carey's concern, is because, I can see it, but I don't know what's going on. I don't know what happened, so.
Yeah, sure.
The document that's going to be pulled up, and hopefully it's the actual application, but was that, so apparently it wasn't backup, but I just couldn't see it, or board members couldn't see it? Who
No,
had?
I don't think I don't know what happened. It didn't load or something, so I don't think any board members can see it. So.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Vice Chair Wood.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of speak to the history of it, and it is in the backup of the agenda, but no, in the background of the agenda memo, there's some history to there. I'm just clarifying. This was an original legislative request. Legislative requests rarely go through committee. They come to the full board during legislative preparation. So it was an original legislative request by Member Davis in 2023. It was not prioritized at that time. I brought the request back in the fall of 2024, and instead of it becoming a prioritized item, staff found funding for that to happen through their discretionary funds, or their carryover funds. Sorry, mixed up the term, the carryover funds. So that never had to be prioritized by the board because we found an alternate way to pay for it. But it was approved by the board as one of our legislative items. On September 6th, I removed that from our legislative preparation, and the motion carried with members Davis, Earlhart, Hymas, Carey, Norton, Reel, Straight, and Wood, with an opposition of member Bogus, to remove it from our legislative requirements and approve the student support carry forward funding to pay for the school behavior support for K through 12. So the legislative item was approved by the full board, but the funding was then defunded by the legislature, and that money was swept. So I appreciate that the board continued to take our priorities from 23, 24, and still try to look for ways to fund this training that is critical for our paraeducators. Thank you.
Member Longacre.
The one time I try to talk, please. No, I want to reiterate what Vice Chair Bollinger said. There is a behavior issue in schools, and with our funding request that we just approved for legislation to have paras in every K through 3rd classroom, this training would be absolutely necessary, and it gives me hope that we are getting this grant, and it's my understanding that we will have control over the training. So I think this is a win-win.
Thank you. Just for your information, Sybil just emailed the documents. Is that right? There's 3 documents. So, and she apologized. Member Real.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is an outstanding opportunity for Intermountain to be generous enough to give us these dollars that can help improve our classroom experience for our students, especially those with increased learning needs. And I'm grateful that for the staff to have applied for this and receive this grant. And I think that, you know, considering we have requested this often, these kind of dollars from the legislature and not been funded, it is outstanding to see a local institution like Intermountain step up and help us still make sure our students are getting all of the care that they need in their classroom. So I'm grateful for that. And with that, I'd like to call the question.
The question has been called. Do we have a second? Second. Okay, we have a second. Let's vote. Again, we are voting to call the question. Scott, as we prepare this motion, go ahead.
So our records indicate that on October 15th? On October 15th, all board members were emailed the application. No? It went to Sybil to be put on the agenda. So if we still need to see the application, which I said we have that, then it's right there, yeah. So just for consideration as far as your motion, so.
We got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board members, are we ready to vote? Okay, let's vote. Call the question.
Member Green is a no.
Thank you, Member Green. This motion fails with 9 in favor, 6 opposed. Remember, this has to be a 10-5. Those opposed being Member Earl, Member Hall, Member Green, Member Hymas, Member Carey, and Member Bogus. So let's go back here. The motion before the board is that the board accept the Intermountain Community Care Foundation grant award of $1,578,000 to implement the paraeducator behavior support training project. Member Davis.
Yeah, I appreciate some of the history behind this. And I also, quite frankly, appreciate the process questions too, because I think that's important to, you know, remind ourselves, because this has been, you know, a couple of years in the making. It actually started initially with some legislative initiatives, and then but anyway, one thing I just wanted to note that wasn't mentioned in the history, and I'll just add this, is that as we were kind of thinking like, what can we do to help in this space as a board? And we had talked about this back during the, when the board approved this legislative, or this, first the legislative request and then the carry forward funding for this. The reason that we had kind of talked about going with this type of model is because our special ed team had recently done a training that was a similar type of a model with special educators, I believe, for paraeducators. But how many, Chair, could we just, I just be reminded, but I think like 1,000 people participated in that training, and it was highly successful. So am I remembering that right, or is it wrong? 11,000 paraeducators participated in this training that our staff offered. And I feel like there's so many behaviors out there that if we have one person in each building that can at least come and help mitigate, help support teachers, help with ideas for mitigation and such, that this could really be very beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Bogus.
Yeah, so I hats to member Carey. I actually like it when he does that. I think it makes us a better board. And so I thank him for his stuff. My only concern, if I could speak through the chair to Superintendent Voorhees, is my concern about these trainings is oftentimes they present childhood as a disease as opposed to addressing behaviors. And that was my big concern in making certain that we have control of what our paraeducators are being trained on. The only thing I have reservation about is that we can't offer it to every para. I think that it's definitely needed. Mitigation strategies are needed, responding, de-escalation, all of the things, because when that is all on the classroom teacher, it's almost an untenable situation. And so I support the idea, but I definitely have concerns about the training because some of these trainings don't actually address behaviors, they address ideological frameworks. And so I'm super thankful that we have control of that training and can make certain that it addresses that. Thank you.
Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Is it possible, and this is from the document that was just supplied by Sybil via email, is it possible to call up the email from Mary, I assume she's with IHC, to Dr. Voorhees dated October 14th, 2025? And so my question, Chair, if I may. And maybe I'm missing something, but this appears to be a confirmation letter thanking Dr. Voorhees for our education innovation application, training for paraeducators. And it seems to indicate that it was approved. So, two questions on this matter, Chair, that I have, and I don't know who's best situated to address them, but I don't believe I have still been provided with the education innovation application. If it did not appear to be attached in the email that Sybil sent with those 3 attachments. So if that application is out there, I would like to see yes, we would like this grant, here's how we meet your specifications. Is that application, has that been provided? And my second question would be, if we've been approved for the application and there was no caveat saying subject to this board's approval, procedurally, where does that leave us, right? I thought we were here to approve accepting the money as it says in the summary, but I don't see any indication that this board's approval is either necessary or desired. So you have to whisper a little bit lighter. So I don't know who would have that information, but I have those questions on this matter, and then I have some others. But if I may, Chair, those 2 questions. Thank you.
Here's what I'd like to do. Board members, if it's okay, I'd like to take 5 minutes, and we can come back and go through questions again. But I'd like to take 5 minutes, if that's okay. I recognize that we're 10 minutes away from lunch. We've spent a significant amount of time on this, but let's make sure we get this right. So can we set a timer for 5 minutes? Thank you. Board members, thank you for that. Public, we thank you for your patience with us. Let's pick up where we left off. We're going to go back to Member Carey. Do we have, make sure we have a quorum here? I believe we do. So Member Carey, thank you. Or the mic is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I know we have a pending motion to approve this, and so I'd just like to speak to that. And that is that on the merits, I think this is a great proposal. We absolutely would benefit from the funding. To the extent that my concerns about proper process were conflated with the substance of the motion, I don't think this is the right occasion. So I'm going to speak in favor of the motion, but I would ask the chair to consider that there be a discussion on process in this matter when it comes to board approval in the year 1979, and we ride that to move something forward in the year 2020, or in 2023, and we use that to move forward in 2025. But I appreciate the board's patience on it, and thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. Yes, we'll look into that and find ways in which we can better be clear for the board so that past requests will be, if there's continual movement on it, can be brought before the board, and we can look at that. So thank you. Board members, the motion then before the board is that the board accept the Intermountain Community Care Foundation grant award of $1,578,000 to implement the Paraeducator Behavior Support Training Project. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Green?
Abstain.
Thank you. That passes. 14 in favor, 1 abstention, and that abstention coming from Member Green. Board members, with that closes out agenda item 5, our consent calendar, and that will move us to agenda item 6, but I would like lunches here. I know we just had a break and you probably didn't eat, but let's please take lunch, and then when we come back, if that's okay, Chair of Standards and Assessment Committee Earl will jump right back into agenda item 6 right after lunch. Thank you, board members. Let's take 30 minutes.
sad when I'm eating my cookie already.
I can, board members, welcome back. Let's go ahead and jump right into agenda item 6. This is the Standards and Assessment Committee report, and we will turn time over to Chair Earl.
Thank you. We have 2 items before us today. The first one is it's the alternate science standards revision. And the motion before the board is that the board approve the DLM alternate achievement science standards revision.
Thank you. The motion restated is that the board approve the DLM alternate achievement science standards. Seeing no lights, let's go ahead and vote. Member Green?
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you.
Where's Joe at? I don't know if he had questions on this next one, so. Okay, we're ready. Member Hall? Okay,
That passes 13 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 absent. That the member being opposed was from Member Bogus. Back to you, Chair Earl.
to see if you had a question. It's 3:25. Yes, so the motion before the board is that, so this is the public education exit and engagement surveys. And the motion before the board is that the board approve R277325 public education exit and engagement surveys, draft 1 on second and final reading.
Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-325 public education exit public education exit and engagement surveys, draft 1 on second and final reading. I've got Member Bogus and Member Carey. Member Bogus.
Thank you. So I don't know if this is, but through you, Chair, I think it might be to Director Rasmussen. I'm just wondering why the definition of educator is so narrow. I think we miss about 40% of our educators with this definition.
I'm not sure if that, let me ask this, was to the committee. Was this definition changed?
No.
Okay, so this is a question about a previous one. So Sybil will see if she can find a staff member who can respond to that. Until then, if you don't mind, we'll move over to Member Carey.
That's fine.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if there's someone who could answer this question, but I heard that our response rate to the survey is extremely low. And I just wanted to know, one, if we know what that response rate is, and once I hear that response, I'd have a follow-up question, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't know if Director Rasmussen can answer that question about the response rate on the survey. Do you have answers to that one? Okay. We're dancing with staff here. If we can get.
I want Ben to answer it, whether it's his item or not. No, go.
Yeah, good luck.
I said,
Let's jump back to Member Bogus's question directed to you, Ben, if that's okay, and then we'll see if we can get Member Carey's answer.
Thank
Member
you.
Bogus.
What was the question?
Sorry, thank you. So the question, Director Rasmussen, was, is there a specific reason that the definition of educator is so hyper-focused and narrow?
You're talking about 325?
Yes.
I did not draft that rule, so I'm not sure why they drafted it the way they did. Who drafted that, please? 325?
It looks like you have some help.
Well, you can answer. Okay, I'm being shown an answer. There are general education teacher, special education teacher, several different things. I think it's just because there's a lot of subsets that they needed to include.
Okay.
I haven't seen the definition, so I'm trying to catch up here. Sorry
Could we pull
about
up the
that.
definition for him? Because as this reads, it does not seem to include any high school teacher because they're not gen ed teachers. A school-based specialist is different from an itinerant specialist. And then nowhere in here do we address coaches. We don't address some of the people who have a broader experience. It seems to be hyper narrow to me.
Well, I think a high school teacher would fall under the under general education classroom teacher. I think that's what that's trying to encompass is any teacher in the classroom.
Okay, so then.
What were the others you were asking about?
Well, a school-based specialist is different from an itinerant specialist. So with this definition, I would not be able to fill out this survey because then I'm an itinerant specialist.
Would you not be considered a general education classroom teacher?
No.
Oh, I think you would fall under school-based specialist, even though you go to different schools. I mean, I don't think that they're reading this as strictly as you are, as narrowly as you are.
Okay, so then my question would be, could they? Because I believe some are.
I mean, is there any indication they're trying to read this to exclude people from taking the survey? I don't see why they would.
I think I think there's evidence that it is possibly happening, yes.
I mean, the board can make that as specific as they feel it needs to be, you could just say all staff. I'm not sure what the parameters are of who takes the survey in that. Like I said, I didn't draft this, but if the board has a lot of flexibility as to how they want to handle that.
Yeah, Ben, can I ask just a quick follow-up question on top of this? Is educator defined in R277-100?
It's defined in code.
Okay.
I think is what we usually use for licensing and that. I'm not sure why they chose to define educator separately here.
Sure. Thank you.
Well, and I guess that
Vargas, follow-up
kind
or-
of brings us to the climax of my question. To me, this narrows the definition that we have in other spaces, and I just don't understand the why. Thank you, Director Rasmussen, for trying. I do appreciate it.
Let's go to Member Carey's question, and hopefully we have a staff member who could answer that. Will you restate that, please?
Sure. First, I just want to thank the staff who were assigned on this project. That's Jennifer Wadsworth. I believe is it Etiana, Coley Mells, and Willie Chen. I had sent a request for information, and what I got back not only answered all my questions, but answered questions I didn't know that I had. So thank you for the thoroughness of that response. But one of the things that came up in the data you prepared, you in 2023, 2024, you indicated that about 12% of our educator workforce left their positions. And in 2024, 2025, 13% of the workforce, our educator workforce, left their position. But then when we look at how many actually completed the survey, it's substantially lower, like 12%, 14%. And I just wanted to know why you think that is. And as a board, is there anything we can do to get more educators to respond to the survey because of the good data that it provides? And I would just ask anyone who can answer that question, provide the answer.
Well, we'll have Superintendent Hart start, and then if another staff member wants to rescue, then we'll see what happens.
I had the same thought when I saw the data, and so I think and I saw it at the same time you did. I think we need to talk to our superintendents and talk to the people that talk through the process by which the survey gets pushed out and when it gets pushed out. At the end of the day, you can't, somebody's left a job, you can't force them to take a survey. But at the same time, if we could provide it earlier, if we could talk to HR directors about making it part of an exit package, if we could, there are things we need to brainstorm in the process because I noticed the same thing you did. I don't know if staff maybe were already ahead of me and had some other answers on that, but there are partners, meaning the superintendents, the HR directors, and teachers themselves to maybe find out what we can do to get additional information.
Thank you. Member Lear?
I maybe can add a little bit of information. I remember this bill, and it was sponsored by Representative Moss a few years ago that put this in motion. And if this is a continuation, maybe it was as long as 5 years ago. But I remember saying to her at the time, this is a lot of people who are leaving the job are leaving the job because they're engaged in something else, they're disinterested, sometimes they're mad, sometimes they're frustrated, but you have the worst possible combination of circumstances to ask people, oh, by the way, we've got this survey for you as the door hits your backside as you go out the door. And there's not an incentive to answer these questions. So I think the one thing that you mentioned, Molly, that superintendent, that I think might be a good idea is maybe to get the HR directors involved, make sure they're aware of this, and we can't like hold a paycheck hostage, or not that we could anyway, but an LEA is not going to do that. So if they could maybe get invested in it a little earlier and be convinced of the value of the information, that might be a way to start. But right from the inception of this rule, I remember talking to Representative Moss saying, we're not going to get much feedback because these people their heads are already out the door. So it's kind of the nature of the business is what I'm unfortunately, it turned out the way I thought.
Okay, I've got Member Earl, Member Bogus, and then Member Green. And did you want to, I've got Dr. Voorhees. Go ahead. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Leah Voorhees, Deputy Superintendent of Student Achievement. To the question of increasing, all of those responses are very helpful. Another one to add is that when the survey link is emailed, if it's emailed to the email in Cactus, and if the educator has already left, they're not going to get that email, right? But Etiana also provided some interesting information that I thought you would appreciate about this year. So 146 responses have already been received. 86% of the educators who have left this year have participated in the new survey model, which she did provide information about, but I'm not sure all the board members have, that some of these questions came up when you discussed the survey last year, and you did recommend some processes to improve the response rate, and it appears that those processes are helping, because 86% is a much better response rate. Almost 90% of those who have responded in full, which is a huge increase. So the work that you did last year has actually made a difference. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that feedback. That's great. Okay, Member Earl, Member Bogus, and then Member Green. Member Earl.
Yeah, okay. I guess I mean, if you go to R277100, it gives a definition of educator there. If someone wanted to make that motion, we could put that in. I don't know if it becomes more exclusive or more inclusive. I don't know either way. I'm just kind of drawing that attention that it references code. It's an individual licensed under 53E6-201 who meets the requirements of board rule, if necessary. It feels like it does encompass that the way it's written. And it says for the purpose of this rule, right? It's not meant to. So anyways, just throwing that in there.
Member Bogus.
Thank you. So I have that code actually up here, and the definition in code is a person who holds a license, a teacher, a counselor, an administrator, librarian, or other person required under the rules of the state board to hold a license. So that definition is far more expensive than this definition. So with that, I would just move to strike lines 20 through 25, and then we revert to the definition in R277100 throughout, and I think that makes the simplest approach to this.
So let's make sure there's a motion presented to the body here. And Member Bogus, let's make sure we get that correct. You want to strike lines 20 through?
Lines 20 through 20. Oh, I apologize. I should have had my glasses on. Lines 20 through 25.
Keep an eye on the screen, will you? And once we have that, we'll seek a second and go from there.
And so I noticed that our staff has put up, and to replace it with, if I could ask a question of Superintendent Newey, if we don't replace it with anything, doesn't it revert to our 277100? Then I think that's the simplest way to do it, is just to remove the definition, which would default to 100, and then it's a broader.
You just want to strike it.
Yeah, and then
that's your motion.
Mm-hmm,
okay.
Yes.
So the motion is that the board strike the definition of educator from R277-325. Is there a second? There's a second.
Second.
Back to you, Member Bogus.
I think we've covered it. I don't know that I have any more to say. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board strike the definition of educator from R277-325. Not seeing, Vice Chair Wood, go ahead.
Sorry, I do have a question in terms of the people needing to take this survey. Just to clarify, are all of the people that it lists for the purpose of this rule, does that 100 encompass all of these people? Okay, thank you.
Member Bogus.
So the answer to your question is yes, and a bunch of others. So it would expand out to librarians, itinerant specialists, coaches, maybe even because the definition is anyone who's required by this board to hold a license. So then you're even in the space of social workers, counselors. Counselors are not on this list, some of those things. And so it's a yes and others that I believe should have access to the survey.
Follow up.
Because it's a public education exit survey, it's not a teacher exit, so it's a
Yes.
public education. So you're saying it will encompass and give us greater information of why people are leaving the system as a whole.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
If
Member-
I'm wrong, somebody should make me smarter, but that is what I believe this will do, yeah.
Member Earl?
I guess the question is, are all school-based administrators licensed? I mean, that's the one caveat that I was thinking may not encompass, right? Because they can technically be hired by charters without being licensed to be an administrator, as well as they can technically be hired. Yeah.
Yeah, they do. Districts are required in code to have administrators be licensed and charters are not.
So now we would be maybe eliminating.
Right,
That's my
there's-
point. Is it and
There's
yeah,
some residual
so-
effects, yes.
Yeah. Would we be getting everyone or not in this case?
Yeah. Okay, so the motion then is that the board strike the definition of educator from R277-325. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Green?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes, 12 in favor, 3 opposed, those in opposition being from Member Wood, Member Earl, and Member Hymas. Okay, so the motion before us then is that the board approve R277-325 as amended, or as amended, Public Education Exit and Engagement Surveys Draft 1 as amended, I'll get there, on second and final reading. Member Bogus.
Thank you. So I'm just wondering if we look, and maybe I missed it because again, my notes didn't come through on the thing. I probably forgot to save it. But lines 42 through 44 are struck, and it says, if an LEA administers the climate survey every other year. Why are we not administering this every year? Because I keep seeing this language every other year.
I'll speak to, and correct me, staff, if I'm wrong. I know that the board has gone over and beaten the tar out of the climate survey. And we're trying to reduce the number of surveys. And I don't think it's mandated that the climate survey is done every year.
But this isn't the climate survey. I apologize. I think this is the exit survey.
Well, you asked about the climate survey and I gave you the climate survey answer.
I apologize that I misspoke. My notes are not on this one. They were on the other one, okay, Chair Hymas. But my question is, if we aren't having people fill this out every year, what is the rationale for doing it biannually?
Elise, please.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. So there's 2 surveys that are part of this rule. There's the educator survey, which that one is administered every other year, like Chair Hymas said, to reduce the amount of surveys and things that we're sending out to our educators. The exit survey, however, is sent out whenever an educator leaves the profession. So regardless of which year it is, they'll get the exit survey.
That's all I needed to know.
Thank you. Member Earl?
No.
Okay. So the motion is that the board approve R277-325, Public Education Exit and Engagement Surveys Draft 1 as amended on second and final reading. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Green?
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Back to you, Chair Earl.
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes standards and assessment. Let's move on to agenda item 7, our Finance Committee report. Chair Davis.
Just need we have 2 action items for the board today. The first is that the board directs staff to convene a working group to address the topics of voted and board leeway, the guarantee, truth in taxation, and transparency. The working group should include invited stakeholders representing business administrators from local LEAs, local board members, legislators, representatives from USBE, the Utah Taxpayers Association, the State Tax Commission, and a representative from the county level. And then I have an amendment.
Okay. Let me restate the motion, Chair Davis.
Levy.
I'll restate the motion and then you can amend. Is that okay?
Yes, and it was written, I'm sorry, and I read it as it was written, but it's levy, not leeway.
That's a good
I
catch.
voted on board levy. That was a great catch. Thank you, Member Bogus.
So the motion that came out of committee,
You're like, that's a new tax. Oh, no, no more taxes. Yeah.
the motion that came out of committee is that the board directs staff to convene a working group to address the topics of voted and board levy, the guarantee, truth in taxation, and transparency. The working group should include invited stakeholders representing business administrators from the local LEAs, local board members, legislators, representatives from USBE, the Utah Taxpayers Association, the State Tax Commission, and a representative from the county level. Is that correct?
Yes, and I have an amendment.
And back to you then for the amendment.
Thank you. And I would move to add 2 additional stakeholders to the work group from the LFA office, the Legislative Fiscal Analyst, and GOPB, the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget.
So the motion to amend is to include the a representative from the GOPB and a representative from the LFA.
And I'll speak briefly to it if I may.
Is there a second? Second. There's a second. Back to you.
What we found, we appreciated Member Earl's motion in our last full board meeting, and what we found as we've been studying in committee is there's just layer upon layer upon layer, and you say, well, why can't we just do this hearing at this time? Well, because we get the information from the county at this time and we're begging for it or whatever. So then there are different, it reminds me of is it called a Rube Goldberg machine? Is that what it's called? It reminds me of that. The whole taxes, property taxes scenario reminds me of that machine because there's this affects this and this affects that and this piece affects that. And so anyway, that's why we have all of these different people on the list here, not people, but roles necessarily in agencies representative. And that's why we need to add these other 2 is because we just want to make sure we get kind of a comprehensive working group to look through all of those to see if there are ways to adjust the equalization cap or a variety of things with the timelines of the county and such.
Okay, Member Earl?
Yes, I just want to say I appreciate the discussion that took place in committee last month and the engagement. I appreciate the public's comments. Since then, I've had quite a bit of discussion, a couple of legislators that are actually working on not only the truth in taxation provision, but also that timeline. So I do think this is the right direction to go. They've also been engaging with some of these similar stakeholders to ask those questions, just saying, look, the budget, once you've got a budget ready to go and then you go to the truth in taxation afterwards, it's a problem for constituents. The other thing is I went back and I told Howard Stevenson that I'd go back and look at my taxes and see what the increase has been. And it has literally been from 2013 to my taxes I got last week, double and then some. So whatever, 3,000 to 8,000, right? That's what people are responding to. Not that we're 43rd in the nation, not that we're 50th in this category or whatever, bottom of pulling in whatever taxes for whatever. They're looking at the taxes they're paying on their homes and they're saying this is an issue. So I do appreciate the discussion. The motion was to get people started in the discussion, and I appreciate that we'll continue to do that. I think we're going to see some movement. The legislature themselves are hearing this pushback. That's what, when I brought this forward, that's the same thing I'm hearing. While we don't tax, we do have constituents that are concerned about that tax money and how it's being spent in education and what it's been going for. So I think we are involved in that, whether we realize that or not. So I do appreciate the thoughtfulness in the group there, and especially our staff members. I just have to say thank you for being willing to kind of look at those numbers, look at what happens in the impact. So anyways, that's my comments.
Thank you. Member Kelly.
I guess my question is to Board Member Davis, you made the original motion, you mentioned that you had an amendment. Did you make that amendment? Because I know that your amendment included adding a few others to that list. Have you made that amendment?
Yeah, the amendment
I
was,
don't see
was
the
made.
amendment.
It's just not on the screen here.
Okay.
And I don't know who's driving, but remember and that's what we're voting on. We're not voting on this full list. We're voting to add the GOPB and LFA to this list.
So then I'm going to, if you don't mind, I'm gonna make an amendment to your amendment, that we also add 2 members of the general public to that.
So there's an amendment to the amendment to add 2 members of the general public. Is there a second? There's a second. Go ahead, Member Kelly.
No, I think there's constituents out there that are interested in this topic that don't necessarily hold a position in public office that I think can add tremendous insight to the discussion. And I don't think, I think we ought to look for opportunities to include the general public in that discussion.
So I've got Member Bogus and Member Davis. Are you speaking to this amendment to amend? Member Davis.
Yeah, just a question of how would those two be chosen? Because we talked a little bit about this before, and it was kind of tough because the tax structure and the taxes are so different geographically in so many different places, and so you would get widely different perspectives. But I'm not saying that's a problem, but all of these others have kind of an organization that would suggest, here's these people available to help with this working group. In this case, it's, there's tons and tons of people out there. So how would staff typically puts together a working group? How should they choose 2 members of the public? Is there a criteria or?
Response, Member Kelly.
And I don't know if that question was directed towards me or not. I think maybe staff, Scott Jones, could help us with this in terms of, but if I would envision a process where general members of the public could apply to be added to this, what are we calling it, group, working group, and then staff, look at the background of those individuals that are applying and choose 2 of those individuals. So.
Okay, thank you. That helps, Chair, if I may just follow up. So do we need to add that to the motion that they would apply through application?
So, yeah, I'd be willing to,
I don't know if it would need to be as part of the motion, since we're not directing anybody else.
That's fine if it doesn't need to be.
I think we would need to go through a process. So I guess my question would be, when it does happen, does it come to similar to does it come to executive where we had that discussion over? Kelsey?
Thank you, Chair. The board recently, in response to legislative action, put together and I'm not gonna say the name right, the student data reporting, the working group or task force, I should say, was looking at issues on the student information systems.
Treasurer is doing it.
Yes. So Deputy Jones is nodding his head yes, so I am speaking truth. So the way the staff did that, because it was a task force and it doesn't necessarily go through our usual process of advisory committees, like no,
it's a working group.
Okay, working group, excuse me. Because it was, a different format than our advisory groups, it went through a slightly different process where people did put their name forward for the individual roles that were outlined by the board and by 508. and staff looked over those names that were submitted and the backgrounds like member Kelly talked about. And then basically we came back to the board and said, hey, these are the people staff have chosen of those that were that the names that were submitted. Do you approve them? And the board voted to approve those. So I assume a similar process would play out here, just like with the USDB working group as well. I believe that was a very similar process.
Is that good with you, Vice Chair Kelly?
Okay, so the motion then is to amend the amendment to include, I'm looking for it, to add 2 members of the general public to the list of stakeholders. Let's vote. Member Green?
Yes.
That passes unanimously with member Lear absent. Okay, so now we're to the amendment.
And may I speak one more time? I know my light's on for this, but, oh, not about the amendment. Sorry, the underlying.
Sure. So the amendment then is to add to the list of stakeholders, representative from the GOPB, representative from the LFA, and 2 members of the general public. Member Bogus, is this to the amendment? Your light?
No, it's not.
Okay. Let's go ahead and vote then on this amendment. Member Green?
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Okay. Chair Davis and then Member Bogus.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to note that task force, or not that group that the treasurer is working with, I think specifically would address the items that Member Bogus had originally brought up in the original motion in the full board that then led to the committee. So, anything we do want to incorporate that as well and coordinate with them. But I also want to just note that this group is not probably going to have recommendations for this particular session. I mean, it's from the people that I've talked to anticipate for the following session because of the many layers that are involved in the system of the taxes. So I just want to make sure that's, everybody understands, just to manage some expectations. And maybe they get a certain amount done and contribute to whatever's being happening, in the session this time. But it could take longer. I just want to make sure people are aware of that.
Member Bogus.
Thank you. So I move that we remove the Utah Taxpayers Association. We've got a number. What?
Is that your motion? Or
That is
you
a
wanna
motion.
speak? Yeah.
Yeah.
I cut you off before you could speak to it.
Oh, I'd be happy to speak to it.
I know you. Let's get a second though.
Okay.
So the motion, let me just restate it. The motion is to remove the Utah Taxpayers Association. Is that correct, Member Bogus?
Yeah.
And then is there a second?
Second for
We got-
discussion.
Please go ahead, Member Bogus.
Okay, so first of all, they're registered lobbyists, and I think we have a good broad swath of individuals here that are representative from across the state. I think we've done really well. In particular, the Utah Taxpayers Association, according to disclosures.utah.gov, has only filed once in the last 3 years. And that document says they spent $60,000 on signature gathering, which means they're hyperpartisan in some manner or another. And I think if we're going to do this, we need to do it with as much objectivity as possible. And I don't know that that kind of an organization brings that kind of objectivity. So just a thought, and I'll leave it to the body. Thank you.
Member Davis.
I would tend to agree, but for one thing that I may need to seek some clarity on in my brain, and maybe staff can help with this, but it's my understanding that they've been given legislative authority to approve or disapprove based on certain criterias, local board's ability to put forward the taxes. I don't either. That's what, if it is, we may need to keep them, but if not, we could remove them, I think.
Well, if it's true, I need to make a legislative request.
So, okay.
To approve or
Cindy,
disapprove.
sorry, we're having like half of a conversation,
Sorry.
like, yeah, so your question, who's it directed,
Is to staff. Has the Utah Taxpayers Association been given legislative authority to approve or disapprove the local board's abilities to tax based on certain criteria?
the answer was no.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Follow-up? Yeah.
Yes. Well, who was the entity that was saying you didn't, dot this T on the website, right, or something? Who is that entity that's doing that?
Scott, please.
Yeah, that's the tax commission, Chair Hymas.
Thank you.
Not the Utah Taxpayers Association.
The tax commission is already under there, so.
Yep. So
Yeah.
we can take it out.
So
They
no,
don't have any part in the process.
Yeah,
They're only lobbyists.
right.
Okay.
Chair Hymas.
Please.
I mean, you could get a legal opinion on that because we're not attorneys, but our interpretation is no, that they're not part of that. They're under, an entity that doesn't have that authority. So does that help?
Yeah, helps me.
Okay.
Okay. So the motion then is to, I'm looking for it, the very bottom, there it is, okay. To remove the Utah Taxpayers Association. I think that's it, right? From the list of stakeholders. Let's go ahead and vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green.
Up to Joe. Joe's the tiebreaker.
Don't forget, all their money is spent on signature gathering. That's the only expense they've had in the last 3 years.
I hate Oh, I was just saying I hate being the last one.
No pressure. Vote with me, I'm your buddy.
Okay, that motion fails. 8 against, 7 in favor. Those in favor being Member Lear, Member Green, Member Booth, Member Bollinger, Member Davis, Member Longacre, and Member Bogus. So that brings us to the amended motion, and that is that the board directs staff to convene a working group to address the topics of voted and board levy, the guarantee, truth in taxation, and transparency. The working group should include invited stakeholders representing business administrators from local LEAs, local board members, legislators, representatives from USBE, the Utah Taxpayers Association, the State Tax Commission, a representative from the county level, a representative from the GOPB, a representative from the LFA, and 2 members of the general public. Let's vote. Member Green?
Member Green is a no.
That passes 13 in favor, 2 opposed, those coming from Member Green and Member Bogus. Chair Davis.
Thank you. Our last motion is that the board approves using $50,000 of federal mineral lease funds to support the Utah Community Math Initiative, math workshop, and research proposal. And I'd like to speak briefly to it, if I'm allowed.
Yeah, let me restate the motion. I've got a question. I'll send it back to you, Chair Davis, to speak to that, to give us more information, and then Vice Chair Bollinger has some questions. So the motion is that the board approve using $50,000 of federal mineral lease funds to support the Utah Community Math Initiative, math workshop, and research proposal. Chair Davis.
Do we need a second? No, it's committee. I don't know what I'm thinking. Yeah, just wanted to make people aware that this was one that you had mentioned, Member Earl, and we did have our staff talk with Ogden School District, and they did also talk with Ms. Jones, who was working on this project. And we're definitely interested and have communicated with her and are going to work with her and her company just for some refinement to our understanding. But we also checked to make sure that this wasn't necessarily funding a doctoral dissertation project or anything like that, and that was not the case. So we felt like the initial feedback was positive.
Thank you. Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. Question, how was Ogden District chosen for this project?
Is that directed? I'm not sure if that's directed to Chair Davis or...
I don't know whoever's in charge of this project.
Are you pointing to staff or Member Earl? She's directly, yes. Member Earl, do you want to respond?
Yeah, it's location, meaning that the individual interested in doing this research is from that area.
Okay, follow-up questions.
Yeah.
Do we know if this is scalable? My concern about doing a project like this is the time and energy it takes to set up a program, and then if it's a one-time deal, it's a lot of taxpayer dollars to spend if it's not going to be an ongoing project that can be. Do we know if this is if the plan is just a one and done, or is the district committed to have an ongoing support?
I can't speak for the district on that. Let me just clarify a couple of things that do we have like a weird echo going on? Yeah. Yeah. So,
you know what that sounds like?
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
A couple of things. It was mentioned someone said her business. This is not her business. So I just want to be clear because I got a couple of questions from staff asking that same thing. She is associated with an research entity that is not a university because they always take half of whatever you do. And so this is a research entity that focuses specifically on math and STEM policies. This is just an extension of some of that research. So when you say scalable, the research could be used around the state when it's completed. Whether or not she's going to go out and advocate in all these different areas, no, I don't see that, right? It's the research that comes from it that would be usable throughout the state.
Okay, sorry, I have lots of questions about this
okay.
because
I would have loved you to have called me a little.
Well, and you mentioned that it's not funding a research project. However, our IRB fees are included in this, which is
no, it is. It is a research. That's what I'm saying.
But the
it is research.
Is the dissertation the research project?
I don't know what you're talking about, dissertation. This is the third time I've heard this, but this is not her dissertation. So wherever that came from, and I've heard it from some staff, she actually is finishing her doctorate currently. This is a research project. This is not a dissertation.
Yeah, well, and I guess that's where my confusion is because it says PhD candidate, and typically when a PhD candidate is involved in research, an IRB research project, it is for their dissertation. That's why I wanted to clarify that. Why we're paying, so we're paying the IRB fees just for the research project?
Which you would do if you're gathering data and doing a research project, you would have those fees. Okay. So yes. She, on the 17th of this month, she does her doctoral thesis. So if that helps clear that up, I don't know, I've heard that from 3 people now, and I don't even know where the rumor came from, so.
Additional
Do-
questions? Yeah.
Are these the same
Okay,
questions?
if somebody
that-
else has, I can wait.
Staff asked me 5 days ago.
Okay.
I'll put you back in the queue. I do want to recognize that Member Earl had her light on before being called on to answer. So I don't know if you had questions, and then I've got Member Carey, Member Davis, and then we'll come back to Member Ballinger.
I don't know, just go with the questions at this point.
Okay.
I'll just tell you this, it's, I mean, in the community itself, the Ogden School District said they probably wouldn't use it in one of their schools currently, but they were supportive of the concept and the ideas and had some ideas for it. Moving forward, they felt like it would be better for a summer program, but Weber School District, there's already a location at Weber School. I mean, not Weber School District. Weber State has a location for this project to go on. Weber School District said they would be happy to get the information out to parents for those that wanted to participate.
Okay. Let's go, Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. I did have the opportunity to speak to Superintendent Rasmussen on this matter, and he was generally supportive, so I can't and I don't want to speak for him, but he liked the notion that we're tackling these math problems in a different way with an emphasis on bringing in the parents or the adults with the student. He did have some questions about it, and he told me that the applicant was more than willing to accommodate and address any concerns that he had at the time and continues to do so. But given their level of general support for moving forward, I think it's a good thing. And I think that someone doesn't always have to be from an LEA or a school to have a good idea about education. And here's someone who wants to improve student scores in a way that, it hasn't been tested, it hasn't been proven, but with enough credibility where you've gotten the superintendent to say, yeah, this idea is worth looking at. So I'm in favor of the application. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate the wordplay when you said tackling the math problem. Just saying. We tackle math problems every day. That's what students do. They tackle math problems. Okay, Member Davis.
I think the thing that moved me into support of this is, one, I love the emphasis on parents and helping to teach parents how to help kids with math in particular, and giving a space for this to happen with kids and with parents. But the bigger issue is financially, because I don't know that we would have the luxury of funding this for all these isolated areas and districts. But the bigger issue to me is that, just a reminder to the board, that federal mineral lease funds can only be used for research, to my understanding, if I'm understanding that right. And this is a research project, and so I think we should and can support, some research projects that may give us some information or create a model that could be scalable later into other districts if they choose to use it, or charters or private schools or whomever.
Thank you. Vice Chair Ballinger.
Yeah, do we know, and I don't know if Member Earl's the one to answer this. Do we know if the teachers, because I know that teachers were going to be invited to this. Do we know if teachers would get paid to attend this? Is that part of the payroll? Is that the teachers would receive a stipend, or are they having to go on their own time to be part of this research?
It was an opportunity, and no, they would not be paid. So just open as an opportunity just for the parents too and the students, so.
So the motion then is that the board approve using $50,000 of federal mineral lease funds to support the Utah Community Math Initiative, math workshop, and research proposal. Seeing no other lights, let's vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Member Green, we barely heard you. Will you repeat that?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, that passes 13 in favor, 2 opposed, those opposed being Member Bogus and Member Bollinger. Chair Earl. Or Chair Davis, sorry. Thank you. That concludes the report, or the report out. Okay. Well, we are on agenda item 9. This is Law and Licensing Committee report. And so we will turn over to Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Starting with item 10.2, R277-731, Catalyst Center Grant Program Policy. And the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-731, Catalyst Center Grant Program Policy, Draft 3 on second and final reading.
Apologies, Chair.
Oh, did I say?
You went to agenda item 10, I believe, and we're on agenda item 9. Although I do want to point out that agenda item 10 starts at 1:30, and so it is 1:30.
No, don't try to grant me mercy on that. That's my mistake.
Okay. So yeah, if we would need to tackle R277-100, agenda item 9.2, if you have that.
Thank you. I was looking at the wrong data sheet. Thank you, Chair. 9.2 R277-100, definitions for Utah State Board of Education rules. And this matter passed out of committee unanimously, and the motion for the board is that the board approve R277-100, definitions for Utah State Board of Education rules, draft 2 on second and final reading.
Thank you. So the motion that came out of committee is that the board approve R277-100, definitions for Utah State Board of Education rules, draft 2 on second and final reading. Member Bogus?
Thank you, sir. Through you, Chair, I'm wondering who identified, and I'm quoting line 21 and 22 here, increasing engagement as a practice associated with accountability.
Is this directed to Chair Carey or?
Yeah, because it wasn't in there previously, but now it's there, but it's not really a practice. I just am having trouble reconciling the language.
Vice Chair Bollinger?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So if you look on where lines 18, 19, at the end of that, it says to increase behavior engagement plans. So it was already in the language, but what was brought to us in committee is that the wording was mixed up. And so that was the recommendation to reword it to include all of the components that were already included in the rule before, that was already passed previously.
So these are behavior plans related to engagement, or are we speaking about universal practices?
Vice Chair Bollinger?
Well, I don't know if you want me to be talking about accountability practices because you know how I feel about them, but but the way it just was practices that may include. So these were supposed to be just examples of what the board has now deemed accountability practices. So those are separate. Those are just all separate examples of accountability practices.
Okay, may I follow up, Chair? So I appreciate that, but I'm still confused because increasing engagement isn't a practice. It's an outcome of a practice, but it's not actually a practice. And I'm not certain it's an accountability practice. Are you tracking with me?
I am, but I do think that increasing engagement could be part of a practice.
Well, yes, there are strategies to increase engagement, but increasing engagement itself is not a practice. It's a metric on a dot chart.
Depends on how you define, but possibly. But accountability practice, well, I should stop there.
Okay. I might have a motion. I'm gonna think about this.
Well, you might have a motion. There is a motion on the floor. You just got to get to your motion before we vote. So if I'm not seeing any other hands, I'm going to restate the motion. You've got about 15 seconds. Is that? I know I'm not here to rush you. I'm just. There you go.
On the
Okay.
fly motion about this. Well, that was what I was gonna say. Well done, Superintendent. I move that on line 21, we insert the words strategies to and change increasing to increase.
Let's make sure we're tracking here. You wanted on line 21,
Yes,
you want to insert the words strategies to,
and then change the word increasing to increase.
so, I'm going to read how it would look in practice. So 21 and 22 would now read, practices may include behavior plans, restorative practices, and strategies to increase engagement.
Yes.
Okay. There's a second to that. Thank you. Do you want to speak to that? Okay. So the motion then is, the motion to amend is to insert the words, okay, to amend line 21 to insert the words strategies to in front of increasing and change increasing to increase. So it would read, practices may include behavior plans, restorative practices, and strategies to increase engagement. Let's vote. Member Green?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so the motion then is that the board approve R277-100 definitions for Utah State Board of Education Rules Draft 2 as amended on second and final reading. Seeing no additional lights, let's go ahead and vote. Member Green?
Sorry, one moment. Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously with Member Davis absent. Back to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. The next item is 9.3, R277-311, specialized endorsements. And the motion for the board is that the board continue and approve R277-311, specialized endorsements, draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion before the board then is that the board continue and approve R277-311, specialized endorsements, draft 1 on second and final reading. Member Bogus.
I believe she's in back, but I would love to talk to Director Height just
Well, what
briefly.
questions do you have?
Well, I got a question from a constituent and I think I gave them the right answer, but I would like it to be right for the record.
Let's throw it out there.
Would you like me to wait for her? Or would you like me to throw it out until she's here?
She's sitting right there.
Yeah, just go ahead and throw it out.
Okay, so the question is, what's the difference between a physical education endorsement and an adapted physical education endorsement? And my response was, one includes a special education license. That there are maybe semantics, but basically you have to have.
The special, you're correct. Adaptive is the special education adaptive PE program, and that is different than the PE program that is general PE.
Yes.
And you're exactly right. I'm confirming.
And it's a different approach to physical education
correct.
because of severe cognitive and motor capabilities of students.
100%.
I was right. All right, thank you.
So the motion before the board is that the board continue and approve R277-311, specialized endorsements, draft 1 on second and final reading. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Green?
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Chair Carey?
The next item, Chair, is 9.4. This is R277-322, Local Education Agency Codes of Conduct. There is no action for the board at this time. And then the final two items, 9.5, R277-111, Board Oversight Framework, listed for repeal. The motion that passed out of committee was that the board repeal R277-111, Board Oversight Framework, on second and final reading. I do have a substitute motion.
That's in order.
And that motion would be that this matter be carried until the December board meeting.
Yeah, let's get some, I appreciate the motion there, because it's on the agenda under, 10.4. Will you just look at that, Chair Carey? For some reason, we're doubled up because we had a October 16th meeting. So just for the public, if you want to explain what happened there, or I can.
Oh, go ahead, Chair.
Yeah, so the public understands, the motion says, see the agenda from the October 16th committee meeting. So we have this posted in two different areas. And so now what I'm recognizing is that Chair Carey is, from agenda item 9.5 is connecting agenda item 10.4 on top of that. Is that correct, Chair?
Yeah, and if that's in order, I thought that made more sense in terms of just putting them together and proceeding, but if we need to break them down, I'm happy to do that as well.
Point of order.
Point of order, yes. Just a point of order, Chair Carey. I believe that the actions from 10.3 and 10.4 were put in that order because the outcome of 10.4, the R277-111, would be based off of what happens with 114. So my suggestion would be that we address them in that order.
Starting with 111 or 114?
114.
Okay.
So I don't know if you want to go, yes.
Yep, happy to do that.
Sure. So on if I'm understanding correctly, Chair Carey, the action items for 9.5 and 9.6 will be addressed in the next agenda item.
That is correct.
So if it's okay with you, let's jump to agenda item 10.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect.
So, and I'm just going to pick up with 10.3 because that's where we are. And then I'll circle back to 10.2.
We would be 10.4 actually was 111, but I mean, Chair Carey, if you want to suggest that we go to 10.3 first, based on Vice Chair Bollinger's point of information, then that's appropriate.
As long as it's not, I see Board Member Wood. I want to make sure that I'm not doing any, because I'm hearing Matt, but looking at Vice Chair Wood. So as long as I can proceed, I'm happy to do it either way.
When you hear Matt's voice and looking at Vice Chair Wood, you're just going to confuse. Thank you, Chair.
Understood. So with the chair's consent, if we go to item 10.3, that is R277-114, response to compliance and related issues. The motion that passed out of committee was that the board approve R277-114, response to compliance and related issues, draft 3 on second and final reading. I do have a substitute motion.
That is in order. And let me just restate what came out of committee, make sure we have it proper, and then I'll give it back to you, Chair Carey. The motion that came out of committee is that the board approve R277-114, response to compliance and related issues, draft 3 on second and final reading. Back to you, Chair Carey.
And the substitute motion, Chair, would be that this matter, 10.3, and the consideration of R277-114 be carried until the December board meeting.
Okay. Oh, there it is. The motion then is that the board table this, or that R277-114 be carried until the December meeting. Chair Carey, look at this motion. If it's tabled or carried, I'm going to let you decide on the wording as it's your motion.
Wait, how's that a pun? What did I miss? Oh.
Yes. Spell carried Kerried. Yeah.
You can't do that.
Pull it
So
from the table.
the point of order here, you're saying if it's tabled, it needs to be,
If it's tabled, then we would need a motion to pull it from the table. And if the correct language, if I'm understanding, is to postpone until the December 4th board meeting, because to be carried does not automatically assume we're going to take it up. It would be similar to the word table, which means there would need to be two motions, one to pull it off the table and then one to address the issue itself. And so I think the correct language would be to postpone. But I'm happy to pull from the table if that's the intent of the maker of the motion.
Even though it removes the pun, I think Board Member Bogus is correct and it should be postponed.
we're not punning, we're punting. There you go. Okay. No more. Stop. Okay. But the motion then, Chair Carey, if this is correct, that
It is.
R277-114 be postponed until the December 4th board meeting. Do we have a second? Would you like to speak to that?
No, sir.
Okay. Seeing no lights, let's vote. Member Green?
Member Green is a yes.
This passes 12 in favor, 3 opposed. Those opposed coming from Member Wood, Member Bollinger, and Member Reel. Chair Carey.
The next item, Chair, would be item 10.4. This is R277-111, Board Oversight Framework, listed for repeal. The motion that came out of the Law and Licensing Committee was that the board repeal R277-111, Board Oversight Framework, on second and final reading, and I do have a substitute motion.
Thank you. So the motion that came out of committee is that the board repeal R277-111, Board Oversight Framework, on second and final reading. Back to you, Chair Carey.
And the substitute motion would be that this matter be postponed until the December board meeting.
Okay, the substitute motion is that the board postpone this item, specifically being R277-111, until the December 4th board meeting. Is there a second? We have a second. Chair Carey?
I don't need to speak to it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Member Reel?
Thank you, Chair. Can I make a substitute motion that it's sent back to committee?
This is a substitute motion.
Okay. An amendment to the substitute motion?
I believe that is in order. Yes, you can amend a substitute motion. So the motion to amend is to simply say until the December 5th committee meeting. Is that correct? Okay, so it would read that the board postpone this item R277-111
No, 5th.
until the December 5th committee meeting. Is there a second? I'm not hearing a second.
I'll second.
Oh, we've got a second. Back to you, Member Reel.
We don't need to discuss it. I think it's pretty obvious. I know that the work that they've been doing has been really robust, and I feel like I would like to see more collaboration and something better coming before the board with these 111 and 114, so we don't spend a lot of board time discussing and the both rules.
Member Bogus.
Oh, well, I guess has the motion been seconded? Yeah. Oh, okay. I apologize. I didn't hear it. I'm confused as to why we're moving it to committee when the other one's going to the full board, and this one's only up for repeal. So I don't understand the need to send it back to committee to send it back when it already passed out of committee for repeal. I guess if I were to argue that something needed to be debated, it would be the other one, not this one. I'm just genuinely confused.
Okay. Seeing no questions or no lights, the motion to amend is that the board postpone this item R277-111 until the December 5th committee meeting. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Green? Member Green? That motion fails. 9 in opposition, 5 in favor. Those in favor being Member Reel, Member Davis, Member Booth, Member Bollinger, and Member Lear. This brings us back to the motion, and that is that the board postpone this item R277-111 until the December 4th board meeting. Seeing no lights, let's vote. That passes unanimously with Member Green absent. Chair Carey, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. The item 10.2 R277-731 Catalyst Center Grant Program Policy. This matter passed out of a committee unanimously, and the motion for the board is that the board approve R277-731 Catalyst Center Grant Program Policy Draft 3 on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion is that the board approve R277-731 Catalyst Center Grant Program Policy, Draft 3 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, let's vote. Oh, we've got Member Davis.
Sorry, I'm going to
blame
abstain
Member
on
Earl
this
for-
one.
yeah.
I know this is in code and I understand that, but I just think it's concerning that we're not putting the folks that are teaching there even on an LEA only license while they're working at the Catalyst Center, because if there is abuse or a problem, there's no record and they can go and teach at a different Catalyst somewhere else. That's kind of concerning for me. So that's why I'm abstaining from this, because I really am supportive of the legislation and the Catalyst centers and everything that we're doing. I think they're great opportunities for students. I've toured Davis. I think it's fabulous. But I'm just want to explain my vote at this time.
Thank you. The motion then is that the board approve R277-731 Catalyst Center Grant Program Policy, Draft 3 on second and final reading. Let's vote. Member Green?
Yes.
That passes 12 in favor, 2 abstentions, and 1 no vote. The abstentions coming from Member Kelly and Member Davis, the no vote coming from Member Bogus. Chair Carey.
Chair, that concludes the lawn licensing report out.
Thank you. Board members, great job. I know we postponed 2 heavy lifts, but still, great job.
The two big ones.
I know. Superintendent Hart, do you need a few minutes or are you ready to go? Okay. Can we take a few minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a few minutes. Board members, 7 minutes on the timer, and then we'll meet back here. Thank you. Board members, thank you. And let's jump back in. We are on agenda item 11, Superintendent's Report. So we will turn it over to Dr. Hart.
Right. All right. Board members near and far, I'll report out. As you know, I like to take a past, present, future orientation to my board report and just give you little snippets of information to maybe illuminate what's happening on the agency side of USBE. First, this month, I am very pleased to report is Parent and Family Engagement Month. So you will see a number of items in social media. There's some newsletters going out. Of course, our parent engagement specialist and others are keeping up the web page and making sure that is informational and the links work. And as questions come in from parents, if they believe that many parents would have the same question or whatever, they make those adjustments to the website. They send information out. It's a very robust two-way process, and we're going to have some spotlights. So keep an eye on our social media, and you'll see resources, you'll see spotlights, you'll see information supporting the family engagement piece that we know is absolutely vital to our mission. That's a little bit about right now. We also, Beverly Taylor Sorensen did commission some research, which was absolutely fascinating. You'll see more about this, but I wanted to give you the heads up and be looking for it when it's released. It's not to steal the show, but I did have permission to share that the effects of Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts Program, as we know, is a very positive relationship. The findings are that students in the BTS Arts Program perform measurably better on their standardized assessments and things that we measure. And that bore out in research. And additionally, they surveyed parents and once again got very favorable reports from parents. And just be looking for that research when it comes out, because it's encouraging, and we're definitely and we know that in order to educate students and prepare them for the future, it needs to be a well-rounded student. So just wanted to give a heads up that's coming your way. Since the last meeting, we've had a Science of Reading night to recognize excellence by teachers and students who are achieving high rates of literacy, and that was just an awesome night. I believe some photographs were shared. We put some media out on that as well. If you need any information, I can certainly get you more information. We've been spending a lot of time with OLAG, our friends over at OLAG. We've responded to a number of audits. They have one coming that was just announced on literacy. They are going to be looking at implementation of Science of Reading. And there are a couple of reports that came out that we will be responding to at the next legislative audit meeting. I've been visiting schools, of course, as recently as yesterday. Went and visited Roots, and of course that's just an amazing place. They're doing amazing things and have been for quite some time. And if you ever need a lift, that's one of the places to go. So, and we'll be heading down to Wayne County, where they are. I'll be in your neck of the woods as they do the ribbon cutting for a new high school, which is for some of our rural areas, especially, not a common occurrence. So it's a community celebration, and I'm excited to have been invited and plan to join them for that celebration. Been meeting with directors in-house in my 6-month listening and learning tour. I gave myself 6 months to absorb as much as I can about USBE, the agency, and been meeting with directors face to face. And that bleeds right into the future, which we will be embarking as an agency. Thank you today for approving the contract. We will be doing our next steps in the strategic planning process, taking your strategic plan and creating an operational plan. That is a huge undertaking and will involve every single person at USBE. And we are very excited to engage in that work. It'll be intense. And we will be presenting that to you at the conclusion of the work. We have engaged a partner in that work, and we'll be creating metrics, theories of action, goals, deliverables, and we'll be sharing, like I said, sharing that with you. We do have a couple of things that I really want to highlight, put on your radar. One is the first credential. That report will be presented at the next, we believe at the next interim meeting, tentatively scheduled, although that agenda is not out. That was the target date. After that, we will present that report to you and talk about what that means for USBE and next steps. I believe that I'll be creating a webinar for staff and informational materials for the board, and just very excited for what that means for our students and our high schools. I'm also requesting that you consider, through board leadership, a conversation about artificial intelligence and AI. It's to the point where we need to have a very detailed, I think, conversation about AI, and there's so many levels to artificial intelligence. We've got the use of AI in schools by teachers, the use of AI in schools by students, the use of AI in administration, the use of AI at our level. It's just there's so many layers, and we're coming at it from so many different directions that I think it's important that we have a conversation so that we know when we talk about AI or we're making decisions around AI, what it is we're specifically answering. What question are we answering? What problem are we attempting to solve? There's a lot swirling around in this space, and it is I am making the request that you consider a study session or other time set aside to really engage in a conversation about where we want to take this. I'm offering a kind of a heads up that we're hitting a tipping point, and I would really, I think all parties would. It's time to have that conversation. And then lastly, I just wanted to bring to your attention that we are up over, I think it's we don't always know the exact number, but it looks like we're up over 50 education bills at this point. It almost feels like the legislative session has already begun, or maybe it never even stopped. And so just know that staff, myself, we're spending a lot of time answering questions when legislators or others want to engage in that, we are absolutely willing to be sources of information and answer any questions that they may have. Just know that that is a large, a very large percentage of time. The legislative session is not confined to just the legislative session. And I just want you to know that your staff is spending quite a bit of time in that area. I just want you to be aware of that. Of course, we do not have positions. That is your role. But we do want to provide information so that the decisions that legislators make as they decide what they want to pursue or not pursue is based on information and not maybe old information or very narrow perspective. We want to make sure that we're providing them strong, robust feedback if they desire it, if they ask, right? So I would also like to entertain from you any questions. I don't want this just, if you have questions for me, I really would like to hear them. It's not, I don't want this to be a time where I just tell you things and you sit there with questions. Please, either now or after the meeting, reach out. Some of you are really, really, really super good at that. And some of you I don't hear from. So please, the door is open, and I want to make sure that that we are a service to you as much as we can be. So please take a look at that parent engagement, those parent engagement resources. Know that we're in the field working with them as much as possible. We attend superintendent meetings. We take every opportunity to meet with groups of educators, whether it's the teacher fellows or in districts or subject matter experts in groups, or it's community partners. We're out there sharing the vision, the mission of USBE, and working as a service agency. We are a service to the field, and we are a service to our legislature, and that's why we exist. So those are the things we're doing. Are there any questions, or are there any items that you were wondering about that I could answer any questions?
I'm not, Member Booth. The hand raise. There you go.
Superintendent Hart, just wondering now from your perspective after a couple of months in the saddle, what are you seeing as the biggest roadblocks that inhibit the agency from moving forward in the way that you have a vision they should be moving forward?
So it is no secret that I have said it to many people, in order for the agency to move forward nimbly, we have to be able to modernize and put our resources where the board has indicated through strategic plan or otherwise, where your priorities are. And as we know, the Constitution says you lead the public education system. Unfortunately or fortunately, legislative mandates tie our hands in a lot of cases. And I don't think we forget that legislators, I don't think we forget. I think it's easy to forget that legislators are just like us. They have a term, maybe they've moved on, but their bills and their projects persist. And the strings that come along with those are similar to the strings that come along from the federal government as well. And so sometimes the best legislation is the undoing of legislation or the subtraction. Sometimes we think about making improvements by adding more legislation in order to correct a situation. In fact, it doesn't seem to be human nature to immediately think about subtraction. And sometimes subtraction is the easiest way to gain flexibility, especially in a year when there may not be the financial resources that we saw following COVID or following, maybe when the economy is different. So I do believe that some of our efforts need to be spent thinking through what has what policies, and this goes for us too, what rules, what laws, what programs have served their purpose and are now an impediment to moving forward rather than a support for fulfilling our mission. So I would answer that question in that everybody, whether it's a board member or a legislator or a staff member, or even an LEA board member or staff member, when times that resources are limited, maybe also go through the exercise of subtraction and not always addition to solve a problem. So I would like to see the courageous, because it is courageous, it does take extra courage to stop doing something. I would like to see that. I would issue that challenge to everybody in the public education space to think about what we really are trying to achieve. Is 42% achievement on our end of year tests, is that what we are okay with? And if not, what can we do and not do in order to make that number move?
Yep, follow up, Member Booth.
So I really, I think that's a great bit of information for us to begin processing. From your perspective and from your position in these few weeks that you've sat in that chair, how focused do you feel that the board, the agency, that local LEAs are in focusing their efforts on the child, the student? And do you have any perspectives that we ought to be considering as we continue on this journey together?
It depends on the time of day. And it depends on, quite frankly, my own energy level and my own cynicism. Because as with all of us, that ebbs and flows, right? I try to surround myself with reminders of what's important. And I would like to post up in a couple of rooms, our room included, our mission and our focus, so that when it is so easy to get off track and get in the weeds, that we are constantly brought back to center and brought back to that mission. And, I make jokes about, before I start certain conversations, I would like to say, okay, before we get started, what's our point? What's our mission? And number two, what problem are we trying to solve here? Because I think if you're reminded of what our mission is, and then you're reminded to think about the actual problem that you're solving, I think conversations become much clearer. So I do think that it's easy to get off in the weeds, and I do think that that in many ways that's our job. But we also have the responsibility that as we go off into maybe the nitty gritty, the details, that there needs to be a quiet voice somewhere or a loud voice saying, okay, what's the point? And if the point isn't to make things better for children or for the people who are serving the children, because that's what makes it difficult about our work, right? We aren't in the classroom. It's really easy when you're in a school, and quite frankly, I've told many that's one of the biggest challenges of this job is not actually being physically located in a school and being reminded every day, and the absence of school lunch. That's a bummer too. But being around students, and that's why I mentioned school visits, makes it easy to get off into the weeds, because by definition we are degrees away from students. But anytime we get into a bind, I really hope that each one of us in the back of our mind thinks about, okay, are we still headed in the direction of making things better for children? That, though, is an individual responsibility as much as it's a group responsibility. And so it's a challenge I issue to everyone, and I issue it to myself, and I issue it to my staff. Sometimes we do make decisions that benefit adults instead of students. That is a common problem in education. And we have to remember that it's about the student and not necessarily about the adults.
Thank you.
That concludes my report.
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent Hart. We appreciate that. Let's move forward to agenda item number 12.
Yeah, that.
Never mind. Kelsey brought us back. Thank you, Kelsey.
And after all that, and that just puts an exclamation mark on what I just said, right? It's so easy to forget about the reason we're here. And to that point, we have, who's bringing, there we go. Come on up. If you'll give her the mic. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Hart and Board. My name is Shanda Stenger, Arts and Wellness Coordinator. The artwork today is from the BTS Arts Weber State Region, which includes Morgan, Weber, and Davis County. And we're excited to share this collection of student artwork that highlights the impact of arts integration across our elementary schools, demonstrating how art serves an essential tool for deepening student understanding and engagement in core subjects. Beginning here, we are looking at science and visual arts at Lincoln Elementary School, led by Courtney Thane, a BTS Arts educator, and it is using visual arts to explore the phases of the moon through a detailed watercolor project. Following this, we have pictures of Meadowbrook Elementary that showcases a powerful integration of music and social studies, celebrating the Constitution, which we have a video at the end that we will show. Next, we have an example of various art pieces from Wasatch Elementary that include contour hand drawings and still life flowers. The contour line drawings are used not only for deep observation, but also to demonstrate mathematical concepts of patterns. Hooper Elementary with Jana Ma contributes pictures documenting student learning through literacy and art throughout the year. Moving into more focused social studies and ELA integration, fourth grade students at Hillcrest Elementary, taught by Emily Holmes, connected visual arts and social studies by creating embossed tinfoil medallions to celebrate Dia de los Muertos, reflecting on culture and history. Similarly, across the room at Greenwood Charter School, led by Lydia Stewart, she linked visual art and ELA through the Power Words project using watercolor and collage to illustrate uplifting words and explore figurative language and word choice for positive school culture. The Power of Theater Arts is highlighted, showcasing various projects across grade levels at Lakeside Elementary. And finally, we are reinforcing the connection between music and science at Kaysville Elementary with Marty Austin, where she used visual representation of bird calls with melodic contour, integrating music and science. Collectively, these projects illustrate the innovative spirit and success of arts integration throughout the Weber State region. We are going to showcase the video featuring students taught by BTS Arts music educator Catherine Fowles from Meadowbrook Elementary.
We the people, in order to form a more perfect union. We were asked to do lessons on the Constitution during the month of September. And since I do music, I chose to do something that would involve music and movement. Ensure domestic tranquility. I would say when you integrate the arts, it brings, first of all, just joy and a different way of connecting the brain to the subject, and a different way of being excited about what they're learning, and a different way of internalizing it, and to have the kids, when they hear that word Constitution, to have a connection, a physical connection, and to also see, this is for us today. We are the people that it's for. Hopefully they got a sense of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for that presentation of art. Thank you, Dr. Hart. Let's move to agenda item 12. This is the 2026 General Legislative Session preparation. Elise, do you want any opening remarks here? Please.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. So in the backup, or let me back up. During the October board meeting, you all made several motions about different statutory changes that you would like to have staff work with legislators on. In order to make sure that we are communicating that accurately to our legislators, we went ahead and created packets for each one of those requests. There's a couple that we're still working on, and we will have those by December. But we just wanted you to know that there are packets in the backup that kind of describe a little bit more information. Please let us know if you were the board member that made the motion, or if you have any issues with those, we can update those. But those are in backup, and that's what we will be using to communicate with legislators moving forward.
Thank you. That is very helpful. And yeah, I appreciate your work on that. So. Okay, let's move into, if we have any requests, let's go to Member Carey.
I just have a question. Would it make sense, in addition to listing the request that we're making to lawmakers, would it make any sense, and I guess this is directed towards Deputy Nui if appropriate, to know what legislators are thinking in advance of the session as well, before they file a bill? Or is there just too many and we're going to get 500 ideas? I mean, I don't know the answer, but I was thinking about it when you were speaking. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I've got Molly wants to jump in.
I can speak a little bit to that.
Sure.
We would be happy to share some of that information. I think it would improve the process. There is a couple little caveats though I would offer. One is that sometimes the legislators have them protected, and so that could be we wouldn't include those on the list because this is a public facing backup, but we could also work out something where you guys are able to see some of those as well and not post them to backup, but we could work on that for sure.
You want to go before Molly?
Yeah, just to be clear, this wasn't a request. It was truly just informative, like, does this make sense? And so if it doesn't make sense to staff or to leadership, it's not I'm not requesting that it be pursued. Thank you.
No, I appreciate the clarity. Thank you. Molly, you still want to? Okay, let me get you.
So one thing I've started doing is asking, would you like to come talk to a group of board members or to the board? The Superintendent's Association and the School Boards Association does have legislators that come before them in their group. And so I started saying, if, offering that, I think it's, I haven't had anybody take me up on it yet, but as we get closer to legislative, it's really just sharing that we want to partner and we want to make sure that respecting the position of legislature to they're going to legislate. Just making sure that they have every opportunity to get the information, to get accurate information in which to, they don't want to waste their time either writing a bill and then finding out that there was something they didn't know. So it's something I've started doing in conversation and I will continue to do. They do have a weird, the whole protected notion of bills, we obviously are going to respect or else they'll never come to us. And we don't want that. We don't want to violate any trust, but I will get any legislator in front of you that even hints at the willingness or interest in having that conversation.
Thank you. Member Earl.
So this kind of goes along with Superintendent Hart. If there is an individual who's working with a legislator or a legislator themselves that's interested in presenting a concept or idea, what does that look like? They just need to notify you, and then during this time they would be able to share their thoughts or whatever.
The way I envisioned it, unless somebody corrects me, is if they were to take me up on it, I immediately turn it over to leadership. I would ask them how much time you want. Do you want to talk to a committee? Do you want to talk to the full board? And then I would turn it over to board leadership. And in my mind, it was during this time or during public comment or during a committee were the times that I was considering.
Okay, so I have
some suggestions.
It kind of goes with waivers too, but it's kind of encompassing of several, but I'll have them reach out. So thanks.
Okay. Board members, you can see the list of requests that we have before us. And we have already begun, I'll report later on, we've begun meeting with some legislators regarding these requests. If there are additional ones, it'll be on the agenda again next month. I don't see any lights for requests right now. And so let's move on to agenda item 12.2, which is our funding requests. So is there anything, Scott, will you start us off there?
Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. So this is a perpetual agenda item that leads us into the legislative session. So for your and the public's review, of course, is where we stand as far as the board's priorities for funding. Is it my fan? Is it blowing my hair back? Is that okay? Okay, I can turn the fan off. So it might be the fan. Was it the fan? Yeah. Okay. I need a lot of help. So okay. Good to go, sir.
Thank you, Scott.
Okay, yes,
please.
sir. So the so for your review is where things stood as far as when you submitted to the governor's office under the Budgetary Procedures Act. But then also, we staff take this opportunity to update you on the latest and the greatest coming out of the legislature. So if we could pull the backup on the public education appropriations recommendations, now there's this process under 63 Juliet, that's the code, 63 Juliet Budgetary Procedures Act, where the legislature has to perform what's called the accountable budget process. So each year, there's select programs. They can't possibly review all of public education programs, right? So each year we do those. And so these that you're seeing in this list, okay, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit ahead of it. If you could pull that up. Let's see, is that public? Yeah. Okay. So here is the last meeting. So public education appropriations, their last interim meeting is every October. And this is one part of the, in the interest of time, but value for you as a board to be informed on are those programs within this year's selection of programs for the accountable budget process that is being recommended to be either put in the base budget, just, no other actions. That's what you're seeing on the top line here. And what I'd like to just, key takeaway here is that you can see the CTE programs in here. So tomorrow, you're going to get a really great presentation on the CTE program from Dr. Voorhees and Dr. Longhurst. So we're really trying to make sure you're well informed and that, we're duly informing you about what's going on at the legislature and especially in the PEA, education appropriations and funding lanes. So if you'll scroll down, they met in the second segment of this. These are particular recommendations that have some caveats to them or policy changes or technical changes or what they're called. If you recall last year, there was some, there was a early literacy program, things like that were getting attention as part of the accountable budget process. So this is to ensure that you're well informed. Again, I know I've said that several times, but just really want to make sure that we're here for you and we're setting conditions for a really great legislative session. So these are the recommendations that are going to Executive Appropriations Committee. Now that meeting is Executive Appropriations Committee is later this month. So if you have a chance to listen in on it or attend, staff will be there, then if you scroll down, these are currently the only two programs that have been recommended to be taken out of the base budget because EAC meets this month, Executive Appropes, then they meet in December, and it's that December meeting where they set the base budget, okay? That's going on right now. Later, on the third item, you're going to get the update on the enrollment counts from Sam and Dale. So this all ties in together. So subject to any questions or concerns, that concludes this item. You don't have to take any action, but we just keep it as an action item just in case you do want to or change anything as we go and we move together. We're moving pretty good in parallel, I think, right now with the legislature and governor's office and all that. So thank you, sir.
Appreciate that report, Scott. I've got lights from Member Brenton, Longacre, and Earl. Let's go to Member Brenton first.
I'm so sorry. It went so fast with the legislative policy changes. Could we go back to 12.1 and bring up the motion sheet? Is that in order?
Yeah, we're still in agenda item 12. We can go back. There was no motions there. We just were moving on. So what, you've got a
So I have a
motion
motion.
here? Sure.
So my motion is that the board direct staff to work with the legislature to establish a secure statewide process for parents to view and review instructional materials from home to increase curriculum transparency and strengthen trust and partnership between parents and schools.
Okay, it's been stated and seconded. You want to speak to that?
Yeah, I was just thinking at the beginning of our contract process with curriculum vendors, I think it would go a long way to just send a message of trust with parents that they can log into curriculum from home and see what their students are learning. Right now they're told that there's copyright, and so they oftentimes have to go on site to the school to look at things from the school computers. And I think we could have a process in place that says, that is more friendly to the parents, where they could sign an affidavit or a waiver, ensuring that they're not going to sell or, share the data anywhere, but that they just can have eyes on it and see what their kids are learning from. With password protected, whatever needs to be there, that's all fine. But let's just do something to signal to parents that, hey, we understand if you want to see the curriculum, you should be able to log in and do that from home.
Thank you. Member Longacre and Earl, are you speaking to this motion?
No.
Okay. Vice Chair Bollinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I definitely see the need for parents to be able to view and review instructional materials. I do know that it is now required for parents to be able to view and review instructional materials before it's approved by use of a district. But to your point of depending on the vendor, just like when we're reviewing materials, sometimes we have to sign NDAs. And so I'm not sure how that works with curriculum companies to be able to show all of the materials where they have control over them, where if you are viewing it from home, then the vendors don't have control over the materials specifically. And that may work and sometimes not. So that's my concern, is what that might look like. So I don't know if you have any ideas on that.
Member Brinton, did you want to respond to that?
I just thought in the past, students would bring home textbooks, right? And so we always saw, and we could go along and know what our children were learning. And I just think some trust has been broken down over the last 10 years, where parents have, and especially realized during COVID, that there were things in the curriculum that parents weren't okay with. So I appreciate Utah law that asserts that parents are number one in education and we're secondary and supportive. So I just thought something like this would be a signal for that. Back that up.
Follow up?
Just a follow up, Member Britton, just to help me, and or through you, Chair, to Member Britton, if I may, is your idea in when we acquire instructional materials or when they're working on the materials? Because I know a lot of schools right now will use like an LMS like Canvas, where parents do have access and they can be added in as observers, and then they have access to all the curriculum through being an observer. Is it something that you're looking at when materials are approved, or just on a day-to-day basis, just to help me understand?
I'm not sure all the answers to that. I just think if there was a way that we could log on through, whether it's through Canvas or something, and just have eyes on things, that it would be great. So either way in the process, I'm not sure the best, but just to explore, just hoping we could explore that.
So I'm gonna just reply quickly, because we had this list that we took to Ed Interim, and when a legislator similar to that hot seat over there that I sit in at the legislator, and they're all looking at me and saying, what does this mean? And I say, I'm not sure.
Okay.
That's an uncomfortable conversation that I'd rather not have again.
Okay.
So when Member Bollinger,
So it needs to be fleshed out
please,
better.
please.
Okay. I can talk to more.
Thank you. Who do we have? I believe, so I've got Longacre and Earl. You guys are in the queue. So if you're going to speak to this, then leave your lights on. If not, I will get to you guys, if that's okay. So Member Lear.
Thank you. I just jotting some notes down so I remember what I want to say. I'm a little hesitant about this without some more detail. I of course support parents' desire to be partners with schools, and to do that they need to be able to be informed. But there are also it's a balance, because the cost is a secure statewide process for parents to view and review. Feels a lot like we've been struggling for 5 years to get a financial system that is the same for all LEAs and that works with our office. So if this is going to be a repeat of that unsuccessful and frustrating discussion, then that concerns me. So first, I would like to explore what the potential cost of this might be. That's a big concern. Second issue is this says specifically instructional materials and curriculum, which in code and in our responsibilities over decades has been have been that the board sets the standards and the LEAs choose their curriculum and choose their instructional materials, choose their curricula and choose their instructional materials. So again, I think there's a balance with, I know we're not now choosing them, but we're directing the use of them, the sharing of them, the exposure, and exposure is not a bad thing in my mind. I'm one who argues for and is in favor of public participation. But I think that is something that we've got to weigh in the board doesn't overstep its role between setting standards and then demanding certain curricular issues. And the third thing is the one I was just writing down and I might forget. Is we are also diligently working on with a group, I'm not sure what to call it, that is trying to do away with requirements for LEAs. This is not a small thing that we would be asking for, and because it would involve training for teachers, it would involve LEA. I don't think it's, and you're shaking your head, and maybe I don't want to exaggerate this, but I would like to know, how do we work with LEAs to understand what the board intends if the board supports this? Does it mean every teacher's instructional material from day to day? Does it mean upon request? Does it mean in general? I think there are some challenges to adding this burden to LEAs without their A, understanding, and B, without their full participation, because it is adding some additional responsibilities to LEAs, whether we say they're minor or find that they're greater. So those are my three initial concerns, and I don't know that I need right now a response, because I think it would be better for all of us to think about what we feel about this and not shoot from the hip. So I don't necessarily need a response right now, but those, as I look at the words on the board, those are my concerns.
Member Davis.
Oh, just as I think it sounded like you said, Jurgen, maybe you can go back and flesh this out a little bit more. But when you do, I'm just asking, Chair, if we can just address the question of digital materials and hard copy materials, because I can see my kids' digital materials that are already digital because they're in Canvas and, they're working on them and whatnot. If a child brings the hard copy textbook home, I have access to that also. My question is, the only thing we can't see right now as parents are the things that are in the classroom that aren't, for example, on classroom. Like, I go into lots of classrooms, there's tons of books and classroom sets and things like that. So I guess my question is, are you asking, and are we going to be asking, that these teachers digitize all of the hard copy materials? And if we are asking for that, will it or could it incentivize our teachers to move totally away from hard copy materials and just get stuff that's already digitized? It's the online from home component that is, I think we need to flesh out and really think through unintended consequences if perchance they're there.
Member Bogus.
You can come back to me. But I want to stay in the queue after Member Kelly, if possible.
After Member Kelly.
Thank you.
Member Kelly, go ahead.
I think the intent of what Board Member Britton's trying to do is good. Perhaps, and I'll make an amendment to her motion, and maybe that will help clarify some things. But what if we were to change statewide process for parents to access? So rather than view and review, but we change that to access instructional materials from home to increase curriculum transparency and strengthen trust and partnership between parents and schools. I think just having access to the information is what we're looking for, not necessarily that we're, going to be able to, say obviously I think the parents have a right to feedback in terms of what's being taught in the classroom with their kids. Parents do have the right to exempt their kids for right of conscience if they feel that's necessary. But having access to that, I think, allows them to have the opportunity to say, I want to exempt my kid from this lesson plan or from this material. But I think maybe access helps to lighten the burden, if you will. So.
So is this it sounds like you made a motion and spoke to it.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
So your motion to amend is to change view and review to access. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have a second? Chair Kelly or Member Kelly? Do you wanna-
I think I've spoke to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got lights from Bogus, Earl, and Booth speaking to this motion. Let's go with Member Earl, then Member Booth.
And Member Green would like to speak.
So
Okay.
I'm just wondering what's there already. And the reason why I say that is because I'm looking at the law that does say instructional materials, a local school board may establish or partner with a certified youth court. That's not the one. So this is, let me just tell you where I'm at. I'm at 53G 402. Number 27B, it says a local board shall make instructional materials that the school district uses readily accessible and available for a parent to view. And I think if I'm understanding it, it might be at the school, but you're wanting it more accessible, right? So it's maybe not such a hardship to try to actually get there and access it. So just thinking out loud, because there are provisions there. Whether or not schools are doing those might be another story, but how do we strengthen that is maybe the question.
Member Booth.
I understand the need to have access to the curriculum and instructional materials, but we need to remember that the curricula and the instructional materials are determined at the local level, sometimes even at the school level in certain content areas. And we don't have access as a state agency to all of those materials. I mean, we can access them in the same way that the parent might access them in whatever manner the local school board makes them accessible or available. But for us to dictate, it's just one more thing. We've already said that they need to make these available. And school boards, I think, are taking that seriously. If they're not, then we need compliance from the school boards. But we can't really do anything at the state level to make things more accessible, except by going through the individual educators that are using the materials or are selecting the materials and using them in their classroom. So it really is a local issue. We can require, which I think we've already done according to what we just read in terms of the rule or in terms of the code. So I'm not positive how we would strengthen that or put more teeth into this without increasing the burden or the cost in order to digitize or whatever we do to make accessibility easier and more inclusive for the parent.
Thank you, Member Booth. And Member Lear, are you speaking to this?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry I didn't say this when I spoke before. I wanted to add, I made a visit, invited to a visit at Olympus High School a few weeks, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and it's amazing. I haven't been there since I graduated, and I won't tell you, you don't need to hear the year, but I haven't been there for a while. It's an amazing school and facility. I was fortunate to quickly visit an AP psychology class and a French class, and then I also saw an pre-engineering class. The two of those classes, the AP psychology and the French class, were, as I came, showing a video and working from a video that they can just put up on the screen and point to, and then with they can immediately change. And it was an amazing teaching tool and opportunity.
But I don't know when those teachers decided to use those videos. I don't know if they found them that morning. I don't know if they have used them before. And I would not want to disadvantage teachers for using materials they find and would fit perfectly into their curriculum and their discussion. Now, if all of this can be available afterwards within a reasonable time, that's a whole different discussion. But if the expectation is they would be pre-screened by parents, I would be really troubled by that because I think it takes away a lot of a teacher's creativity and spontaneity, which I found in these two classrooms just really engaging, and the students were very engaged too.
Member Bogus, are you in the queue? Okay. So the
Member
motion Member Green, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. I appreciate that. I just have a question towards the maker, let's see, to either Member Brenton or Member Kelly. And I just need to clarify first, is this during the curriculum selection process or accessing curriculum throughout the school year as it's being, as the students are needing to work through it? We just clarify that first and then I have a comment.
Member Brenton?
Yes, Chair. Thank you, Member Green, for the question. My intent was not to put any extra burden on teachers, but just at the contract level with vendors to ask them to have a portal that's available for parents to log in, and whether they need to sign an NDA to be able to access. But if it's already available in Canva and if you can log in already to all the curriculum, maybe that's not necessary. I just wanted to, I have heard from parents who have been frustrated that yes, they can see the curriculum, but they have to go sit at the district and look at it from a school computer, often because of copyright laws, where they're not allowed to see it from their computers at home. So I'm not wanting to put any extra burden on teachers for this.
I appreciate that clarity. My comment to this is that it seems that there's many different ways that curriculum is presented, and living in this realm with my kids in the system. So from a personal level, one example is an SEL program that was presented. The only way that you could access and see the lesson is to actually maneuver through it. You had to complete the whole lesson. It presents the slide, you answer the question. It presents the slide, you answer the question. So to do that, which I did, and in doing so, we found out that with the SEL program, it was making statements that individualism was bad. The collective was better. Big issues there. We went through that, but it was very, if you're an invested parent, yes, you're going to, like I did, sit down and you're going to work through those lessons. With my daughter and ex-bi, because they didn't have a parent portal to view those SEL lessons. Another example is assignments with Canva. Canva is always stated as if it is always dependable and it is the main source, which in my experience, it is not. When a student doesn't have access to any other additional information outside of the notes that they might have taken from, say, a math class, they are kind of left to try and figure it out from YouTube's or other things. So even sources like that with curriculum or the lack thereof for students to learn has also kind of become an issue in the disconnect between a math book, let's say, and a video that may or may not have been put on Canva, or additional information to help them study through their math problems. So that makes it complicated. There is the arguments of textbooks, been witness to all of the textbooks being required to be taken out of the school, done so by the district, which left everybody in a very precarious situation. I've also been in a situation reviewing surveys where the administration, two of them, were rolling their eyes as I'm reviewing the survey, and it was, punitive at best, very embarrassing. You find that it makes you not feel so motivated to go in and just have natural questions and want to be involved with, what type of things your kids are discussing for the sake of being able to have, engaging discussion over the dinner table. So, to Member Brenton, I know that this is very complicated, because this information and the way that our kids learn comes through many different avenues. I do agree that parents are coming from a place of, we just want to have conversations about our children's academics and the education. We used to be able to access everything, and now you're lucky to get your thumb on in what avenue and media it's being presented. So I think that there is a bit of disconnect. I think we're trying to figure it out. I do think that this is a relevant, motion, because I think we're still trying to figure that out. As far as to Member Kelly's motion to change it to access, the argument I think already exists that it is accessible. My argument is that how is it accessible, and hopefully you don't give up before that option of access is, changed, or it's different than what the other class was. Thank you.
Member Kelly.
I have been asked to withdraw my motion because that brings us straight to the substitute motion, which I think would address what we're looking at and so I'll withdraw my motion to amend.
Your motion is now ours.
Oh, wow.
So the motion, well, let's restate, and that's what I'll say. We'll get to it, but let's get to it. The motion is to amend and change view and review to access. Member Bogus. You're in the queue. Okay. Is there any is there any objection or well, we're going to vote on it, because if I ask if there's any objection to this motion, then it's going to. Member Kelly.
I'm happy for the substitute motion to come, but if the substitute motion fails, then I would.
I got to get you on a mic here. There you go.
Sorry. Yeah. I want to entertain the substitute motion. If the substitute motion were to fail, I would want that motion to stand, or that amendment, if you know what I mean. So my concern is if we vote on it now and it gets voted no, just to eliminate it and get rid of it so that we go to the substitute motion, then we can't come back to it, if that makes sense to you. So I don't know procedurally how best to go about that, but perhaps we table it and come back to it if we need to, if the substitute motion fails. Member Bogus' substitute motion.
So yeah, you'd need to move to postpone.
I will move to table Member Kelly's motion to amend.
I second
that. There's a motion. There's a substitute motion on the amend. I don't even know where we're at anymore. Motion to table. Okay. There's a motion to table. And it's been seconded. Member Kelly.
No,
okay. Member Bogus.
I agree with Member Kelly.
Okay, she agrees. Let's go ahead and vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. And for clarity, the motion before us is to table Member Kelly's amendment. That passes unanimously. So we have an amendment before us then, and we have. Are we back to the main motion? Okay, so we go to Member Bogus.
I have a substitute motion that the board directs staff to work with the legislature to amend code lines 53G-4-402 subsection 27B to include options for parents to review curriculum and supplementary instructional materials from home.
Motion's been stated. Do we have a second? We have a second. Member Bogus.
Thank you. So if you look at this code line in particular, it has this language. It says a local school board shall, and that it includes 3 primary subsections in subsection 27B in this code line. And I think just having our staff work with them to ensure that these things are addressed would be the appropriate way to handle Member Britton's intent, if I could say that this is your intent. And I don't believe it would be difficult. It might be as simple as adding a number 4. And so with that, I leave it on the floor for debate, but hopefully this encompasses what we've been discussing. It gives us a place to put it. It narrows it to this particular code line, and I would just ask for your support for the motion. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is that the board direct staff to work with the legislature to amend 53G-4-402, subsection 27B, to include options to review curriculum and supplementary instructional materials from home. Seeing no lights, we've got, we got a second, yeah. So Vice Chair Wood and then Member Lear, or Vice Chair Bollinger and then Member Lear.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I struggled with this a little bit because I've seen what happened, I saw what happened during COVID when we were requiring teachers to put everything online for students to do the work. Then what happened is exactly what we're trying to get away from, which is all of the work online and on computers. There's a movement where we want to have students back doing handwritten activities and engaging activities in the classroom. And my concern with this, and I can think this kind of piggybacks off of what Member Davis was saying, is that if we're going to require all of the materials, and including specifically supplementary instructional materials, because supplementary instructional materials are not materials from vendors. So this is even materials that all teachers create. So if we're now requiring every teacher to put everything online for every parent to be able to see, then most likely what we'll see, just like we did during COVID, is then during class, because the teacher had to put the materials online, then they'll just want the kids on the computer because that's where they're accessing the materials. So I'm going to speak against this motion because I think it has a lot of unintended consequences. Again, I'm all for parents having access to review materials and curriculum, and I know as a former administrator myself, I've worked with lots of parents to provide opportunities when they want to make sure that they see and have access to the materials their kids are having. And I really believe that most administrators would want to be able to provide the same thing at the local level like we've discussed. So I would speak against this motion.
Member Lear.
I have a hard time supporting this until I know more. I need a cost estimate. I can't believe, and Member Bogus made it sound like this is just a number 4 under all those others. We need to know if this is going to cost, how much this is going to cost. Is this going to cost what we would like to put into Beverly Hayes Sorensen? Is it going to take away from what we'd like to request for a paraeducator in every early childhood classroom? And if you tell me this is just a $2 million fix, I'm a lot more supportive. But if it goes the way of USIMS and that whole process and discussion, USIMS might be the wrong program. If it goes the way of not an SIS system, but yes, a singular SIS system to make it secure, then that's not a minimum cost. So I can't support it when the cost is not even, nobody even has an estimate. The other thing that I'm concerned about is the timeline. For parents to review curriculum and supplementary instructional materials before the teacher uses them, within 2 weeks after, that makes a big difference to me because it's a much different burden for the educators. So until I know more, I'm reluctant to support it because I'm so cautious right now of putting LEAs in another gotcha position.
Member Bogus.
Nice. Thank you. So I disagree respectfully with Member Lear. I think the code already is open-ended on this, and I respectfully disagree with Vice Chair Bollinger as well. It doesn't force it online. It just says it needs to be available to review from home. If a district chooses to put it online, that's their business, or they could send a book home. And I would argue that the book is the better option anyway. And in terms of supplementary materials, that's an email to a teacher. That's it. It doesn't have to be this complex, expensive thing. If parents were to say to me, Mrs. Bogus, what are you doing this week? I could send them a link to all of my lessons for the entire week And I would be happy to send them to a folder that where I pull all my stuff from. If they want to go through all of it, I just don't care because I don't have anything to hide. But it would not be very fruitful for them to do that because I don't use all of the things in my folder. But if they want to know what I'm doing this week, because technically we teach the standards, but almost all of my instruction is considered supplementary because we don't have an approved curriculum for music education in our 5th and 6th grades where I teach. So it's almost all supplementary. So it would be as simple as an email saying, hey, this or whatever. And then I guess I just misspoke. We do have an approved curriculum for both band and strings, but for my particular content, we do not have an approved curriculum. And so it is something that they would want to see, and I would be happy to share it. And I think most teachers would be happy to share it. Most of it is already digitized. It's just a thought. I don't think that this is a $2 million fix. I think it's a process fix. And I would argue that it probably wouldn't cost any money at all. But it just is. But anyhow, I would just ask that you support the motion, and I think most of the details are already inside the code lines.
Member Carey.
Yeah, I'm going to speak in support of the motion because I think it just starts the conversation. I think we're directing staff to work with the legislature, and as those details begin to form and solidify, my support may change, but at this point, I think it begins a very important discussion and one that we need to have. So I support the motion. Thank you.
Member Davis.
Oh, I'm trying to think of an amendment to make it more feasible. Without having to digitize and stuff for lots of people.
I think sorry, may I just real quick?
That's fine.
Yeah, Member Bogus.
So I know we keep talking about the digitization, but we have a tech-heavy education center, and if you are projecting in front of a class, it's already digitized. I don't think we're asking this big, huge thing. Like, for example, you have a worksheet and you do the first problem together. That worksheet is already digitized, and most of your curriculum companies have that available in digitized format for the purposes of whole group instruction. And so I know we keep talking about this, but that to me isn't necessarily a viable concern because I think it's already there. I think where you're going to struggle in that area is in your auxiliary things. Maybe you're talking about ceramics or, and for example, mine would be easier. Maybe for other music teachers, it would be more difficult. But I don't think that idea of forcing digitization is a valid concern in that I think for the vast majority of our curriculum, it's already there.
Yeah, I think I've thought of an amendment that I think could help.
Okay.
But I think I would add the words upon request at the end, because then I don't feel like the teacher's like, okay, I've got to send a textbook home to every single parent. My whole classroom set's going to be gone because everyone's got to review it before I just think if the parent has a request and they say, oh, my child's taking financial lit, but they're going to be talking about, loans, and I don't want my kid taking, loans or whatever, then they could review all that beforehand. And if it's electronic, they could review it at home. If it's books, they could go to the school and request it and take it home. But it wouldn't be what it sounds to me like right now is I just have this vision of, oh, the teacher thinks of a quick graphic that morning to, oh, this Venn diagram would help them understand the difference between figurative and literal language. But now I got to send it home to all the parents before I can put it on my, it just seems like a lot. But I fully support any parent accessing and seeing anything and everything they want to ever. So I think upon request would be really helpful with this motion.
Well, I don't know if there's a motion coming. Did you make a motion? Did I miss that? Yeah. So your motion is to add, so it would say to amend, to add upon request at the end of the substitute motion. And we have a second. Okay. Thank you. And then Member Davis, back to you to speak.
It just feels more feasible to me. Just thinking of myself as a teacher and the tons of stuff I was doing all the time. I mean, I just think any parent who's requesting, absolutely come in, take a book home, take as long as you want. But to send one home for everybody or to do those things, it feels unwieldy.
Member Bogus?
Thank you, sir. So I'm going to speak against the motion, not because I disagree with Member Davis, but because her motion is already in the code. And for example, subsection 27B number 2 says annually notify a student's parents. And so this comes to the disclosures that teachers are already required to send home of how to access the information. So if that information is send me an email, then that's what that information is. I think that it's already there, and I think this would be narrowing the code instead of expanding the code because it's already in here.
What is the difference here, the at-home part?
Yes.
Yeah. Member Davis, did you have a?
I just think I need to, if it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass, but I think that amendment needs to stand because even more what you just said, I mean, if even more, you can't, I had 200 junior high students at a time. I mean, I think it could get unwieldy unless people are requesting.
Okay, so the motion then is to amend add upon request at the end of Member Bogus's substitute motion. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Green?
I'm sorry, I'm thinking. No.
Okay, that passes 14 in favor, 1 no vote, and that coming from Member Green. This takes us to the underlying substitute motion as amended, and it will read that the board directs, so here we go, that the board directs staff to work with the legislator to amend 53G-4-402 subsection 27B to include options for parents to review curriculum and supplementary instructional materials from home upon request. Let's go ahead and vote.
Member Green is yes.
Thank you, Member Green. That passes 10 in favor, 5 opposed. Those opposed votes are coming from Member Reel, Member Lear, Member Booth, Member Hymas, and Member Bollinger. Okay. I believe with that then we've got Member Longacre. I've got you in a queue, and then Member Earl in a queue as well. And okay. Well, are we staying in 12.1 or are we moving to 12.2? Legislative requests or budget?
We were in budget. We went back.
We went to budget a little too quickly. Member Brinton said, hey, can we go back to 12.1? And so we did go back to 12.1 where we currently are now. So before we leave 12.1, the legislative requests, this is a call to board members if they have. Okay. Member Green, we'll start with you. Okay.
Can you ask that question again? I'm so
Well,
sorry.
we
There was
we
just a
saw
lot
your
of
hand
background
up, and
noise.
so we wondered if you had a legislative request or if the hand was left up from a previous.
No, I actually took it off right before you started to talk. I'm good,
Okay.
thank you.
No worries. Thank you. Board members, again, I'm going to, Member Earl, do you remember why you were in the queue? Okay. And Member Longacre, you're no longer in the queue? Okay. There's always next month. Okay. Well, let's go to 12.2. If there are legislative funding requests, let's jump into that area there. I'm not seeing any. Board members, if it's okay with you, then let's jump to agenda item 13. Member Earl.
Just a question around, it's not really a funding request, but as we're presenting funding items here, I just have I talked with an individual the other day and I wanted to make sure I understood the impact of WPUs. Okay, is someone following me here on the back row? And the voted or board levy. And if the WPU increases, what kind of impact does that have on those levies and the rates? Is it any impact? That's what
Scott is sending Dale. Dale's like the only person I know who gets excited for these questions. So, okay, Dale, thank you. And do you have the question, or do you need it repeated? Hit that button. I'll get you on there. There you go.
Chair, let me see if I understand the question. Whether the level of WPUs affects the voted and board rates. If you change WPUs, does that change the formula? Because there's two pieces. There's the local rates, and then there's the state match. So what's the question?
So, and I
Chair?
was trying to understand it from the individual that was saying it, but somehow they were saying that and maybe it's the guarantee is affected by the local, but a WPU. So when we increase the WPUs, that somehow it's impacting what's happening with the levies and possibly impacting what's happening with the guaranteed rate.
Chair, if I could answer that. So the first answer is the number of WPUs does not affect any levies.
Okay.
That because the levies are locally determined, but it can have an effect depending on when that changes on the guarantee rate. And so to remind everybody, so the voted and board local levy program has three inputs. Every district, it's their WPUs times the guarantee rate times the number of increments. And so if you are levying all more at 20 or more increments, then and your WPUs go up. If that's done before every year we have to calculate the guarantee rate. So if there are legislative changes that change the WPUs, so all things being equal, if you add more WPUs to the district system, the guarantee rate will go down to cover the same number of dollars. If you have fewer WPUs, the guarantee rate will go up to cover the same number of dollars. Let me use an example. So the legislature, they cut the pro staff program, which was one of the basic school programs. That was something like 50,000 WPUs. They kept the dollars, but took the WPUs away and put it in another part of the budget. So that's 50,000 WPUs that don't have to be guaranteed. That allowed the guarantee rate to go up. So that means that more value, taxable value, could be covered, but the actual rates and the increments, none of that changes.
Okay, and that's what I thought, but I kept trying to pinpoint this with this individual, and then I thought maybe I'm still missing something. I couldn't get to that, so sorry. I had to ask the question now so I could get clarified. It's the guarantee that's going to fluctuate depending on the WPUs, but the rate itself, it doesn't force taxes to go up or down. It's the taxes that are brought in will vary on that rate depending on the WPUs.
Chair, if I might, it's the amount that's brought in for whatever increments are guaranteed.
Okay.
So, if you have fewer WPUs, the thing is, and the math kind of works out fairly similarly. It depends. If you have fewer WPUs but a higher guarantee rate, you might get the same amount, depending on that. But yeah, it's just, you might get, you might get slightly higher, slightly lower for the same guaranteed increment. So it doesn't change the, what the local decision-making kind of situation.
Thank you. Are we? Well, let me ask a question. So this is, and I'm fine for you guys to ask questions to Dale, but we're in an agenda item of hold on, let me draft legislative funding requests. So can we keep this germane to what's happening here? So I've got a follow-up. No, I'm going to trust that. I don't know if I want you to lay it out for me, but
How do you say that?
Okay.
yeah. Okay. I get
Yeah,
that.
okay.
I get that. No. So when we continue on, so I've got member Davis and then member Lear.
I'm sorry. Please reprimand me later. When you say guarantee, you're talking about the equalization, right? Thank you.
Member Lear.
And equally simple question. I thought that member Earl's question was about the amount of a WPU, and you kept saying numbers of WPUs. So what we really are meaning to talk about is an amount of money that's calculated in WPUs. Is that right?
Chair. So to answer Board Member Lear's question, there are two parts of the basic school program. There's the number of WPUs. Let's use an example, the at-risk add-on program. When those dollars are being added, that's to add additional WPUs, not change the WPU value.
Right.
And so the WPU value discussion has nothing to do with the equalization formula.
That's all I need to know.
It could go up or down. That doesn't change the number of WPUs.
Right. It's the number of WPUs that I always think of as a substitute for an amount of money. We talk about it in terms of numbers of WPUs rather than $8 million. Kind of.
Correct. But in the formula itself, you don't say, for example, $4 million. You say, what is that? 1,000 WPUs.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Okay, thank you. I just needed that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. And I didn't mean to call anybody out. Thank you for staying germane to the topic here. With that, board members, now let's move to agenda item 13, our monthly budget report. And we turn over to you, Scott. I've got you and Deborah on here, but I don't see Deborah, so it's all you.
So I know you would rather see Deborah, but that's okay. So Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones, I attest that the Utah State Board of Education is financially solvent. We are able to cover all known obligations and commitments. There's the report is in the backup. Subject to any questions or concerns with this report, I can move on to the discretionary report at your direction, Chair.
Please do.
Okay, for the discretionary report, we did make an amendment to it. If they could pull it up, we've provided the names of all the individuals or different entities or individuals, that have made the requests for the projects. I'm sorry, I get ahead of the pull up of the backup. So, are the names on this one? Can you see names next to the? I can't see that far. So, yeah, okay. So, we amended this since we had posted it. We amended it, sent it out to the board, and then, of course, updated the backup. So, if you were reviewed it prior to this and you didn't see the names, I'm just making sure you know. And so, going forward, the names will always be on there. And so with the earlier action by the board on the $50,000, we'll amend that and put, well, board member Earl, I think, is already on there. So we just, progressively update this. I'd like just really to call the attention to the board and the public in the upper right-hand corner are the yes, can we go to the upper right-hand corner? And yeah, so these are the remaining balances in the particular funding sources to the discretionary funds account, your state, FML, land exchange, federal mineral leases, FML, etc. Just for your consideration and the public's view that, we're tracking dollar for dollar each one of them. So subject to any questions or concerns, we can go at your direction, Chair, to item number 3, which is Sam and Dale this time coming up. So
Yep, I don't see any lights. Let's keep going.
okay.
Before you start, Dale and Sam, thank you for being here. I've got a light from Member Longacre. I didn't know if you had a question before they started.
Yeah,
Go
sorry
ahead.
if you don't mind. Those funds, is there any way to find out what we're able to use those funds for? If there's like a spreadsheet, that would be awesome.
And
Sure. Yes. I mean, if you want, so we have definitive uses of those things. I can put them as a perpetual backup for definition of federal mineral lease, land exchange. We used to do that, but in the interest of time, we pulled them out. But I can either, at your direction, Chair, I can make it perpetual or just send them to Board Member Longacre.
I think if board members have a request, maybe they could reach out. Is that what you're saying?
No. I have them. I have a list. I just asking, does the whole board want them, or Board Member Longacre herself, or that's fine.
Email one, email all, right?
Yes,
let's
sir.
just
Okay, I'll do that.
do that.
You bet.
Thank you.
Point of information.
Okay, go ahead, Member Bogus.
I would rather it be a perpetual backup item. And I'll give you the why. The why is because when we get emails and I go to search for something, Outlook does not have a good search feature. And it would be much easier for me to go into an old backup and find that document than to search my email. Please and thank you.
Doesn't sound like a problem. Thank you. Thank you, Member Longacre. Okay. Sam, Dale, you guys ready?
Ready.
Okay.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Sam Uri, School Finance Director, and
Dale Frost, Minimum School Program Administrator.
Dale's going to give the bulk of this presentation. Just want to acknowledge our partners at the Legislative Fiscal Analyst's Office and the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget. We've just completed a series of meetings that we call the Common Data Committee to not only go over enrollment, but also property taxes and projecting those the consensus on all of those things that go into building the base budget. And just want to give Dale here and his team a shout out for their great work in doing that and putting everything together in an accurate and timely manner. So take it away, Dale.
Thank you, Director Uri. It's long time no see, board members. So as Sam was saying here, just when you hear the term CDC throughout this, we're not talking about the Centers for Disease Control. We're talking about the work of these 4 organizations: USBE, LFA, GOPB, and the Utah State Tax Commission. Just like the state has various agencies and organizations that come together to create consensus revenue estimates, and having worked in states that don't have consensus revenue estimates, I'm very grateful that Utah does. And just so Similarly, we're not arguing, oh, we're going to have X number of students or Y number of students for the budget. We're coming together to come up with our best estimates on property tax valuations and enrollments. So we also went through the process of the October 1 census counts, which is an important part of that. So we wanted to provide this information to you so you can see statewide and also LEA by LEA, where are enrollments going? How are they changing? And where do we project things to go? Why are two finance guys talking about this and not data and statistics? Because we use these data for our projections as well as our updates to budgets. So we're going to be updating LEA budgets across the board for the minimum school program, the largest funding sources for schools to reflect actual teacher and student counts. And so let's get into the data. All right. So this table here shows you at the top, so October 1, 2024 counts versus what we projected, and that's the October 1 CDC projections. So we at the CDC thought that this October, we would see district enrollments down by 1.6%, almost 9,500 students, and charters up by a little over 1,600 students, for a net change of being down 1.17%. And that number was what was used to calculate the enrollment growth piece of the budget from last year. Where did we actually end up? So it turns out that district enrollments actually came in lower than expectations and charter enrollments came in higher than expectations, but the net change was 11,500 students, which it was very surprising. I expected things to be down, but not as far as where we ended. Some of that shift between districts and charters had to do with online students that work with certain education service providers, but definitely not all of it. So that might account for about 1,000 of the difference. So there's definitely big changes in our public system and then changes in our school age population. So any questions on where we landed this year?
Member Longacre.
Yeah, I have a question. Do you have numbers of students who have gone to a hybrid that they're enrolled, but they're not staying full time? They might be going to school just for electives and not core classes. Do you have those numbers?
Chair, if I may answer that. Again, I'm not from data and statistics, but I can speak to that to my knowledge. There are flags for part-time students that generate over a year rather than 180 membership days for one ADM if it's less than that. So we can get you those measures of part-time students. That I don't know how accurate that picture is, once we look at the end of the year, because students can change their mind, things can change. But we do have those counts for part-time students. Now, how many are part-time hybrid? That's also a difficult thing because we don't have online as a student-based indicator, which goes to some of our formulas that are challenging. The best thing we can do for saying these are online students, we have a flag at the school-based level. The challenge is that sometimes schools offer online and in-person instruction, and we don't have a breakdown of that. So yes, we can provide that. I don't know how accurate that picture would be, Board Member Longacre.
It doesn't look like there's any more questions. Go ahead.
Okay. So where do we project for next year? And this was the CDC. We project to be down 2%, and districts down significantly at 17,000 and charters up 3,400. One question I have, for many years, the charter percentage was right between 11 and 12%. And this last year, they went to 13%. Will that trend continue? I don't know. And but for the last couple of years, we have under projected the charter enrollments. So to kind of give you a picture of what this is, this essentially, if we land at the 643,000, that's essentially where we were back in October 2016. So it's about 10 years worth of growth and there are many, many factors there. Birth rates are down. That's not a secret. But then there's also changes. One question I had when we were collecting this data is, what can we see with the Utah Fits All program? I can show you, so it's not as clear of a picture as I thought, in the first year of Utah Fits All, about a little over 9,000 students switched over to that. We saw a drop about 4,000 to 5,000 students statewide. This last year, or this current year, excuse me, the estimates are about 4,500 additional students, and we're down the 11,000. So why is that? I can't tell you. We can tell you the students overall, these are the folks who are coming into the system. We can't tell you everything, all the ins and outs and the whys, but that was one thing that I was looking into. So certainly Utah Fits All can be part of that, but it's a lot bigger and broader than just Utah Fits All.
It looks like we have questions from Member Longacre and then Member Carey.
Do we give parents an exit survey when they leave the public or charter schools as to why? Because that would indicate to us, okay, what do we need to clean up? What do we need to improve if they're leaving for specific reasons? Do we know that? Or if not, can we create an exit survey?
Chair, can I answer that? I wish Director Bruff was here from Data and Statistics. He can tell you all the specifics. I do know that when you have a student who exits an LEA, the LEA has to provide an exit code. The challenge is it's not always clear why they left. Did they leave for a homeschool option? Did they leave because they got, a Utah Fits All scholarship? But yes, there are all of the entries and exits and the data, but the same kind of caveats exist on that. It's how well was the LEA informed on that? And I imagine that it varies depending on who's putting that information on the Utrecht system.
Did you have a follow-up?
Or is there any way that a survey can come directly from the state school board then and not the LEA?
So Chair, if I may, Board Member Longacre, are you asking if there's a broader survey than just simply an exit code? As far as I know, the answer is no on that.
Sam, did you have something to?
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Right,
Sam.
if the board were to create through rule or recommended legislation, some sort of public education, family exit survey, that's something that certainly would be doable. There's obviously a lot that goes into that. If you were creating it at the state board level, we would need to then somehow get family contact information from that LEA and make sure that that's secure. Lots of different considerations, but it is possible. It doesn't exist at this time.
Did that answer your question, Member Longacre? Yeah, please.
I think that information would be very essential in what we do in our jobs. Again, so we know, are they leaving because parents feel like they're spending too much time on Chromebooks? Is this a Chromebook issue? Is it a curriculum issue? I think it's in our best interest to come up with a survey and find out why families are leaving charters and public schools.
Thank you, Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Just to make sure I understand the data, so what we're saying, and these are the projected for next year, is that correct? So we're projecting that our district schools will lose a total of 17,015 students over the course of the year. Oh, please.
Director Uri?
We're projecting that the enrollments will be that much lower, not necessarily that they are leaving. The incoming cohort of juniors is smaller than this year's cohort of seniors, and you'll see that in a subsequent slide. We do know or project that some will leave, but this is a confluence of all those factors. So it's the projection of what the actual K through 12 enrollment will be. We know the incoming kindergarten class, or project also that it will be smaller than the existing kindergarten class based on birth rates.
Do you have a follow-up?
And so there, if there'll be another slide that breaks that out, then I'm going to hold my questions because they're along those lines. But I'll hold, given that there may be an additional information.
Thank you. Member Earl?
Yeah, the audit did a attendance audit last year, and that was one of the things they did do is go ask parents that had left the system how long they've been out, for what reasons would they leave or did they leave, right? There's some different questions in there. I'm just saying it's in that's not reflective of all this, and it's certainly not encompassing of all of it, but it does give some information that would be valuable. So and that was last year. I can send it to you. I've got it pulled up right here.
Okay.
Okay,
Dale?
Chair, if we can keep moving to the next slide, if that works. So one kind of nuance between how we count ADM, think of that as like a full-time equivalent student, where when we talk about October 1 enrollments, that's a head count. So there will be some difference there, but you see similar kind of patterns as you'd expect. I'm not going to go into more of this, but this is, the ADM numbers are key to the biggest formulas. The WPU-based programs are based on ADM rather than enrollment head counts. Let's go to the next slide. Here, we wanted to drill down a few things. So full-day kindergarten, where did we land in terms of changes overall? You'll see that district enrollments in full-day kindergarten are down, but the actual percentage that are attending full-day K went up. And that just is showing you just the change in the kindergarten class, that it's going down. Charters did increase their full-day K participation quite a bit, but we're at this point now in the third year of full-day K. Is this third? Fourth? I think it's the third year. We've had 2 full years of full-day K. We're getting to where many LEAs are at or near 100%, and statewide we're at 92% full-day K. Next slide. So in addition to student counts, we do a snapshot of teacher FTE. We wanted to show you kind of year-over-year changes that way. So overall, we projected essentially flat teacher FTE, and that's where we landed. District FTE are down slightly, and charter FTE are offsetting that. So even though teacher counts are staying steady, is the question that I know one question I would have would be, does that mean that class sizes are going down? And I have, our class size data lags a couple years, so we're going to wait and see. I'm not sure on that front. But we haven't seen teacher counts overall drop system-wide. Okay. Next slide. So just kind of put this in perspective in past, over the last 15, 17 years or so. So the green bars over there, those are the total number of students statewide. And you can see, and that's the right-hand side axis. So you can see we're projecting to be right around 650,000 students statewide. That's essentially the level we were in 2017. So the system was showing steady growth from 2010 to 2023, and we've seen some significant declines since then. So then I'm going to break it out between districts and charters. Next slide. So the school district line looks very similar to the overall level. But, you know, so we're projecting there's that 3% drop on the district side. So district enrollment's actually, you know, more, you know, closer to 2014 levels, 2013 levels. Next slide. So this is the charter side of it. And you can see that, you know, there was high levels of growth back between 2012, you know, and 2018. And then COVID happened and everything went crazy. And so it was essentially flat, but they were up one year, down another year. But since 2023, we've seen growth in the charter sector. Next slide. So this might help to answer Board Member Carey's question. I don't know, but this is a breakout of the student population by grade. And so the blue bars, these are the student levels for districts. Green bar, these are for charters. And then the percentage makeup of the student population K-12 are the green line and the blue line. So the point I would show on the district side, if you compare the blue bar for grade 12, that's right around 50,000 students. And you look at the K bar for blue, that's about 35,000 students. So within school districts, statewide, we have 15,000 fewer students in kindergarten than we do in our senior class this year. And that's, you know, about a third. So that challenges when you see this overall trend, that's what will be driving a lot of that. It's not always students leaving, they're just not there in the next grade. So I hope that helps to answer. So if you have questions on the specifics in your backups, we have this all broken out by LEA, and we hope that's helpful to kind of give you a picture of how enrollments are changing year over year in the system. Happy to answer any questions.
Member Davis.
Just trying to remember, economists projected that for 10 years we'll have declining enrollment, and then after 10 years the enrollment will be on the rise again, correct? Or will it level?
So the Gardner Policy Institute, they provide long-term projections on the K-12 aged population, and they show that yes, a few years from now, 4 or 5 years, we'll see a leveling out. We might see some increases, but not at the same levels that we did before. When we were meeting with LFA and GOPB, we were talking to their top economist, and she expects to see this turn around to leveling out, but that's 3 to 4 years from now. So, you know.
With birth rates and all the.
Correct.
Thank you.
But we'll have to see how this all plays out. But the drops should level out if these long-term projections stay, but we'll have to wait and see.
Okay. Thank you both, Sam and Dale, for your presentation here. Appreciate it. Board members, let's move on to agenda item 14. This is our Alpine Cap appeal. And AAG Beal, are you teeing us up with that? AAG Doan is perfect.
Angela Doan, Assistant Attorney General. So this item is on a corrective action that was sent to Alpine School District in August. So USBE board had sent Alpine School District a corrective action letter that they were out of compliance with R27911. And then in September, Alpine sent an appeal to USBE asking for a waiver of the corrective action. What is before the board today is a determination of how you would address that appeal. And the recommended action is that the board approve R277-11463C, which is that the board will identify an alternative method for reviewing the appeal in order to address that corrective action. And there was a backup, there was research and recommendations within the backup.
Thank you for that background information here. Do we have any motions or questions? Member Davis?
Oh, I just had a question when we were in executive. Is this the same motion as what you had recommended as an AAG, that you have an independent, we have an independent, is it arbitrator or hearing officer? Is this the same, is this what this means?
It would mean that the board can go forward with either having a documentary review process or picking an adjudicative procedure and having someone else handle the procedure. So that would be up to Chair Hymas if he wants to, if Chair Hymas would then want to do the documentary review or to go and have a presiding officer that he would then appoint.
And just to follow up, Chair, if I remember correctly, your professional opinion was to look toward you would recommend the officer.
Correct.
Thank you.
Member Lear?
Yeah, I have a few questions. One, maybe somebody else may know this very first one, but I'm wondering who initially found Alpine School District in violation of work-based learning funds. Was it the CTE section? Scott's nodding his
Scott,
head
did
yes.
you want to reply, or was the head
Angie, are
nod?
you okay if I do? Yeah. So, Chair, the CTE section, part of the monitoring process, that we have. Yes.
Thank you. Oh, follow up, please. Go ahead.
Yes, a different question, and that's helpful. So I'm looking at, I'm trying to figure out what this is saying, and maybe I'm overthinking it. I'm looking at the second paragraph under application of 277-102. Does that make sense to you, Angie? Starts with the paragraph starts with Utah Code section 63G. Okay, I'm near the bottom. Just a suggestion for next time, maybe page number these things. Page 2 at the very bottom. And it's the next to last paragraph. And so it's saying the Utah Code section 63G, blah, 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 outlines several circumstances in which UAPA does not govern. Utah Code section 63G4 is applicable, which in whole reads that UAPA does not govern state agency action relating to the distribution or award of a monetary grant to or between governmental units. That UAPA does not govern. And so you're saying but this is between two governmental units, right?
Correct.
So you're saying UAPA doesn't govern because it is between the two governmental units. Okay, all right. Just wanted to make sure I read that right. And then just a couple more of those clarifying questions. Hang on a second. I was kind of interested, and I'm trying to figure out remember where this came up first. That's page 3, so it maybe came up on page 4. It talks about the agency head. And as I'm recalling, and I don't know if you have a legal reason for this or if it was just a choice, but usually the agency head is the superintendent. But in this case, you've decided it's Chair Hymas. So I guess Scott's trying to save you behind your back.
So this was actually defined, that the agency head is Chair Hymas under 102.
Yeah.
Under our rule.
Yes.
102.
Okay.
But to board member, there's some history here, right? We used to be the Board of Education and the Office of
Uh-huh.
Education.
Uh-huh.
So when they were combined together, this was updated that the agency had its need because all the staff were put basically into
So
the
now Chair
USB.
Hymas is the agency.
In this respect, I think you need your attorneys to speak to in every aspect, but in the definition here, yes, ma'am.
And those were the clarifying questions I had. Thank you.
Member Earl.
I think Carol answered it, but I'm sorry, it was a little nuanced. So the Utah, that code, Administrative Procedures Act, Utah Administrative Procedures Act, if it's federal funds, then it could be adjudicated. If it's, for example, here it says, this chapter does not govern state agency action related to management of state funds, right? So the state funds, but these aren't state funds, these are federal. Government entities?
These are funds between governmental entities, so it's USBE funds. So where USBE is overseeing the funds to the LEAs.
For the state, for the federal government?
Yes.
Okay. So therefore, it would apply for the adjudicated proceedings, okay.
Correct.
Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. I'm reviewing this and went into backup, and I don't want to end the day where we started it with backup, but I can't find the corrective action letter that was issued under R277-911 in backup. If it's there, I apologize, but I couldn't find it. So is it there?
Scott, and I don't know what's public and what's not public, but yeah, Scott, go ahead. Or who's doing it, Scott or?
So the reason why it's not there is because depending on what the agency head selects as the process, those documents would be part of that process. This is only to determine, or what Angie is presenting here today. So depending on where no matter where it goes, that's when the backup would be provided.
So are those documents marked as classified or confidential or private at this point in time? Is that why they're not being provided?
Is that back to you, Scott?
Sure. No, they're not marked that way, but in the past, we haven't put documents into the backups like that because of other concerns or questions or this is just about the process. It's not about the actual appeal or those aspects.
Okay. And then moving on, back to the appeals process, I understand that if one of the parties appeals, we then go to our rule to find out what options are available to the board. Is that correct? Like, is that why we're here now?
That's why we're here now. Yeah, and I believe we have the recommended action is 3C, but I believe there's an A and a B. Well, there is an A and a B as well, but I don't know if there's a D. I can't remember. Just A and B. But yeah.
Okay, and the recommended action would be 3C?
That's the recommended action as staff and I and leadership have been talking, and then we requested a legal opinion, and this is where we landed, if that makes sense.
It does. So I'm just asking what alternative method have we decided on or is being recommended to review the appeal? Is that a single arbitrator that's going to be binding? And I know this goes back into our last discussion. Is it binding? Is it non-binding? Is it reviewable by this board? Does the board have to sign off on it? As I understood AAGBL last time, we dictate those rules. And so if that still holds true, I'd like to see those parameters as part of this process, because it seems like if we say, yeah, we'll go with the alternative method to review the appeal, and then after we say that, well, then the decision is made as to, is it a 3-panel? Is it 1 panel? Is it a mediator? It seems like all those things are filled in after we would vote today. And I'd prefer that we know those things prior to that time. That's how I'm reading this, and that's the clarification I'm seeking, Chair.
Member Carey, that's a good question. I think the first step is that you would have to vote to go forward with the recommendation with 63C, an alternative method, and that alternative method that the board would then clarify and identify would be R277102-4. And then the discussion would be, then the board could then move into the discussion of whether or not you want to go through a documentary review or go and have the agency head determine if you want to go through the adjudicative proceeding, which then Chair Hymas could then appoint under, because then you could go under 1023. It's a little convoluted, but today the first vote that you have to do, the first step you have to do is choose to go through an alternative method for this appeal. And then once you make that vote, if you choose to go in that direction, then you could have that further discussion of what would that look like.
Thank you, Chair. So, and again, I just want to make sure that I understand the process. So we would have to vote to move forward with the process to understand what that process would be in terms of the exact parameters. Is that correct?
Yes, because if you choose not to go through with an alternative method, your other options are that you could do an appeal as a full board. Under 11463A, you could review the appeal as a full board, or under 11463B, you can refer this to a board audit committee. And then under 63C, you would identify another method. So your first step today is to choose between your first three options to determine what you want to do. And then after that, there could be a fuller discussion of what does that mean for the board if you go forward with 63C.
Chair, if I may, just one more.
You have one more. I do, unless you're okay with that. AAG Beal has turned her light on, and I'm not sure if you would like further clarification or if you're ready to.
If we could hear from AAG Beal, and then I think I have one more question.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify, Member Carey, because I think it was kind of an underlying question there, was that, so yes, everything that said is so far is correct. You know, we have to go through the first step of moving this forward to do the alternative process. And then under that, we jump to Rule 102. And within that process, if the hearing, I think you asked specifically if we do go with, if the board goes with the hearing option and Chair Hymas designates a third party to conduct the hearing, does it come back to you? And the answer to that is yes, because then it, like AAG Doan says, it goes back up to 102-3, and then that says the board shall consider the recommendations submitted. So then the hearing officer that's appointed would create a findings of fact conclusions. They would submit it back to the board, and then the board would either approve the recommendation from the hearing officer, issue an alternative written determination. So that is the process.
Chair, if I may. So I understand at the end we sign off or get to approve or disapprove, but I guess what I'm asking is that middle step in that when Chair Hymas says, this is the process that I want one mediator, one arbitrator, does that part of the decision-making process come back to this board for review, or is that solely within the purview of leadership?
Member
Chair,
Carey.
if that's...
Sorry, Chair. My understanding under 1023, it does not come back to the board. So under 1023, the agency head, Chair Hymas, would then appoint your third party that's going to overview it, and then the agency head's going to determine whether or not it will just be the presiding officer, or can choose to also have a hearing panel, which could include some board members. But that wouldn't come back to the board for a decision. That's just going to be with leadership.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make a motion that the board approve R277-114-6, parent 3, parent C, corrective action appeal, and identify an alternative method for reviewing the appeal in order to address the Alpine Corrective Action Plan appeal.
Thank you. The motion's been stated. Do we have a second? We have a second. The motion is then that the board approve R277-114-6, parent 3, parent C, corrective action appeal, and identify an alternative method for reviewing the appeal in order to address the Alpine Corrective Action Plan appeal. Seeing no lights, let's vote.
Member Green is enough.
Thank you, Member Green. Okay. That passes 9 in favor, 1 abstention, 4 no votes. The abstention coming from Member Carey, no votes coming from Member Kelly, Member Brenton, Member Green, and Member Bogus. With that, we will move on to agenda item 15. This is executive session. So board members, let's take, give me 30 seconds, please. Yeah, thank you, Member Bogus, for that clarity. I was ready to jump right in. Yeah, I am seeking a motion that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing any of the following: a person's character, competence, or health, pending or imminent litigation. Do we have a second? Okay, let's do a roll call vote. If you say no, I'll repeat that. If you say yes, I won't. Member Bogus. Okay, Member Booth. Member Bollinger. Member Brenton. Member Brenton. Going into executive. Thank you. Member Davis. Member Earl. Member Green.
Yes.
Member Hall. Member Kelly. Member Carey. Member Longacre. Member Lear. Member Reel is absent. Member Wood.
Yes.
And I am a yes. So board members, let's take a few minutes while this gets set up, and we'll meet back. I don't know how much time we need. 10 minutes. Sound good? 10 minutes.
Recording in progress.
Board members, thank you. Let's gather up here. I am seeking a motion that the board, hold on, I don't know what I'm seeking yet. I am seeking a motion that the board comes out of executive session. We have a second? We have a second. Let's do a roll call vote. Member Bogus? Member Booth? Member Bollinger?
Yes.
Member Brenton? Yes. Member Davis? Member Earl? Member Green, is she back with us? You might have to send her a message if she's coming back. Okay, Member Hall? Member Kelly?
Yes.
Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Longacre?
Yes.
Member Lear? You guys are beating me to it. Member Reel? Member Wood? Yes. And I'm yes as well. So let's move to agenda item 16, executive session action items. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. With regard to case number 24-2150, I move that the board adopt the remand order with an extended reprimand.
In the case number, the board, okay. The motion is that the board approve the, that the board adopt the remand order for, say that one more time,
That the board adopt the remand order with extended reprimand.
with extended reprimand. It's been seconded. Let's vote.
Joanne, did you vote?
Oh, sorry.
That passes unanimously. We are in the flyby stage, so let's stay focused here. I'm not talking to you, Member Brenton. I'm talking to Superintendent Hart. Yeah. So, okay, Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. With regard to case number 252187, I move that the board adopt the remand order with a 3-year suspension.
Second.
The motion is that the board adopt, for case number 25-2187, that the board adopt the remand order with a 3-year extension.
Suspension.
Suspension. Thank you. I'll
Yes,
get
sir.
there. Thank you. Let's vote. That passes 13 in favor, 1 no vote coming from Member Lear. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. In case number 25-2203, I move that the board approves the UPAC recommendation.
Second.
The motion is that the board approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 25-2203. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation in case number 2522-12.
Second.
Thank you. The motion is that the board approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 25-2212, and thank you for reading that the same that I read it.
Wait, Board Member Kelly has his light on. Oh, I thought he had his light on.
No, it's.
We need 5 more votes. That passes 13 in favor, 1 opposed. That opposed coming from Member Carey. Member Bogus.
I move that the board accept the UPAC recommendation in case number 25-2213.
Second.
The motion is that the board approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 25-2213. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you. I move that the board accept the UPAC recommendation in case number 25-2215.
Second.
The motion is that the board accept the UPAC recommendation for case number 25-2215. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board accept the UPAC recommendation in case number 25-2216.
Second.
The motion is that the board accept the UPAC recommendation for case number 25-2216. Please vote. That passes 13 in favor, 1 opposed. That opposition coming from Member Carey. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board approve the UPAC recommendation in case number 25-2227.
Second.
The motion before the board is that the board accept the UPAC recommendation for case number 25-2227. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board accept the UPAC recommendation for case number 25-2247.
Second.
The motion before the board is that the board accept the UPAC recommendation for case number 25-2247. Please vote. There you go. That passes 12 in favor, 1 abstention, 1 no vote. The abstention coming from Member Bollinger, the no coming from Member Kelly. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board accept the recommendation of UPAC in case number 25-2287.
Second.
The motion before the board is that the board approve or accept the UPAC recommendation for case number 25-2287. Member Kelly.
Yeah, I have a substitute motion on this.
Substitute motion, that's in order.
And I would recommend that the board issue a letter of warning in case number 25-2287.
Okay, the substitute motion is that the board issue a letter of warning for case number 25-2287. Want to speak to that motion? Don't speak too much, but yeah, you got to be careful, right? Yeah, okay. Let's not speak to it. Can we just, Ben, is that fair? I don't know what the rules are. Okay. Okay, let's vote then. That motion passes, 8 in favor, 1 abstention, 5 no votes. The abstention coming from Member Bogus, the no votes coming from Member Booth, Member Bollinger, Member Wood, Member Hymas, and Member Lear. Okay, back to you. Yep, let's get back. There you go.
With regard to item number 1, I move that the board approve the UPAC consent calendar.
The motion is that the board approve the UPAC consent calendar. Let's vote. That passes 13 in favor, 1 abstention. The abstention coming from Member Bogus.
That's all my business, sir.
Thank you, Member Bogus. Member Kelly, your light is still on. Not sure if you had a comment. Okay. Board members, this brings us to our board chair's report. Let me just be brief of what's been happening in the month of October. We kind of mentioned this before a little bit, but leadership was asked to attend Ed Interim with staff and report on the legislative requests as well as the funding requests. We did that. Legislators had some questions. We are seeking answers and making sure that we can get there. It is very interesting. I had never been in that position before, but in that moment when they asked me a question and I thought, I don't know, I kind of mentioned that, I don't know. And these guys, I'm asking them to make law off of what I don't know. And so I promise to you, my promise to you is that I will do my homework a little bit better and make sure that we are prepared. So if we have questions, we might come to the maker of the motion and say, okay, we need some more of this. So, or some more information. But that was an experience that I hope not to repeat, but it sounds like we are back at interim, in the not too distant future. So, I also wanted to let you know, we've talked about POPs, we talked about Utah Opera, and I was invited to attend a Utah Opera performance at one of the elementary schools in my area. And so I went, and it was titled, Who Wants to Be an Opera Star? I'm going to tell you, I don't do opera. I don't know if you know, you guys may have heard me sing before, most likely not, but I don't do opera, but this was a fantastic assembly for these students. It was engaging, it was entertaining, and it was educational. So it checks off all the things you're looking for in a good assembly. And I want to make sure that if there are schools out there listening, that they take advantage of this program and for the Utah Opera to come out and put on an assembly for the kids. And then finally, just report, we've talked about it a lot. We've had a lot of board members go to NASB. It was a fantastic opportunity to meet with people throughout the country. And also it's an opportunity for us to sit, you know, at our Utah table, even though they ask you to spread out, but you get to know one another. And so that's a great event there. And able to rub shoulders with some good people. And we want to thank Leanne, who served on an AI panel, and Jenny, who presented on math practices. It was just hands on for that. Yeah. So it was great. And the dinner company was great some nights. Other nights it was so-so. But other than that, that's my chair's report. Thank you. We're going to open it up for board member comments. Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to second, I appreciate Vice Chair Wood and Member Earl for helping present and represent our state at NASB. It was a great event to go to. And one of the things that really stuck out to me is how much of a focus mathematics is across the country. There were several presentations on mathematics. I found it very fascinating that both California and Texas, which they're two of our biggest states that really drive a lot of our curriculum resources, when California was presenting, they had done a deep dive into what high achieving countries are doing in mathematics, not just in our state or across the states, but in our country. And I just want to read a few things from this slide I took a picture of. They said they taught fewer concepts each year, but taught more deeply. Students produce and discuss multiple strategies. All students receive the same rich curriculum. Data use and data science are infused into across the grades, and math is taught in an integrated fashion. None of the highest achieving countries teaches algebra, geometry, algebra 2, trigonometry separately, or pre-calculus at all. The other thing that I thought was fascinating is that Texas, they have 5.5 million students. They're moving away from curriculum that does not match their own Texas curriculum. Most of the curriculums have been matched with the traditional pathway. Most of them have been matched with the Common Core. And because they're trying to move away from the Common Core and really focus on having 100% alignment with Texas, they even had their own curriculum bluebonnet that they incentivize people to use. But anyways, I thought it was super fascinating and just appreciative of the progress that we've made here in the state of Utah.
Thank you. Member Earl.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of things I wanted to kind of follow up on. Went to a number of schools over this last month in my area. And I just have to tell you, it's always heartwarming, maybe. I don't know if that's the right word, but to go and actually watch what's taking place within schools. And I had one particular where I got to sit in the front office and wait for a few minutes and watch the secretary there. Not only did she calm down a student who was headed home, right? She was determined to head home. She found someone was injured. She convinced the child to stay and finish out the day, right? It was like all these incredible things that it was really, I'm so grateful for those individuals that have that talent and that ability to connect with children and to engage in a way that is so productive. Yeah, California was interesting. There's lots of research for lots of interesting things there. So, but we can talk about that later. That's math stuff later. But one of the things I did find at NASB that I heard over and over and over again is Utah. Like we have been leading in micro-credentials, right? And getting our teachers qualified and in classrooms and then getting the licensing, right? You have so long before you have to have a license in certain areas. So it seemed like everywhere I went, there were highlights of things that we've been thoughtful about, we've been proactive about, and the rest of the nation is thinking, oh, maybe this would be a good idea, right? Surely there's still plenty of things to work on, and I do think There's a number of entities. Maryland's redone their standards, and they're very clear. They're very direct with math. Louisiana actually has a, which I need to send to our staff, but they were looking for a assessment in the younger grades and one that better aligned with what they're actually teaching. And so they have a new assessment they're coming out with, which would equal our Acadians or KEEP or whatever, right? So there's some really great stuff that's floating around out there that could be looked at and say, is this beneficial? And then I think there's ample of cautions out there. There was several AI cautions that I think we need to be really vigilant about and really smart about. And anyways, it was a great time. So I just want to thank you to all those that went, and grateful for the thoughtful engagement of our group that went and everything. So thank you.
Member Kelly.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on the report that we received from the Utah High School Activities Association today. You know, one of the things that I want to mention that I think they are doing a tremendous job of is creating more opportunities for kids. They've recently added, they mentioned the esports that they've recently added, but they've added lacrosse, they've added girls wrestling, they've added, sorry that I may miss a couple here, but they're looking to expand opportunities for kids, and I think recognizing and understanding the value of these extracurricular activities and the connection that it brings for kids to the school, expanding those opportunities, I think is paramount. And so, that's something I wanted to make sure that we recognize is the expansion of opportunities that are being created by the Utah High School Activities Association.
Member Longacre.
Yeah, I just want to ask if you'll send out that video of public comment this morning to all the board members. That was a teacher in my district, and I love when teachers reach out and I can help them, and I just want to make sure that she's heard.
Yeah, it was sent. I don't have a timestamp, but check your inbox.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Member Booth.
I just wanted to mention I had a great visit at Provost Elementary in Provo School District, and one experience that just stood out from the whole morning. I had spent about 3 hours just going up and down in all the classrooms and seeing the work of teams of grade level teachers working with their students and kind of passing and moving the teacher around to various groups within that grade level. And there was so many exciting, amazing moments of these kids being so totally engaged. And then we went to a music class. Imagine that. And when we got into that class, there was a special needs boy. He looked like he was from India, as in, New Delhi or something. Tall, skinny, and he had just 3 fingers, and his hand was really elongated. He's just had such a hard time in all of his schooling, fitting in, being different, not really finding his place. Well, the BTS teacher, music teacher, discovered that his 3 fingers and this elongated hand worked really well with a stand-up bass, a string bass. And this kid has just turned completely around. He's so excited about playing. I mean, he can play the bass. I mean, I could sit down with him and we could jam right now, and he has only been at it for less than a year. But he found his ability, and he found an instrument that this poor little 3-fingered hand worked on. And I was so thrilled to see that it's impacting his interaction with students, his confidence level, his work in every other content area. And I'm not just saying this music is the answer. Sports might be the answer, but they've got to find their place. And this is the exciting opportunity that we have as a board and as supporters of these great educators across this state of Utah to help them help each one of our kids find their place where they belong, because this kid will never be the same because he found a place where he could belong. And so I'm just excited that we can be a part of this and delighted to be able to work with all of you, and grateful for our leadership and the work that they're doing to get us through the agenda so efficiently. I can hardly even believe that it's 6:09. Good work. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Member Bogus.
Thank you. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Malia Height, Dr. Height. If you have never had the experience of working with other states in licensing, I'm going to help you out with. It is just shy of the most miserable thing you will ever do. And she has been just incredible. And I think that her team does really good work. And so I don't agree, obviously, with all of our licensing things, but her help and her understanding of how to cross interstate lines is profound. She does a really good job, and we have a great asset in Dr. Height. And so I think we should just put that out there for the public to know. If you've got problems, call Dr. Height, because she does great work. So thank you.
Okay, I've got two more lights. Well, one more light, but I've got Vice Chair Wood and then Member Lear.
So as the public comment said today, I had the opportunity to visit Pacific Heritage Academy, but also a great resource, the Utah Association of Public Charter Schools. I asked them, I said, I'd love to reach out to some of my charter schools in my area, in my District 4. And so they sent me all the list of charter schools, and they said, you know, which ones do you want to go to? And I knocked off the ones that I had already visited recently, and I said, okay, how about these three? And so I got to Wasatch Peak Academy, Pacific Heritage, and Guadalupe School. And what I loved the most was that each one was so unique. When you see that charter school emphasis of what makes them unique. With the Pacific Heritage, they had one of their older students take us through the tour rather than one of the teachers or educators there. The student took us through, told us the history of the school and what their focus is in the cultural aspect of their schools. Guadalupe, I got to see the wraparound model where each of their classrooms there's a daytime classroom, which is for the students, and a nighttime classroom for the adults. So they're really looking at that from adult education, preschool, such the wraparound model. And then Wasatch Pink, I loved how they have they're not a dual language immersion school, but they have a language aspect to their charter. And so they went and worked with their traditional public schools to make sure that they were preparing their elementary students to immediately go into their junior high or middle schools and be able to test out of Spanish 1 or 2. So that partnership between the charter school and the traditional public school. And then I had the opportunity, these are all in the Rose Park area, I had the opportunity to go to a community breakfast at Rose Park Elementary. Some community volunteers put on a breakfast, and there were over 100 the parents there, moms, dads, kids, doing a literacy event and eating breakfast. And it was so fun to see all the amazing things happening in that Rose Park area this time. So thank you.
Thank you. Member Lear, you are our last light, and I would invite you to make a final motion after you speak.
I would love to do that. I just have to make one more comment about the visits I made to some Granite District schools. And I'll come back, I'll say Olympus at the end, but I visited Churchill Junior and Eastwood Elementary and Olympus High School. And the thing that stuck with me about all of them, sometimes you see mediocre administrators. Every one of these administrators was doing interesting, innovative, supportive things in the schools. And that was so refreshing. I
heard you were the
especially
best fax teacher too in the state.
oh yes, the absolutely best. I met the best. I didn't know it was called fax, but yes, it was Sarah's mom at Churchill Junior. But the thing I have to mention about Olympus, and again, my alma mater, but I haven't. But the way that those, I also was able to have a guided tour from the student body officers, and I was so thrilled that these will be our leaders,
because these kids were so focused on the right things. I asked them what was their favorite thing about Olympus High School, and I thought they'd say football or, we're cool or whatever. Every one of them told me about a teacher. And that was so impressive there. And their principal is amazing. Interestingly, the colors at Olympus, the colors of the school are green and gray. And interestingly, she wears green every single day, according to the students. But beyond that, they gave me an Olympus High School sweatshirt, which I can taunt my East High School grandchildren with. So that was a wonderful bonus. But mostly, these students were so impressive. And the teachers, I couldn't believe how impressive the teachers were. In addition to the one class I mentioned that I saw, the AP psychology class, I saw a pre-engineering robotics class that was, every single seat was filled, and every single one of those students was working independently on a model of something that was way beyond my understanding. But as Randy said, it just brought joy to my heart to think our public schools are such good places for students to be.
You're forgetting something. Hold on. We'll get you. There you go.
And with that, I will move that we adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're adjourned. Thank you.